last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Beware, for the lords of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
knows no mercy. Few or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Beware, for the lords of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
Last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their sides reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
后有请2024 Nbpl 春季赛冠军成都积极。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, NARAKA fans? Welcome in to your 2024 Summer Split Grand Finals.
It's going to be an absolute banger. GG, our former Trios champions, just handing the trophy back as they're going to have to compete once again for this trophy, for this title. This split, honestly, hasn't really been that great from GG as well, so they got a lot of work to do because we've got Wolves on fire, we've got JL finding their form towards the end of the tournament, obviously BLADEPOINT picking up that third bi-weekly as well. There are a lot of big teams in the running right now.
Yeah, the competition is absolutely steep this season. It has been crazy how much these teams across the board have just improved since our early spring split. There's been a dynasty, if you will, of Titans who have always been at the very top of the leaderboard. And come this season, some of these teams have finally woken up and said that they are tired. It is time for us to mount a coup and overthrow the Giants, Jake.
Yeah, you know, Alliance being one of those teams who've really stepped up over the years. The improvement's been absolutely massive. There is a lot on the line today. I'm very excited for today's matches. And, you know, we could go all the way. I feel like today could be one of those days. As, all of the teams are taking to the stage here for this opening ceremony. It is going to be an absolute banger of a day.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you and me got to be here in the weeks previous to do the pre-finals, and those pre-finals were absolutely hard fought by every single team on the stage, and it could go to any single one of them. But we're gonna throw things over to a quick video before we come back and get started.
Look, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online.
跟上个赛季相比，这赛季我们变得更成熟、更稳重了一些。如果成功夺冠的话，我会写一首说唱歌曲庆祝一下。
How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback. I just want relax. Brand new with two-tone. I need that brand new hit. You know like.
保四争一吧，我觉得，像前面几把都打好的话，那么我觉得后面夺冠概率就很大了，基本上。
Looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vibers. No need for the telephone vibers. No need for the liars.
我不想把场馆排在第一，觉得下线我是怎么说也得前5吧，我觉得。
最重要的因素首先是自己的心态嘛，然后加上我们平常的训练，摆正自己的态度吧。
每个人拉满吧，还是非常厉害的。不好说具体第几吧，但应该前3是有的。
Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule and then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah.
周冠之类的，怎么说算一个小冠军嘛，那肯定还是算开心的。但是其实仅仅只是个周冠嘛，所以不能松懈嘛。春节的时候，我们状态来得太晚了，但是这次我们不会再让背景板。 GG确实比较厉害，这次夏杰在当他的脸把手举起来吧。
没事，谭玉杰举手的话，他就夺不了冠了。
What's going on, NARAKA fans? You know what it is. It's your boy, the Runekeeper. Joining me is my right-hand man here, Mr. Hip Rain, coming back in from the pre-finals for Trios. It is the NBPL Summer 2024 split, and we are here at your Trios Grand Finals. And man, just like we were talking about there during that opening ceremony, things are about to get heated today. So many teams in contention. This could go to literally anybody, Jake.
This really could. I think pre-finals are a good indicator of that as well. When you look back at what happened in pre-finals, no one team won 2 games. Every game was a unique team winning. So I think we really are in for potentially a very, very long day, which is great because we want to see more NARAKA, get as much NARAKA get as much NARAKA in as we can before we go off to the J Cup. But it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be a very, very heated day. A lot on the line. The match point threshold has been lowered by 5 points as well, which is also just gonna mean that, you know, we're gonna have more teams contesting that top spot sooner rather than later. I'm so excited for the day. I'm really excited to get going and seeing what these guys have got in stock for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of things we've got in stock for you guys, make sure you guys have your NARAKA account linked with your Twitch, because we will have some special Twitch drops going on for you guys today, and you don't want to miss for a chance to compete for some of those. Just like these players coming on the stage today are going to be competing for that summer split champion and those coveted points to qualify to head on to J Cup, aka Worlds this year. You are not going to want to miss out, just like none of these teams want to miss out on heading on over to J Cup. We're going to take a look here today. There we go. We're talking about that NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship 2024. It's going to be held on 12-14 through 12-15 this year here in December. You are not going to want to miss any of that action because it promises to be absolutely insane this year. And again, like, we really have to talk about it. You know, the last couple of years, it has kind of been a dynasty of a couple of teams. Very specifically, you know, we'll talk about J Team and Fun Plus Phoenix being these 2 teams who have absolutely dominated trios. And, you know, J Team being a little bit on the wilder side. This is a team that during the regular season, for whatever reason, could not bring themselves to come together. But as soon as we would get to Worlds, all of a sudden they were back in their top form, absolutely destroying teams and taking titles. But here we are this year, and there is no big one team ahead of everybody else, and we have a bunch of teams that have typically been towards the middle of the pack sitting here at the top. Again, we had JDG who took a bi-weekly, Wolves who took 2 bi-weeklies for trios here, and then we're gonna go take a look at our other ones. It was Balda and Team JL here for trios, and it has been crazy. Again, the pre-finals alone, the fight, the scrap for those spots to get in and qualify here for the finals was absolutely insane. As we take a look at our longer schedule here today, of course, WBG Spider taking the solo finals just yesterday, and today we're going to find out who's going to be walking away our trios grand finals. And then next week we've got the Chinese mainland qualifier, and then just a week after that we're going to be heading on over to J Cup group stages, where we're going to see who qualifies for those finals for J Cup.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really good one. But these are our teams that are going to be playing today. We've got JL, Wolves, GG, Alliance, KLA, Balda, DRG, JDG, X1, WBG, OUG, and EWG. Now, most of these teams have been pretty consistent with their performance. The vast majority have been to all 4 of the bi-weekly finals. A few less so. X1 obviously joining the last 2. EWG only making it to 1. They have impressed me by the fact they've made it this far down the run, considering how bad their regular split actually was for them. But, you know, they've made it here to the finals, and that's the most important part. We can see our starting points. So this is based on the performance that we saw on those pre-finals 2 weeks ago. DRG, they got their work cut out for them. They are at the bottom of that table. But remember, the magic number is 65. It used to be 70. It's now 65. Once you hit 65 points, all you need is an MVP, and then you have won the day. You've taken it from everyone. So if it goes late enough, DRG can steal it from underneath everyone at the moment. But we do have Wolves sitting at the top of the table. And, you know, I was starting to worry that Wolves might have run out of steam a little bit after having the first 2 bi-weekly finals go under their belt and looking very convincingly. I mean, they closed out, especially that first week, in 4 games. Like, these guys were on fire for the first couple of weeks of the first 4 weeks of the tournament. And then they've stayed consistent, but teetering downwards a little bit, with JL kind of finding their footing, with Balda obviously finding their footing. And holy moly, that's a lot of numbers on my screen. I don't have a calculator on me, and I have no ability to translate that into money that is local to me. But That's a lot of money up for grabs.
Yeah, it is quite a bit of change for any one of these teams. You've got to remember, this is just for the grand finals. Worlds, there's going to be an even bigger pot on the line for every single one of these teams. And you've got to remember, today, these teams are going to be very, very hungry to lock it in, especially teams like EWG, because if they walk away the champion today, they automatically, regardless of the rest of their performance in the previous seasons, lock themselves in a spot to go to Worlds. So for some of these teams, this is not quite the last ditch effort, but a last opportunity to guarantee their slot to head to Worlds. And if you're one of those teams down on the bottom of that totem pole, you want to make sure you are climbing as high as you can today. As we take a look at the roster of games today, we're going to be starting out with 3 nighttime maps here for our first 3 games, which means Fireflies are going to be into play. And this is going to be very, very important for these teams, because for the first 3 games, there's going to be 0 hero points, and we're going to be on standard rotation for these teams in terms of which phase pick they're going to be in. So those first 3 games are going to be very, very crucial for a lot of these teams. Going to be forced to play different teams essentially for every single game going in, and it's going to be those Firefly maps. These are going to be the maps where you have the best opportunity to collect as many points as possible. Once we go past this, the higher in points you are, the further down those hero select phase you are going to be, and that's going to be very detrimental if you're not past that threshold just yet and you're having to pick behind these other teams. So these teams need to strategize and heavily try to put as many points on the board that can for these first 3 games, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, just to reiterate what you were saying, so to make it nice and clear, if you are at the top of the table, you are at the bottom of the priority for picking and in a pick order. So you know how we normally have the phases for Switch? Typically that used to kick in after game 4. We are just going from that from the beginning now. So Wolves are going to be at the bottom of this pick order for this first game. I am very excited to see what these teams are going to have up their belts, because typically these are your games where you're going to look to score some points. You're going to be looking to, you know, the hero points almost don't matter. You just get to pick these characters for free in these first 3 games, and this is where you can really slingshot yourself forward. I'm excited to see what T-comps are coming up, because you were talking to me that, you know, we probably won't see as much Kylan as we have been seeing, and I have noticed a trend where Kylan's actually been slightly dipping in the priority. The Xiphon, the Sand Xiphon have taken that highest priority, and Xiphon and Sand Xiphon has been a little bit more kind of like team based on what teams want to play what. Wolves have been a little bit more leaning towards things like the Sand Xiphon, where JL have actually been really big on this Sand Xiphon, not Sand Xiphon, sorry, the Xiphon, as you can see. So it's going to be very interesting to see where the priorities kind of fall. And if anyone's got anything cooked up, because we saw a few teasers, didn't we, with the Valda comps showing here and there through those pre-finals. So there is a world where we might have something spicy jumping out today, especially as the teams who are at the bottom are going to be spending a lot more hero points to lock in teams. So they're going to hit a point where they actually get a little bit desperate on what they want to be playing.
Yeah, and I mean, the big things to talk about, you know, you talked about Kylan seeing a little bit of nerf and stuff. We are on patch 10.17, so this is the patch before Kriya comes out. I know a lot of people, the last patch that came out on 10-30, the new hero Kriya was released. She's not available here on this patch. We are 1 patch previous. This is patch 10.17 here, which means we do see some significant nerfs to Kylan, some of his damage output being reduced, the delay between some of his slashes also increased as well. We did see a small buff to Valda as well. Her F ability, those water traps, now can't be interrupted by grappling hooks. So water trap also having its ability change to that golden focus is going to be very, very huge. It's going to make Valda much less vulnerable during those stages where she's trying to throw out those abilities that she needs to either escape or help set her team up for those big moments. So, you know, we talked about some of these teams kind of teasing those Valda picks in. This is going to make her even more viable for them going forward today. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do get to see some Valda coming out. Some adjustments made to Hottie as well. Nothing too drastic on that front, aside from like the rage cost for aerial ascent increasing from that 40 to 60 range. will affect him just a little bit, but I do think the comps that he's played in, he's still going to see that play with the Kylan. I just think we're going to see less of that comp overall today.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the wins change a little bit on that comp, and people were starting to pick it up a little bit less. I do think it will still have some place, especially for those teams who are going to be, you know, starting to burn through hero points a little bit more effectively than everyone else. They're going to be a little bit lower on that priority. But you still have that blind date comp. It's kind of like your go-to comp, which doesn't use anything that's meta other than itself. Like, there's no shared heroes for that comp, right? With any other comps. So I'm excited to see, you know, how these teams have actually started to adapt, because we had a stage where like blind date just felt like a kind of like a fallback comp for a while, and I think people forgot why they were playing it, because it's an amazing third-party comp. That's what it excels at. You jump in, you blow your CC, you get a kill or two, and then you Wu Shen out. And what we saw was when the Wu Shen got nerfed and the range got shortened on his teleport, well, it got changed, didn't it? It's not his ult anymore, if I'm right.
Yeah, it's so it's actually his F ability
his F now. Yeah. But yeah, so what we saw was obviously with the range being shorter and people easier to hunt down, people kind of got it in their head that like old Wu Shen was dead, where it was like fight till 2 people are down and then teleport them out and revive them and run off. But like you couldn't do that, and I think teams got a bit confused on how to use the Wu Shen and utilize it. So I'm preferring to start what we're seeing is some of the teams are starting to jump in, grab a couple of kills, and before they need to, just port out. Just be safe. Just like, it doesn't matter if the team get the revive, because you still get the kill credit, and that's how you kind of get points on the board. Or if you can catch teams when they are jumping into the realm of Yang. That was always the biggest one, is someone jumps into the realm of Yang and then a Tessa ult hits 2 people and one person's isolated in the realm of Yang and the other 2 are just left alone to be blown up. That's what we've started to see a little bit more of from that team. So I'm excited to see the teams pull this one out as well, because, you know, I think it's been a while since it's looked as good as it has.
Yeah, I mean, the meta is really shaped up to be very, very interesting to watch this year in general, I think. I've really enjoyed the changes coming through. I know you've been super happy about the lack there of monk comps coming through. A personal hater for the Transformer comps coming in from Jake.
Sweet release of the grip of monk.
We have seen a couple teams try to experiment with some older comps and find mitigating success. I'm thinking about Cannonball comp we did get to see last week. Actually pulled through, made it to a final circle. It didn't win that game, but did manage to put some significant points up on the board. Like you said, we've seen some teams experimenting with the Volta comps as well. I would not be surprised today if we saw some teams come through with some different interesting comps that we haven't seen before, or that we haven't seen in a while, given the way the hero point system is set up today, and given the desperation for some of these teams, Jake.
Yeah, I genuinely do think we're going to see some wild stuff if, and this is the big if we get later into the day. If one team doesn't absolutely blow it up and just end the day quick, we're going to start to see those teams at the top end of the table actually burn through hero points and get fairly desperate. But not only that, they need to be careful, because they don't really want to like burn all their good comps at the beginning and then be running around with like a really terrible comp for the last games, because then they're not really going to be able to find that MVP. So it's definitely a balancing act, and I'm going to be interested to see what teams invest in an explosive game and who are more conservative, because I feel like some teams are going to basically go, we just go balls to the wall because we know other teams are going to be conservative with their picks, and we just pick the best comps game after game, burn through our hero points, and risk it all for like a 4-5 game win. That's kind of what I'm almost semi-expecting to see from some of the teams, but I also do think other teams are going to be ultra conservative and make sure that they still have at least a couple of meta picks for the later games if they need them.
Yeah, you know, I'm with you. You know, we talk about teams who I think are going to make those explosive runs out of the gate. I'm looking at Team Wolves for that. That's kind of been their MO during the bi-weeklies that they've won. If they have just come swinging straight out of the gates, and especially with the way today is set up with those first 3 games, they're not being hero points, and every team having to play a different composition for those 3 games. And then, of course, those first 3 games also being our nighttime maps, being those heavy Firefly maps as well. I think it's a good strategy to come in with, especially for a team like Team Wolves, who has confidently done that so much this season. There's a couple of other teams who do very well at it going forward, so I think we are, exactly like you said, gonna see some of those teams really come out of the gate and just gun for that massive early lead, get to that 65 points as soon as possible, and bank on being able to find that MVP after that before it gets too late into the day and they lose access to a bunch of different hero picks.
Yeah, Wolves are kind of sprinters, and coming from someone who comes to League of Legends, that sounds really toxic, but I don't mean they're not in that sense. They're sprinters in the sense where, like, they aren't built for a marathon. They are built for like a 100-meter dash. They're the Usain Bolt of our teams here at the Nbpl. Like, their role and their position is they're very explosive, but their stamina is low. So, you know, they need to knock you out in 1 or 2 hits, or you're just gonna beat them on time. So yeah, I think Wolves are definitely gonna be that team which we're gonna see get incredibly aggressive. It looks like we are getting ready to go into hero select as a first round. Obviously, all of our bottom teams are going to be at the top of the table every game today, so they get first dibs on everything. No surprises here, Rune, to see that it's a bunch of Siphons and Sand Siphons. If DRG or EWG put anything else in here, I'll do a backflip. Wait, oh my god, I'm doing a backflip.
Oh wow,
Did they look in Cannonball game 1?
Yeah, Cannonball with Hottie instead of the Yodomimi. This is very interesting. I'm about this. DRG, this is a comp I've seen a couple of teams experimenting with. I haven't seen anything crazy out of it, but I actually kind of enjoy this composition. You, with the Hottie as well, if you take the version of the Ultimate where you get the cube, you have a really nice escape where you can pull somebody out of a bad situation and then get back to like the Feria pillar, look for a reset and then a re-engagement, and then, oh my goodness, we're going to see OUG coming in here with the Valda Monk composition as well as the Hottie. Again, we're talking about that cube, that ability to escape. This is a very interesting comp. And then a Zai Monk composition as well with the Valda. Wow, okay, this is already out of the gate. We are seeing some crazy picks coming through in terms of these players locking in these compositions that we haven't really seen a lot of. We're gonna see.
I'm in heaven. Oh,
wow, it is
day. It's a blessed day, Ruben.
It is a Valda day. Yeah.
Bro, we have been dropped 4 Valdas. Oh, I'm a happy boy. I'm a happy boy. Honestly, I'm also happy to see that, like, I swear there's as many Valdas in this game as there are to get.
There's 3 monks too. We also have a Kylan monk comp coming in. This is going to be one of the most interesting games we have seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I am so excited by this one. Like you were saying, those changes to Valda on her bubbles definitely just did so much good for her. It's really put her back in the priorities. We're getting ready to go into game 1 of our grand finals here. The summer Nbpl. Wow, a lot of P's in there. Still waking up. But consider this my morning coffee, because 4 Valdas is gonna get me in the zone. I'm so excited to see these teams.
Yeah, this is, I got to take a look at the Hotties here and the Valdas, see what abilities we're taking a look, what we're running as we go. Okay, it's going to be the Valda F2V2, no surprises there. The F2V1 coming in from the Hottie there on Team Wolves. Again, no big surprise coming in off of seeing that V1 there with the cube coming in. Is we keep looking across the board. We got the 1 Sand Siphon. It's so weird seeing so many Monk Valdas coming in. This is just absolutely insane. Yuashan with the F1 V3 coming in for the Yuashan pick there from Team GG with the Valda Hottie. Man, this is going to be a crazy game. We've got so many comps to come up with names for now, Jake.
Oh no, what do I do? Right. Monk Valda Hardy. What do you call that? I think I was calling it Soggy Monk, but I don't know if that's a good one. I think that's a weak one. Yeah, you're walking a fine line on that one. Anyway, drop spots, very spread out actually. Obviously Firefly maps, so you can see teams trying to grab those Fireflies and get the early rage, but we haven't got like a particular like kill spot right now. I think it's just a lot of the teams are all in very close well, there's always one team in close proximity to another. There's not multiple. So this is going to be an interesting one. We're going to see a lot of basically just 1v1 fights between the teams here. No real third partying to start off with. And then we'll have probably a whole bunch of teams looking for resets and rotating around the map.
I want you to look at where Wolves and GG are right now. GG being a team that constantly looks to get those Fireflies from the secret tunnel, and look where Wolves is positioned. They're positioned on a gold zone to actually be able to push into Team GG before they can get access to those Fireflies and take an early game fight with them. And sure enough, already Wolves immediately down here onto the secret tunnel with Team GG. The question is, who was able to get those Fireflies? Looks like 330 was able to get their hands on one. ZK over here already tearing through. LXM trying to get in as we see Wolves. ZK will go down. GG's 330 going to come in now. The shroom going to be popped here. The extra damage before the poison tick looks to come through. GG down to one member, or down to two members. Wolves down to one. XM here, no, sorry, NiHQ still going. Unfortunately, that ult gonna be running out. Oh, there it is. He's been able to get it reactivated, trying to come in and clean up. XM, though, gonna get parried here and immediately cut down. And Wolves, off of the rip, unfortunately, is gonna be sent back to the Soul Ultra. GG comes in, even though Wolves sets up a good plan, takes the aggressive line. They're gonna go down to GG early in game one.
I don't care who you are, you don't drop on GG's tunnel, man. These guys are too good at it. But DRG saw what was happening, and now they're coming in for the tidy up onto GG post-fight before the healing has come in, and this could just be an easy pick here for the side of DRG. CJS goes down nice and easy to Kakaishi there, and it looks like the rest of GG should be able to break away. But now we're looking over at WBG and Bowder going toe-to-toe. Walker's already popped that ultimate, and with Chain Scythe just going to start to try and rip through some of these health bars, looking for that big cone as Yu opens up onto Walker, knocking him back as Walker trying to just close that gap because poor old Jing is left on his lonesome. This does mean, though, that Bowder can finish up Yu, and they're able to do so with the Chain Scythe nice and effectively there. Yoran has gone down as well, and WBG just find that turnaround there. So the Whirlpool landing onto Walker, but Peak, they're out of teammates, they're out of time. It's going to have to be a bloody miracle from them. Even if they can land 2 spears, not going to be enough. WBG win the fight.
Yeah, WBG here now off to a tear with 3 eliminations to their name, as well as Team GG going to be rocking 3 eliminations. DRG with 1, Wolves with 1 from their early fight as well. Wolves still looking for a decent place to respawn so they can get their feet back underneath them here. This is a team that typically, though, you know, they do lose this early fight. They take the aggressive fight just like you and me thought they were going to, Jake. But this is not a team that typically slows down just because they lose that early engagement. So Wolves going to be looking to come back in and find their way into that realm of Yang as we cut over. Now it's OUG here versus the members of EWG. OUG going to pop that early game Bane's Breath, that blue tier Bane's Breath as they come in. Zinyu using that stone form to block out a lot of damage here from the enemy team. EWG still trying to break away as we head into the no ult zone being popped. They're out of that Bane's Breath now. King trying to get away here. They're going to have that ultimate. They will get the ult off on time here. EWG out in the open in the no ult zone here. Just going to get slammed immediately. XI goes down, and we're going to see such a smart move here, by the way, from the King. King immediately ending that ultimate so they can head on in to take the fight with the rest of the team. Unfortunately, they do lose 2 of their team members immediately to Liu Ye. So the King, even though he's able to get that snatch, get a good elimination going, Liu Ye going to get caught out there by the Bane as well, is now forced to just completely break away from this fight. And EWG with the 3-1 advantage is going to look to hunt him down.
That's a really nice start there for EWG. Now cutting over to X1 and JL in a fight. TXJ losing a lot of HP here, just taken down by XLY. Just going to keep that pressure up onto the other members of X1. ZDI trying to hit up with the fans onto Feng, but One Feng going to be able to hold his line for the moment. VVV gets the knockback there from that tail. Just going to keep the pressure up. XLY goes into the cube. The charm connects though. That's going to be pretty big. Going to try and get it and touch that urn, but I don't think they're going to be able to get it in time. Connection comes in, but X1, sorry, getting caught out. TXJ able to put some pressure in, and JL able to ultimately win that fight. Now we do see JDG versus Alliance as well, down by Shipwreck. Sandstorm already thrown down here. 2Tick got the ultimate on as well, so the free-range shoves are available, but Alliance have just scattered to the wind, so honestly feels like JDG may just have to play as careful, though. Alliance looking for the re-engage here. Still got the chain slice onto NY7, but he finds himself immediately bursted out. The zip healing will keep him standing for just a little bit longer. Free-range shove lands onto a couple of members of Alliance there. F slams into 2Tick and sets him ablaze. Alliance trying to keep that pressure up onto JDG here, but no one's really going that low, and I say that, and then Alliance find the burst, just finishing off 2 of JDG. Complete domination here. 2Tick goes down. Alliance proved me wrong. They found the damage.
Yeah, that was insane. NY7 getting the burn tick onto everybody there inside the Kurumi circle, preventing them from getting as much healing from it, and then coming in with that huge charge to LMB off the staff, catching out 2 members, absolutely locking them down, allowing the rest of the team to tear through them while they were locked down inside that charged LMB there from the staff. Alliance cleans up a very dominant fight. As we cut back over to Team Wolves, Wolves here off to a really good recovery here. We see 2 sets of purple armor, 2 purple weapons on the team as well, as we get ready to set up for that first set of Realm of Yang. And like I said, this is exactly what I expected Wolves to do here off of losing that initial engagement to Team GG inside Secret Tunnel, is to go loot up and immediately keep the pressure on, look ahead of that Realm of Yang. They're actually going to come back and run it back onto Team GG. Believe it or not, they are actually stacked compared to Team GG here with the double sets of purple armor, purple weapons as well, looking to come in. Zem doing a little bit of weapon swaps here, wants to get his hands on that staff rather than have that fan. They're going to push GG away, and it looks like they're going to head up to take the high ground and potentially look to start setting up for these Realms of Yang. And again, I expect Wolves to keep this pressure up, to keep the aggression going, because like you said, they are a sprinting team. They are not marathon runners. They want to go ahead, take that early lead, get to that match point as soon as possible, and they are not going to let an early fight that they lose discourage them from doing that, especially when we're on 3 back-to-back Firefly maps, Jake.
Yeah, well, I think weirdly, Wolves losing that fight benefited them more than it benefited GG. Yeah, GG get the points, but what we saw happen was they lost a single player, and they lost all that loot on that player. Like, Wolves weren't looted by the time they went into that cave. They were barely looted at all, so they were able to just take a fight, got a kill, walked away with, you know, the lost fight, and then were able to gear up. But GG then lost their gear effectively after that, and that cost them pretty heavily as Lue, oh no, TXJ is able to hunt him down on the Viper, secure that kill. Interesting to see that it's VVV on the Tessa and not the Viper, because VVV is like the Viper player in my head, but I guess they decided to change that one up as XJ, you're charmed, you're locked in place. There's no way you're going to be able to go. It looks like he's actually able to break away. Throws down the Sandstorm as well, and is going to get the blink out here from the members of JL. JL very low, actually. They need to go for a reset. EWG are going to look to put some pressure onto these members. They really need to get some healing in. This could get very dicey for the members of JL here. Rebirths have worn off as well. This is not how you want to be starting your game when you are one of the favorites in the tournament. 2 players will fall for the side of JL. Only one survives. Overconfidence and a little bit of greed in the zone has cost them heavily here.
Yeah, I mean, EWG plays this really well, especially Exjai. That Wisp that they catch out into the Temi ultimate to be able to buy the team the time to start resetting, well, it forces JL to use their only escape tool to back off, and they're either forced to make the decision to re-engage now or head for the zone with EWG chasing them from behind. They just do a really good job of setting themselves up for success as we do head into the first Realm of Yang today, and it's going to be DRG versus the members of Team GG. As we take a look here, 330 trying to set up a huge staff charge here, but unable to find it, and he sees all of his armor immediately stripped away. Most of his HP going to be forced into that ultimate a little bit earlier than he wants here, as now he's trying to turn around and help the team. Unfortunately, he jumps around the pillar. The enemy Yushan there, WX98 popping his ultimate. He's not going to get any damage out there. Now 330 forced to deal with WX98 or risk him turning things onto the team here. and unfortunately his ult will run out first. He's got to find a way to set something up for the team here, or just look to peel. He's not been able to find much of anything yet. He's gonna go topside. There we go. He's gonna get hit out there by the Fairy as his ultimate ends. GG's LXM coming in with the ultimate there on the Valda, looking to find some of those spears. DRG still in it. Gonna be dropping the blue armor for the armor swap to another teammate. The massive parry coming in from WX98. The shoulder tackle, though, coming in from Yueshon, actually gonna save the members of Team GG here. They live to fight a little bit longer. LXM, even though the ult's active, taking the opportunity to try to get a pot in here. No spears left, forced to come in. Takes huge fan RMB here. Almost nothing left in terms of HP. The F still online, finding time to get some pots off here, but GG still needs to find some more damage here onto the members of DRG. There it is, the final member will fall down as GG finds their 6th elimination of the game and takes away that first Realm of Yang. And it looks like Wolves also takes that Realm of Yang like we talked about and will be coming out on top in their Realm of Yang.
So you see the point of the Yueshon, right? But the problem with this comp is if you're playing versus another one, the Yueshon does nothing except deal with the other Yueshon. Because like, Valda's too hard to deal with. The Hardys are just flying in the skies. There's nothing the Yueshon can do about that. It's tough being a Yueshon in these comps, in those games, but they made it work. GG able to find the burst. Big spear coming in as well from their Valda. Over to Wolves now with the Vermilion Bird's Might as well. I want to check on JL. They did get eliminated. So I saw one of the players double back, the last standing player double back to try and pick his teammates up. But clearly it looks like EWG spotted them just before we went into that Realm of Yang. So JL knocked out in the first game with just 5 points. That's scary when both Wolves, Alliance, GG, all the teams around you are popping off in this game. This could be a pretty high scoring game for one of these teams. As now it looks like Wolves looking for their revenge versus GG. Both of these teams have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so gonna have that to work with. Zem goes for a grab, isn't able to actually find his mark though. Gonna have to look to reposition himself. Rest of his team actually doing some work here. CJS is incredibly low on that Hardy as he's trying to fly away, trying to evade the grab of this monk here. CJS now clinging to the inside of a building. It's the best place he can get into is 3-3-0. Going to continue to be a bit of a nuisance and deal with the Wolves members while his team are going for a reset. I believe a spear hit because the Wolves members just able to do so much burst. CJS should just go down here. Couldn't be the kill. Who's going to secure it though? Because DRG able to jump in. Wolves secure that kill onto CJS, and now DRG with that third party, knowing the ultimates have been burnt. This could get really nasty really quickly. GG's LXM going a little bit low, but able to hold fast for the moment as Wolves lose a player to DRG. Another player from Wolves should go down. The third party has been so effective here. WX98 looking for the kill, but GG was actually the one to secure the kill onto ZK there. Massive Valor ultimate lands onto multiple people. 3-3-0, incredibly low HP. Parry coming in from WX98 is now Zen going very low, but DRG are just taking everything. What a third party from them. Beautifully played. LXM, last man standing. They just tidy up a nice tasty 4 kills for themselves. 5 kills make it.
Yeah, this is huge for DRG, but this is also really good for Team Wolves. Wolves gets that Vermilion Bird's Might. They immediately lock onto Team GG, who also wins that Realm of Yang, and they prevent Team GG from picking up basically any eliminations with the use of that Vermilion Bird's Might while covering the gap there so that they're able to catch right back up and tie them up with GG. So huge for them as we cut back here to the Realm of Yang here with the members of Wolves versus WBG. Jing just slapped out there by Wolves. Zem, the bow shots coming in from the team, allowing him to go ahead and finish that elimination off. Zem gonna move away and de-ult, so he has that shield because he ults before going low, so he's able to come out with a little bit of protection there. He does get parried out, but now just using the staff movement to give him a huge advantage while the rest of the team takes a clean 2v2 and he gets a chance to reset before he comes in and starts to help him here. Walker trying to clutch it out here, but now AXO goes down and it becomes a 3v1 scenario. Walker still in ultimate, but with 3 players still alive on Team Wolves, it's going to be very hard for them to make anything happen here. Zem just taking the brunt of the damage here, allowing the rest of the team to find follow-up damage. The F coming in, Zem able to just tap dodge, avoid to the side of it as they clean that up, and we see how they win that first Realm of Yang, Jake.
Yeah, really nice. Just saw that little bit of synergy from Valda, which was hinted at like 2 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago, where you have the Valda whirlpool allow you to grab someone out of it as the monk. It just sets up a free grab. There is a little bit of that synergy in there. Wolves, whole bunch of teams in the area. See, they're all getting set up for this Spirit Well. I think there's a Mystic Might one in there. Yeah, it is. Mystic Might one. I think Wolves have decided they got better things to do. I don't think they want to contest it. Realm of Yangs are up. I think that's going to be the attention here for Wolves, and they've got the team to do it. Question is it still open? GG in the area. Wolves waiting it out. No one's jumped in, actually. You can see on the bottom right of the screen who's inside the Realm of Yang. X1 going to get this Spirit Well nice and comfortably. Got the Monk Transform as well on the inside just to hold it. They'll be picking that one up, and so far no one's gone into a Realm of Yang. X1 get Mystic Might. And all the goodies from that one, and it is just a waiting game. GG and Wolves. We can't have them fighting each other for like a 3rd time. That can't be what happens here. Oh, looks like teams are going in. Wolves jump in first. And everyone scatters. No one wants to fight Wolves. They just get a free Realm of Yang.
I mean, to be fair, this second set of Yangs is a high risk, high reward type scenario, which is why Wolves more than happy to go in, find themselves this free Realm of Yang, walk away with it. They now have that Draco Storm. The other teams just decide it's not worth the risk to head on in. The problem is now you've got to deal with Team Wolves with Draco Storm as we get ready to head into that mid game. A huge third-party potential as well. OUG here in a little bit of a pickle. The King throwing that bell out way too fast. Now going to be forced to monk up, and it's going to be Monk v Monk here in X1's LYD versus the King. The King finding that huge initial opening into the fight. The King getting pushed back now, still looking for a good opportunity and a couple of grabs here, but X1 finding huge damage onto him there with that pole sword coming through. The burn tick doing so much to the King. The King able to find the cube and get out here, but the question is how long will OUG be able to hold on? Will they be able to recover from this engagement with X1, or will X1 be able to keep the chase up? And it looks like Zinyu gonna get caught out here by XLY. Zinyu still just trying to desperately break away here with the movement from the Fist Blades, but they are gonna get cut off from the rest of the team as X1 now in a 3v1 with OUG Zinyu, cut through Zinyu, and we're gonna see them continue to just hunt down this player, and it actually draws the rest of OUG back into a 2v3. Aurora Burst coming through from the King. We're gonna see XLY able to get out of it though, and there we go. We're gonna see the Blistering Edge come through and continue to tick damage down onto King. A huge parry. The King really trying to turn things back around. Unfortunately, he's not gonna be able to find that Aurora Burst again here. XLY gonna be able to get a pot off there on the shield as well, because the King is currently in a 1v2 scenario coming in. The bell will come in, buy him a little bit of time, but now it is all of X1 versus the King. The King holding on for dear life, trying to bait them into an Aurora Burst if he can find one on the entire team. The uppercut's coming through, not going to let the King touch the ground here as he takes a ton of damage. He does have the ult charge back up yet again, looking to find some of these grabs. Oh my goodness, he finds one! Oh my goodness, SS comes back as well, doing a ton of damage onto XLY. We're going to see the F invested to save him from some of that damage coming through. He almost finds the re-grab. Now, he's got to follow it up. SS continuing to chase on XLY. He gets the grab. Oh my goodness, the double grab coming through. XLY goes down. OUG turns his back into a 2v2. He's got another grab. We see the bell coming out on the side of LYD. The F going to be invested as soon as the slam comes through. The King and SS turn things around. They've just got to avoid this Monk long enough to draw this fight back out, but the King gets grabbed up. Now we're going to see SS coming in flying. Hopefully the double grab does not come through. It could spell absolute disaster. There we go. We'll see the King grab himself a Soul Bloom. X1 sees the potential third party coming through there and need to break away. DRG also waiting in the wings, and somehow against the odds, OUG keeps it alive.
The king, more like the goat. That guy is so cracked, man. Insane how long he held the line there for his team. Got the ult off and gets the escape. Monster performance from OUG. Able to turn the tides here. We haven't actually seen Wolves do much with that Drago Storm. It's now timed out, but there is just a blender of damage and just repeating crossbows firing into X1 as Tutik able to secure the kill onto LYD off there. Grab himself some goodies and head off. Nice little pick there. Kind of had a shooting range for themselves of X1 and DRG members. So JDG able to secure themselves their first kill of the game, and they need it because they are at the bottom of that table. Walking towards WBG, who are also relatively low on the table, have got 5 points for themselves, but we do see X1, LYD obviously going to be timing out now. And OUG, all 4-3 members. I mean, the King was able to hold versus 3. Terrifying to think what the rest of OUG could do as a full unit here. As Wolves now getting themselves into a scrap with X1, or they're coming in for a third party of a scrap in their fight with X1 and DRG. Zem with the golden staff absolutely obliterating the health bars of DRG. And this game is about revenge here for Wolves. They got third partied by these members, and they're going to look for the revenge now onto them, looking for some bow shots. Zem not able to make that connection as Donkey9 just making a run for it, but he's running to the waiting hands of WBG. Wolves, though, not willing to give that kill up. Donkey9 getting some serious pressure put onto them. There's also heaps of teams collapsing in. GG in the area. Wolves just want to secure this kill. They get the parry off onto Donkey9. A whole heap of damage coming in. Golden Staff is just going to melt through the health bar. Donkey9 able to keep himself away for the moment, but Wolves are unrelenting in their aggression. The claws are out here. Donkey9 desperately trying to just use the terrain to his advantage to break away, and he has just about survived. The tick will not finish him off here, and somehow able to survive.
Yeah, this is a really rough spot for DRG to be in here. Donkey9 already in the heal reduction, that tick doing a lot of damage as it converts over to zone 4 now that it's fully collapsed. Down to 1 health pot, 1 shield pot, and we have OUG and Wolves playing gatekeeper here. Donkey needs to sit in that bush and make some thoughts happen about their life decisions. Unfortunately, they're not going to be given much time because Wolves comes in and they decide they are going to check that bush. They said nobody gets away from us as Donkey goes extremely low. Wolves Zem's going to make sure they secure that elimination as they trade blows with the members of OUG. Wolves looking for an opportunity to take a reset here as OUG backs off. JDG shows up, and Wolves not wanting to find themselves in that potential third party, especially as they look over the horizon to see WBG waiting in the wings. Going to take an opportunity to do just a little bit of shopping before zone 4 starts to collapse onto zone 5 in the next 30 seconds. And what a crazy game this has already become, Jake. We've already seen a 2v3 breakout in game 1 of Grand Finals. This feels like Jacob.
Yeah, this is what I've been waiting for. I'm really excited to see this one. Bowder actually getting this Spirit Well for free. This is a White Tigers one, so it's not the last Spirit Well, so it does reduce the chances of getting another White Tigers here. I don't actually know if it locks it, but either way, is not as contested on this one right now, as we're seeing Alliance who are actually pretty stacked. NY7 golden nunchucks, golden armor. Wow, okay, 2 golden soul jades as well onto Revenge. Okay, Alliance are actually looking pretty stacked in this game. Can't remember how many kills they've got. It's not a whole heap, I don't think. I mean, NY7 has 0, and you're the Zai, so you're the main damage dealer. So Alliance definitely need to kind of convert this setup into kills. I think they've got a whole bunch. It's just NY7 hasn't picked a single one up. 7 kills over the Alliance. They're pretty set up, actually.
Yeah, Alliance,
this is honestly, this
Wolves.
game 1 is anyone's game.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy final circle. I don't think we're going to see a final circle with this many monks up in a long time either. And this is where monks excel, when there's so many monks in a final circle just to cause that chaos, to open up the opportunity to find those grabs. Now, that said, where this final circle is heading, not very Monk favored. Lots of terrain here with the different walls and the cliffs here. So the Monks are going to have to work really hard to convert those ultimates into those sort of double grabs to get those explosive kills we're used to seeing in the likes of Season 1 and Season 2 of NARAKA Nbpl.
It does also, you know, it works in their favor because typically, you know, me hater, I will concede. There's not actually that many Sand Siphon teams in this first game. It's a lot more Zai, so you actually have like less comps shut you down. So, you know, while the terrain might not be favored, this is the one time I feel like the Monks are actually going to be okay, just because there's not too many Sand Siphons. If you're playing Sand Siphon, you are getting maximum budget right now. You're going to be very happy yourself. Wolves just having a bit of sniff around. They haven't really got like a safe spot for themselves, so it's a lot of dodging. And this is the one thing we do get. Whenever Monks are in the games, the Buccaneer phase breaks out, the cannons come out, everyone starts just wailing on each other from broadside. Next buff is going to be another White Tigers. This might get very dicey. Right now, it's actually Bowder, who already have a White Tigers, setting up in the area for it. I think this might just decide the game. This buff is going to be very explosive.
Yeah, this is going to be wild. White Tigers twice coming in. Bowda already in position to secure it. The question is, they are going to go ahead and burn the ult here. Ron, is there a team that is going to be able to come in and contest this away from Team Bowda? It doesn't look like anybody's even planning on it. Bowda is going to find themselves in a very strong situation here. They're going to get that Monk ult back online for free. They're going to be able to go in and look to cause maximum chaos here as they do head in with that White Tigers. Even one double grab could set off an explosive chain reaction as we look over to Team OUG here. That Aurora Burst coming through, trying to catch out members of Team JDG there, as well as using it as a zoning tool for the team here. Of course, SS there with that purple sword being able to throw that Aurora Burst out. We're going to see the Wisp come through, not going to find the connection that they were looking for. SS just holding on to that Aurora Burst, continuing to buy them plenty of space as they just press away from the zone here. And this is really nice. It's almost like SS there for the team is just carving out areas of the zone as the zone continues to push forward, allowing for OUG to maintain that space. And sure enough, Bowda does get that White Tigers prowess. We're going to see them go airborne here, looking for a good Monk setup. And GG going to be on the receiving end of some of that pain already, as Bowda trying to find a huge endgame circle for themselves here with that White Tigers prowess. GG's 330 on the Uashan, trying to find any bit of value they can out of this ultimate thus far. Hasn't been able to connect on anybody. Is just going to go airborne as they wait for it to de-ult here, as they now try to regroup with the rest of Team GG. They are going to be able to find a reset. They have just that little inch of space inside the house there. Bowda still holding on to that Monk ult. They've got this White Tiger for another 68 seconds here. They want this zone to get much smaller before they invest that Monk ultimate, and they can find that big chain reaction that we were talking about that they have the potential to get with this White Tiger's prowess. And with zone 6 collapsing in the next 14 seconds, they're going to have a good 30 seconds to spend that ultimate and really look to find that setup that they need. OUG's SS over here, though, with the Aurora Burst, could spell disaster for them. If they're able to catch out the Monk there from Team Bowda with that Aurora Burst, they're going to be able to keep the Monk from getting those slams out as that silence comes through, and that could be a huge deciding factor in how this final circle plays out, Jake.
Yeah, it's Bowda need to capitalize, though. They're running out of time, and they have 0 kills at the bottom of the table. This White Tigers could be the difference maker between them having an amazing day and a really bad day. They've had 2 White Tigers buffs back to back as well, and they haven't been able to translate that into anything. Wolves are just going to pester onto the members of Bowda, forcing them low. And with that, the White Tigers is all but done. You're not going to get a kill in 5 seconds unless a total miracle happens. Yoran goes in for the transform. Zem also as well. Now it's just in for the grab time. Everyone's going to be dodging away. They've been able to catch 3-3-0. That's a double grab for Bowda. Yoran able to get the slam down, and that's a kill. GG lose a player. That's a heavy loss for them to be suffering already. Revenge in the hands of Zem here as well, as he's looking for the double grab. Isn't going to get it, so just goes for the punch. Kiki trying to break away from Zem. Zem's about to lose his transform, and I think all of these Monks are going to be de-transforming soon. That Aurora Burst is going to be able to do so much work as the circle gets smaller and smaller. Hardy, it's just a kiting club up in the sky. Nobody wants to go down where the wolves are. All just having a float about. Is now on the low ground with the monks de-transformed. Immediate burst of action breaking out. You going incredibly low, trying to finish up Zen, but Zen's just too tanky. Massive bubble comes in. OUG just firing away as Wolves cash in on their 9th kill of this game. And Wolves have still got the pressure to keep this one going. Alliance's Revenge jumps in. The Aurora Burst comes out. Not going to really translate into too much right now. SS just using it to hold ground for himself at the moment as Yaran gets knocked into the zone, and NHQ able to secure the kill with the bow. 10 for Wolves, but they've still got GG and Alliance hot on their tails. But both of those teams are down players right now, where Wolves are at full fighting force. You high up on that high ground, going very, very low. We do see a member of Wolves actually getting taken out in the middle of all of this action. The cannon fire from Tutik actually doing a lot. The King comes in for the transform. Health bars are just exceptionally low across the board. Xinyu's able to take down the member of Wolves as well, and Wolves with just a 1. They've got their Valda. Can she survive? Can they keep this game going for themselves? The King looking for the grabs, only been able to find 1, but he's finding himself just completely stutter step up. It's so hard to survive. Kiki able to secure the kill. ZK comes in with the ult. The spear connects onto so many people. He's got more spears. He's got more health. Can he make it work? It is anybody's game. Aurora Burst coming out. Xinyu doing work. Zem goes down. ZK, second man standing. OUG should take the game.
Oh my goodness, what a good game this was for OUG. Like I said, that Aurora Burst really going to come in clutch for this team in the final moments and be a huge deciding factor. Bauda waits a little too long. They're looking for that zone 6 to collapse so that they can find that huge explosive White Tiger's prowess. They're looking to get that chain reaction rolling, but they ult with only a couple of seconds left on that White Tigers. Not a lot of time to be able to find that double grab that you're hoping for to set off that big chain reaction. And because of that, you give OUG the time you need to slide in, get that Aurora Burst off. And as that circle gets smaller and smaller, it becomes more and more difficult for those monks to do anything as Aurora Burst continues to knock the silence onto team after team. Because of that, OUG is able to find hits onto multiple players who just go down to the zone, convert those into eliminations off of the Aurora Burst. Of course, their Valda coming in and landing some big spears as well in the end, keeping Wolves' last player from being able to find any extra eliminations off of their spears. And because of that, OUG is able to come out on the very top here with their 12 eliminations and first place finish. This is going to convert to a huge game for them. Team Wolves, though, an equally explosive game, just very shortly behind them with 11 eliminations and a second place finish.
Very nice, fair, and impartial breakdown. I'm now going to come in with my 2 cents. Bowder, it was actually criminal that you had back-to-back White Tigers and you left the game with 0 kills. Like, oh my word. That was actually just... I have a question to ask because if I speak, I get in much trouble. Let's bring it up. Right. Who won game number 1? This should be an easy one. Was it A, Wolves, B, GG, C, JL, or D, OUG? If you weren't frothing at the mouth at the double White Tigers prowess, you might know the answer to this one. This is a pretty easy one. A, B, C, or D. Make sure you check that whisper box because that is where the goodies will be given to you if you do win.
I mean, yeah, the big impartiality there just being the fact that Bauda waits too long, right? I understand the mentality. You get that White Tiger's prowess. You're very much looking to be in that zone 6 so that you can actually get the smallest zone possible so that if you land that double grab, you can set off that chain reaction. The problem is you have 0 eliminations. As soon as that zone starts collapsing, I think that's when you need to ult, right? They wait for the zone to fully collapse before we see the monk transformation. You've got 5 seconds to find a grab at that point. You're not going to find a double grab in 5 seconds, 1. 2, I think the chaos of the zone actually shrinking gives you a better chance of actually finding those grabs and gives you more time with that White Tiger's prowess. If you're able to find a single double grab off of that as zone 6 is collapsing, you set off a massive chain reaction, you instigate pure chaos, and even if that's the only White Tiger explosion you get is from that initial double grab, you are still going to be in a huge position to profit from the chaos as a monk comp, and unfortunately they leave with a single elimination.
I have one really big thing to say. No one was contesting them. They could have stalled it, and then they would have had it later into the game. That was the big mistake Bowder made here. But here we go, the scoreboard for this game. OUG walking away with 19.6 points, Wolves with 13, GG with 9.5, Alliance with 9. Relatively high scoring game as you get towards that bottom end of the table. KLA, who typically a pretty consistent team at the bottom, having a really, really rough go of it. It's a Valder MVP. It's a Valder MVP. Oh my word, I'm so happy. It's a Valder MVP. Zinyu, 7 kills, 10,000 damage coming in. I mean, you do have 19,000 damage on the King, and the King realistically deserves MVP.
The MVP. Like, yeah, let's be for real.
Not purely from a stats point of view and from an actual play point of view, the King is MVP. Like, that guy.
Yeah, he held off that. He held off that 1v3 for an eternity while he let SS find that full reset, and because of that he was able to ult up and then capitalize off of SS coming back into that fight and completely flip that fight on its head, get OUG back in the game, and because of that OUG comes out on top in this game with a massive 19.6. Yeah, already halfway to that match point. And again, Wolves, not a bad game either, with that 13.5 on top of the 13 points they already have, a very respectable 26.6. We're talking about Wolves' strategy here. Being a team that's going to need to come in, you need to be aggressive on these Firefly maps, and you need to put up as many points as you can during these first 3 games if you're a team like Team Wolves. OUG playing a very similar strategy, but they played a little bit slower, right? They really didn't open up until after that mid game, where they start to find a bunch of those eliminations for themselves. But crucially, OUG is a team that knows how to be set up for a strong end circle. They are able to go out, they're able to find the gear that they need, they're able to find the soul jades that they need in that Aurora burst that does so much work for them there in the end. They also make it to the heal off with a Valda in their composition as well. And because of that, OUG turns this into an explosive game for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really impressive stuff from them. We just saw, like, poor Wolves. At the beginning of this game, it wasn't going their way, and then they could repeatedly were able to just find, like, revenge kill after revenge kill. Like, GG wiped them at Secret Tunnel, they come back and finish them up. Then DRG come in and third party that fight and take away a bunch of kills and take them out. And then Wolves come back and then get DRG in a different third party later. It really was a game of revenge, but Zinyu, that Aurora burst just so big there for OUG. You were very right. It was the key decider, and there it is. I can sleep well. Valder MVP. Huge game from Zinyu here. Wow. They didn't have the Aurora burst, by the way, because they had nothing but blue soul jades.
It was SS.
Wow.
Yeah, SS with an Aurora burst puts in a lot of work for this team. I mean, realistically, all 3 players play exceptionally well. Zinyu knew what his job was. It was to get to heal off, make the most out of those Valda spears as he possibly could, and to counter any other Valda left in the lobby, which is Wolves XM at that point. He's able to turn around, he catches him out in the spear and clutches it out, because realistically, they need that multiplier, right? For this to be the big explosive game that they need to really get that huge early advantage, they have to take those 13 kills, put that multiplier on top of it, without catching that spear in the end there, without making it to heal off of the Valda. That just doesn't happen. So every single player from this team realistically does their job, right? You have the King clutching it out in the middle game in a literal 1v3, holding that team off for an eternity, which sets them up to make it to the end game to find the success that they need. You have SS, who's able to get hold of that Aurora burst, who's able to zone every team off of it, who's able to get the silences on those monks in those final moments to take control of the final circle for them. And then you have Zinyu, again, understanding what their job is, knowing that they need to go to heal off, and knowing that they specifically need to focus the other Valdas out of the lobby so that they can secure that multiplier that they need. All 3 of these players put on an exceptional show, played an exceptional game, and I think all three of them realistically deserve the MVP here, because without a single one of them there, it just all goes topsy-turvy for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's oh, I'm excited for the next game now. I think we saw so much life in our top end of the table. These guys are hungry for it, and you know, they were, I predicted at the beginning of the day that we would see the teams pick up more kind of wild comps as we get later into the day. I especially didn't expect Wolves to be pulling out something so wild at the beginning of the day. I thought Wolves would be a little bit more, as meta as possible and take over from there. But they actually evaded that and decided to go down the Valor route. So it's super interesting to see that these teams, you know, they are clearly practiced and ready for this. They clearly came in with a very, very outlined game plan. You know, we saw multiple teams locking in that Valor. So this is something that they were all thinking about for today's games. And yeah, obviously the changes to the hero select and the fact that 4 finals we're gonna have it. So, you know, if you're at the bottom of the table, well, if you're at the top of the table, you're at the bottom of pick order. It's really going to have a big effect on these teams and what they're going to be able to play going forwards. And weirdly, that game 1, because of the fact we saw a team prioritize that Valda in the first selection, we saw that like the Kurumi and none of the heroes got a increase in cost. So I expected it to be nothing but Sand Siphons or Xiphons at the start. They actually swapped it up and decided to go for the Kurumi, well, for the Valda, meaning that we actually had more teams in the second phase able to pick up the Sand Siphon team, but they still didn't take it, which is crazy. I really expected that to be a heavy Sand Siphon game, but barely anyone was actually on that Takeda. It was all about the Valda Monk comp today, and the Zai as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very interesting. You know, we talked at the very beginning of the day. This is patch 10.17 coming in. We have seen those Kylan changes, right, that come in. The delay between those blades realistically opens up a lot of opportunities for teams to kind of retaliate back against that sort of comp, whereas before he was able to dash so much faster. Also having some of that initial damage reduced off of the ultimate as well really gives teams that opportunity to sort of survive those fights out a lot longer. You also see some of these comps bringing in the Hottie, taking the V1 so that they have the cube to be able to escape, even if they do end up in a situation where the Kylan is able to sort of take control of the chaos of those fights. And I think because of that and the fact that we're seeing so much less of them, you have these comps where we start to see some of these teams really kind of pushing more back towards that late game, right? All these teams that play that Monk Valda, they're looking for those huge explosive moments in the finals area of the game, just like OUG did. And because of that, OUG being able to play it out the way that they did, were able to walk away with that game 1. Wolves also able to keep the aggression going very early on because of the team comp that they picked, but also having a good, strong position into late game as well. I think this is the most diverse field we've seen in trios in a very long time in terms of like teams at the different stages of the game where they excel, the ability for those teams to take fights while still being good in other stages of the game. You know, when we look way back at the older Jacobs, right, what you typically see is you have like two kind of realities for teams. Is you have a good early to mid game comp, and then you have a good mid game to late game comp. If you're a mid to late game comp and you die in the early skirmishes, you're just out of the lobby. If you're a good early to mid game comp and you don't put any kills on the board early on, you're just kind of out of the running. That was kind of the reality. It was very 50-50 for trios for a long time. Now with this, we have team comps that are kind of like, yes, they're better at different stages of the game, but they're not particularly bad at any stage of the game. And they're so varied that not one comp is just going to be able to dominate the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone on record lots about it this split, but I think as far as like the meta picks for trios, this is the best meta we've ever had. I'm also glad that, like, because I will admit, even with that, towards the end of summer, I was starting to get a little bored. I was starting to feel like, these comps are getting quite stale now. They were fun at first, but bleh. But now, like, with the introduction to the Valda and the return of the Monk, and some of the changes were like obviously Hardy being, Kylan being dropped down the priority as well. Is opened up room for more adaptation and more changes. And again, suddenly this meta has had like a burst of energy, a burst of kind of like, it just needed a bit of revitalizing. And I think that's what we're starting to get with things being changed around a lot. Also interesting to see how that kind of priorities have been changing over the last few weeks as well. Curious to see if that kind of follows through, because before it really was like Sand Siphon was your S tier comp, and then like Xiphon, a few teams would rank it as S, but most of them would kind of rank it as like high A, and then you'd kind of like have it kind of cascading from there. But then towards the middle of the split and towards the end of the split, we saw more and more teams actually say, no, actually Xiphon is just as good as Sand Siphon, and they were kind of your both S plus picks. Been very interesting to see how the teams have kind of like adapted and changed, and now it's kind of Xiphon and Sand Siphon, I think, just comes down to preference of the teams more than like this one is better than this one.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The hero point rules have also really impacted the way these teams are going to be picking the compositions that they're playing today as we go forward. And it's so good. It's just absolutely refreshing from start to finish. This is something the game has needed, and we've slowly been working the kinks out, if you will, of how the hero selection works for these teams, and being able to find viability in different heroes to come in, even when you're forced to play what might be considered lesser heroes and stuff. I think the balancing tweaks lately have been really, really good. We're trying to bring characters kind of back into range with everybody else, while giving some characters who needed some love, some much needed love. Like if you look at Monk, the Monk realistically just kind of needed a good support system that wasn't being ripped away in every other meta comp, aka, you know, the Karumi and the Zip and your Yueshans that were just finding so much more success in these other compositions, kind of leaving the Monk high and dry, right? Because this is a hero that needs support one way or another to really be playable in these trio scenarios. But now you're finding the Valda coming back in, which really gives you a clean opportunity to support that Monk, as well as make it to heal off, have an alternate viable composition, if you will, for if something does happen to your Monk in the end, to still be able to find those points. And here we go. This is that crazy play we were talking about between OUG and the members of X1 here, where he realistically 1v2s. And look at this. This is before he swaps that Aurora Burst over to SS for OUG, and he's using this Aurora Burst to threaten this base, gets a clean carry here, and just plays this so smart. Originally, it's like the 1v2, and then we see all the members come in. He's waiting for the opportune moment too, right? He's so close to that ultimate. He just has to keep baiting this out, looking for some damage so he can get into that ult. He does get carried a little bit here down onto the juggle, but all the work he's put in pays off here as he's able to ult here. There's coordination as well. I'm sure he's talking with SS in that headset as SS finds that full reset, is able to come back in. SS comes in here with the huge damage. The Hottie uses the F there to actually mitigate the damage, but look at what SS does. He breaks away. He doesn't cover for the Monk here so that he can set up XLY for a clean execution. Because of this, X1 here doesn't really see the double grab potential coming in. They take a ton of damage. They're able to get the regrab here as well, doing even more damage. LYD does pop the ultimate, but this right here keeps OUG alive and in the game, and it's all thanks to the King and that crazy 1v2 into 1v3 fight that allows SS to get the reset and come back in so they can set up that massive play off of the Monk ult.
It was an unbelievable play from OUG. The King masterfully handled that, and yeah, that Aurora Burst genuinely won them the game. Like it got them that fight, which could have just been devastating for them if they'd lost it. Then in the end of the game, the Aurora Burst was so much power as the zone closed. Really, really impressive stuff coming in from OUG. Wolves, though, seem high spirits coming out of that game one. They still had a very good game. Sure, they didn't get the win, but they were 1 kill behind, and we're starting with the most points today, so they're not too far behind. They just need one good game, and we've already got 2 teams half the way there to that match point, so a bunch of teams are going to be looking to catch up, and it's going to be a heated day.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very crazy day. I expect these next 2 games to be even crazier, right? Again, we talk about the importance of these first 3 games today. Again, you're on the Firefly maps. You have 0 hero points for your first 3 games, which means you're kind of forced to play different heroes for every single game. You are also in an area where right now we sort of have 3 teams that are very explosive teams. I like the analogy that you used earlier today, the fact that these teams are sprinters, they are not marathon runners. They need to find that match point threshold as soon as possible before they run out of steam heading later into the day, before they are pushed further and further down that hero point selection where they are sitting at the top, but they have no hero points to be able to capitalize on any sort of viable team comp, making it harder and harder for them to realistically find that MVP that they're looking for so they can clutch out the championship.
I think that's the scary thing about it is, you know, Wolves are very much, like I said, they're a sprinter team, but because they're at the bottom of that hero select table, it's very hard. It's a lot harder for them to get the comps they want to be getting. So it's like, you know, you're a sprinter, but you're also wearing Crocs. So they're heavily handicapped going into these games off that. So they've really got a lot of work to do if they want to secure that win. And obviously, I believe the changes to the hero points and well, not the hero points, but to the order select being from the beginning of the day and not halfway through the day is compensated for the fact that it is 5 less points to hit that match point. But at the same time, that still favors lower down teams. Like, all of these changes, I think, allow for a more likely comeback, a more probable comeback, because, you know, those teams are obviously going to burn through points. They're going to have a harder time getting those MVPs as you get later into the day. But if you're at the top, if you're at the bottom of the end of the table, your first priority and everything, getting to 65 points is easier than getting to 70. So that world is very much there. So just having another look at a replay. I'm assuming we're having a couple of technical issues, hence why we are not into Hero Select yet. This is Alliance's fight versus KLA inside the realm of Yang, and it's weird because we were so focused on the Valdez that we didn't really get to see much of the Zai action. But I mean, we've seen Zai so much this play. It's been so impactful. It's so much power. The ability with the Ivatari and your ultimate to reset your F, so you get 3 Fs, really affects so much. And that Meteor does so much damage. And the most important factor is the heal burn. You know, the ability to kind of shut down these Kurumis and these zips. It has a lot of value.
I was gonna say, we saw that in the earlier fight with Alliance, right? They were able to use that Zai as the enemy team kind of gathers up inside that Kurumi ultimate. They're able to catch all 3 with that burn tick damage, effectively hitting them with that heal tech reduction, making that Kurumi ult so much less impactful for the team. And then off of that, as they move towards the edge, that same Zai as the ult ends is able to set up that charged LMB off of the staff and just collectively lock down 2 members because of how many hits come out on the staff. And because of that, they are very quickly able to capitalize and pick up both of those eliminations and then turn it into a 3v1. So the Zai pick from Alliance, very, very strong. They do put up a significant number of points in this game, that first game as well. And now they're going to find themselves in that first round selection, which is going to be huge for them. This is going to be the opportunity that Alliance needs to really put some points up on the board.
Yeah, I need to correct myself. I was wrong. It turns out the first 3 games, when we have the 0 hero points, we are sticking to a rotating hero select, and then from then on it will go into round order. As interesting to see, but KLA put the priority on grabbing a blind date comp for themselves, while everyone else goes Sand Siphon. Sand Siphon increased in points, so no one's gonna be able to pick it up in this rotation. May just be a bunch of blind dates. I mean, obviously Wolves and stuff can't play the Valda right now, or the Monk or anything like that. So I think blind date's probably the best go-to. Or you could go Xiphon, actually. Xiphon is open. Yeah, that'd be what I'd do. Interesting, JL now, it's their turn to take the Valda. We are heading to Padoria on this map. I have not got too much experience on how well Monk does on Padoria. I feel like there's a lot of terrain, so not great. Only one Xiphon here from Wolves.
Yeah. I think it's a good selection for them here, especially because they're going to be in that first round selection going into the third game. So this is a strong pick for them, and it leaves them open with lots of opportunities to play realistically anything going into game number 3. And again, these 3 games really going to matter the most here, given the Firefly, given the fact that we're on those 0 hero points. These are the only games where Wolves is going to see rotation before they're just stuck in that bottom for the rest of the day. Love to see the continuation of this Monk Hottie Justina comp coming out. I enjoyed the heck out of it. We're going to see some more of that Xiphon coming here. 3 teams, EWG, JDG, DRG, going to be locking that in for our game 3. Not as much diversity as we saw in game number 1, but still a really nice field of hero picks coming in here, especially with this new composition with the Valda Monk.
Yeah, I will worry about the 2 monks in this game, just due to the fact there's only 2 of them. Monk is always a target when there's less of them in the map. People don't want to be dealing with it in the final circle, but also, you know, it's a scaling comp, so it needs to get some gear before it can really pop off. Now, obviously, Valda does kind of budgetify this comp a little bit because, you know, unlike a Yuashen, she doesn't need to share that armor with the monk, so all she really needs is a good weapon, and then her ult will give her enough health to survive. So we are going to get ready into this game, just see what everyone's loadout is going to be being. I don't think we're going to see anything overly surprising here. But it's going to be a big game, especially with a lot of very aggressive comps getting locked in. I would also be worried about the monks just because there's a whole lot of Sand Siphon in this lobby as well. So there's a lot more ability to shut you down. It makes your life, this comp really struggles into it, especially with like things like the Hardy as well. Makes his life hard. Turbulent winds and all that.
Yeah, I think for the most of the teams here, the Sand Siphon is actually why we see so many of these teams actually move away from that monk composition. Of course, you've got WBG and JL here. They didn't play it last time, but if you're going to be in the bottom end of composition picks going into the next phase, I feel like you're kind of forced into playing a lesser comp this particular game so that you still have points available, especially given, or sorry, not points, but you still have heroes available to play, given that these first 3 games are 0 hero point selection, and you don't know what the other teams are going to bring to bear during those first 2 phases before you have to pick at the end here. We're going to take a look. This is going to be a very ranged drop here, but very similar to our first drop there on Morse Isle, where it is 2 teams dropping on each other. We're going to see a lot of these early fights. It's going to be Wolves and DRG over here on our western side of the map. We have 2 teams dropping the very middle on Imperial. We're going to have 2 teams out here as well. It's going to be EWG versus OUG. X1 notably sort of between these 2 teams here, so if they're able to loot up, they might find themselves having really good third-party potential, but they need to be careful if they don't find Fireflies where they're spawning here before they pressure into one of these 2 fights. That fight could be almost over, and then the team that initially took that fight will actually have more rage than them. So X1 needs to move quickly. They need to secure Fireflies and loot and find a good third-party opportunity off of this drop.
Well, Wolves immediately trying to pressure up onto DRG. Now HQ doing a lot of work there, dashing through multiple people, getting on. The VX98 is isolated, and I think Wolves have been able to spot him out, so they're going to keep the pressure up, and this could just be a nice, easy little pick for them. Going for the run, gets caught out by the grapple. Zem with that staff, going to continue to chase forward. WX98 needs to make a breakaway, but Zem able to dodge away, not going to get hit up for the moment. HQ loses a bit of HP, the F comes down. I don't know if he made any connection. Kaishi going low. ZK also getting himself in a bit of danger here. Wolves suddenly, again, they just start on a rough fight. The zip healing onto Zem. It's going to do a bit of work for them, but they need to make a break for it. Kakaishi's trying to go in there. It's going to be the staff for the kill. Can he secure? No! Kakaishi turns it around onto Wolves. 2 drops in a row. Do not go in Wolves' favor. ZK now on his lonesome versus WX98. This zip is Dunzo. There you go.
what's crucial is we see Wolves turn this around last game. It's kind of their MO as well. They don't let this get into their mentality. It doesn't stop their aggression. They know what they need to do after this. It's go find a good place to loot up and head to that Realm of Yang. It's exactly what they do last game. That's exactly what I expect them to do this game, as we see DRG here trying to find some more eliminations. They actually find one there on to KLL. DRG with the 4 eliminations here. KLA trying to break away. 17 extremely low, so he's going to try to split himself up here. But the rest of KLA going to come back in. It looks they are going to run it back with one of the members who died, where they were able to get that resurrection off screen. But DRG still just in a dominant position here into this fight, able to avoid the Tessa ultimate. CXZ here taking a lot of damage, is realistically 1 hit away from dying. That fan RMB though going to come in strong onto the members of DRG. KLA's QGG now separated, gets a massive parry, but Don Quing there with the ultimate, able to stop the parry punish onto WX98. And it looks like DRG gonna come in. They're gonna secure 7 eliminations off the bat here, as well as get their member back in with all 3 resurrections still available. DRG needs to very quickly look to find aggression onto another team, as they still have 2 minutes before those resurrections are going to go away, and DRG could convert this into 10 eliminations before zone 2.
That'd be absolutely massive for DRG. What a start for these guys, and they were at the bottom end of that table and they just shot up into the middle. They can continue this. They could find themselves towards the top end of the table by the end of this game. Obviously, a bunch of the teams are probably going to have something to say with that. Wolves, GG, OUG been relatively quiet. JL got 3 kills to themselves, and they had a pretty rough start to that last game. They got knocked out very early, tried to double back on themselves, and paid the price for it to try and get their cheeky reses off. Now, one thing, just going for a surf. It's such a wide stance, man. It's such a wide stance when you're on the Mercury River. I love it. But yeah, I feel like a lot of these teams are going to be looking, like you said, to kind of just get some decent loot put together. JL have actually found GG. So a little bit of a denial towards the top end of the table. Revives have just about worn off at this point. So it's going to be a pretty fair and square fight here. LXM try and get himself dodged away here. GG coming in with the fist weapons. Bubbles get popped. They've still got that ultimate to lock down, and GG, they decided they still want this fight. Getting a little bit too low. JL putting the pressure up. VVV though with the ultimate on, still chasing onto the members of GG. LXM just absolutely bolting for it, as we see X1 and OUG in a fight here. Big Valda Viper stun is looking to lock down some of these members. SS is going to get himself caught out by the charm. Are they going to come in and try and finish these kills up? X1 already going very low though. OUG looking for that turnaround. Secures ZDI with the bow, as now they're actually just continuing to pressure onto X1. The revive comes in. This could just be another kill for them. As actually SS decides to go for a bit of a reset. Only got the grey armor, so he's a little bit low here. Only one last food range shove available, which he throws out onto the members of X1. I don't even know if they've really made the clip off the back of that one. Bane's Breath coming out from X1 at this point, and now OUG may have to find themselves on the escape, as X1 can just use this as an ability to aggress forward. They have something behind them which they can safely jump back into to reset. And OUG, 2 members of grey health, very, very low health bars, and they're just going to get absolutely mowed down here. SS is going to have to be a miracle from him. The X1 have already been able to secure that kill. Zinyu going a little bit low here. Should be finished up momentarily. Throws down the charm. Does connect onto the king, and the king, last time he pulled off that 1v3. This time, him and his team are eliminated.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge for X1 here, and what realistically happens that we don't see here is you see they're on 6 eliminations. They pick up 3 of those eliminations here from OUG. If you remember, OUG hot drops on another team. I think X1 comes in before that fight starts, catches one of them out, and is able to take the clean 1v1. OUG decides rather than take the risky third party, they want to go loot up. Once they loot up, they try to come back in onto X1, But you have to think about it. If you're X1, you've already taken fight. You've had such an opportunity to build up that rage. So they're very easily able to take an early lead in the fight there with the ultimates. They also have that escapability there because they are playing the blind date comp. They're able to use that Wu Chen to step away once the ults start coming out. And unfortunately for OUG, those Furin shoves are few and far between, and there's very little damage coming off of them as well because they have almost no gear underneath of them. So many of them just on whites and a very select few of blues, so that ultimate just not finding the power that it really needs for them to take that fight. It was a very unfavorable fight for OUG to pressure into.
Meanwhile, Wolves have done exactly what you said they should do. They do this. They drop, see if they can get the win on the drop. If they do, they're happy. If not, they'll just run off, find a nice quiet spot on the map to loot up, and then look for these Rema Yangs. And purple weapons, blue armors across the board. Sure, they'd like to get some purples, but right now, I think Wolves are happy with this. And as you can see, they're heading south. They're heading towards that Rema Yang. Actually back towards GG. So could see another rematch from that game number 1 between these two, as Wolves are getting into the position to secure themselves onto this Roma Yang. That was spawning up momentarily as well, actually, 22 minutes. So could get very heated around here. JDG slammed down a Bane's Breath actually on themselves, just to secure themselves priority onto this Roma Yang. And I mean, they got, oh wow,
that's
they've
Volpine.
Yeah, they got what was it, the
Volpine Essence.
Thank you. Volpine Essence. They got golden Soul Jades, purple Soul Jades. These guys got Soul Jades out the wazoo. They're set up.
Yeah, I think they picked the perfect target to put the Volpine Essence too on the Zai here, 2-tick. Because if 2-tick, you know, goes down low, they do have the healing coming in from the zipping. You know, you could put the extra Volpine on zipping, but realistically, you want it on your damage dealer, who's going to be in the middle of the fight doing the thing. Because if you get 2-tick separated, if you think you're able to come out back on top of this fight, because you're able to get the Zai out, and you're just kind of left with the Matari and the healer, and then all of a sudden 2-tick just gets an extra life bar, you may have completely overextended yourself and end up losing that fight pretty easy. And speaking of which, it's going to be DRG who's going to have to figure this out. Their target selection is going to have to be pretty good here. They are going to look to eliminate this Zai first, kind of force that ultimate out. But Zai, again, with that Volpine Essence, very smart decision from the side of JDG. There it is. The target selection coming in on the Zai trying to get back into the middle and keep things mixing up. They haven't even burnt that ultimate yet, as we do see the Matari coming in. We're going to see a little bit of damage coming in. 2-tick going to find some more reset here. Unfortunately, they're forced to end the pot. The charged LMB coming out of the fan, going to catch onto the other player, doing some more damage. Some more flanks coming through. Huge damage off of the RMB. The other team pops the ult there to keep the teammates alive here. 2-tick in a really clean position here with the ultimate, finding a lot of damage. And again, they have such a huge safety net here. The Volpine Essence, there it is. It's going to pop, and now 2-tick gets to keep the ultimate going, gets to keep the pressure up. There it is, onto DRG's Dongqing. Dongqing's going to go down. This becomes a 3v2 very quickly. 2-tick with a couple seconds left remaining on the ultimate, going to be able to set this team up for success. JDG finds another, and now it is a 3v1 on the final remaining member of DRG. And this is exactly what I talked about before this, that Volpine Essence being on 2-tick is going to be what saves this team if things turn sideways, as the target acquisition is going to be on to the Zai. And because of that, they've been able to turn this into a 3v1. Kakaishi here trying to time it out with 42 seconds. I don't see it happening, Jake. There it is.
I think it's going to be a very, very hard hold on that front. Is going to be secured. Wolves lost to Alliance as well inside their realm with Yang. Valda lost to theirs. DRG, JDG technically still going, but I'm probably popping up any second now. Alliance with that Vermilion Birthmark. It's been a rough start to this game for Wolves here. Alliance able to secure this kill, but I mean, Alliance have been on fire this year, so no surprises to see them popping off like that. So we do see EWG taking a fight versus X1. ZDI trying to see if he can find the opening on to the members of EWG. Cookie popped against the wall momentarily, but ZDI was constantly looking for a scale rush, but he just couldn't really make the connection. So instead, he's going to look for a lockdown and secure the kill. There it is. With the pole sword, picked up on that one. Refresh as well, as now Cookie could just be the next target. What a parry from Cookie. ZDI has to switch back out to pole sword. Looking for a scale rush onto Cookie, but Cookie catches him with the chain scythe. making his life very hard. X1 are ultimately still able to win that fight, but a little bit dicey in some areas there.
Here we go. We're going to cut back to the rest of this fight here. Wait, there's no way Kakaishi wins this 1v3 into JDG, right?
That would be the hypest thing ever. I think he's doing it.
With the Matari
with Matari
here.
as well. It's not even like he's like a true...
Nobody going
true
for the resurrection here. 19 seconds left remaining. I think it's more likely that he's just able to bait this out and take it to time. Oh, there's Cecil low. The parry coming in, huge for him.
No
way. Does it? What? In what world does JDG let that happen? Oh my stars.
That was absolutely beautiful. Now JL getting himself in a fight here versus Alliance. Remember, Alliance and JL both have that bird's might, so it's just a trade of points really more than anything. They are going to look to try and get that pick on to NY7. He's got grabbed twice and finally will go down, but Bowder also joining into the fray. JL finds himself a little bit exposed here. Grapple's coming in. Peak gets himself caught out, gets slammed down, but One Fang losing the monk and a lot of health to follow. Buren shove coming in just to lock him down. JDG able to secure the kill as it is just a absolute fluster of action. Everyone closing in. Toothpick has that ultimate, waiting for the prime opportunity to pop it. There's going to be the ultimate burnt down chain scythe, just absolutely liquefying health bars in front of him. Purple chain scythe is just going to do so much damage at this point, as Yu is going to be next up on the menu here for JDG, as they are just putting some kills on the board. The bottom end of the table are really popping off in this game. This is their opportunity to climb back and close that gap between them and the top and the front runners. It looks like JDG going to make a break for it. Those 5 kills, they're going to be happy off the back of that one. Bowder threw down a Yoran, threw down a Wisp, but it's not really going to do too much. WBG get their first kill of the game as well. And other than JL, you know, it's DRG, JDG having relatively decent games. Actually, X1 as well, 9 points.
Look,
there's a lot of big scoring teams here.
I still can't believe JDG lets DRG get away with that 1v3 inside Realm of Yang. Absolutely cooked for JDG.
Oh, no,
there's just no way you allow that to happen. Yeah, Wolves not in a good position right now. They did not win that Realm of Yang that they took, and because of they're on the back foot right now. Yeah, 40 seconds. You can see it looks like I think one of their members has the Yang depletion cleared, so they've dropped the money off for them so that they can potentially buy him back. Right now, you see they're taking this fight pretty aggressively here, trying to see if they can get some soul blooms for themselves, but if they go down here, their teammate having the money to be able to buy them back. They've got 15,000, so they can at least get one of them back into the game. This is going to be the opportunity they need to stay alive. Unfortunately, they aren't going to get the opportunity to continue that fight there, so what's going to happen is Wolves needs to break away. They're going to head into the zone here so that their loot is safe from some of these other teams as they look to have their teammate buy them back into this game, essentially. Wolves not off to the greatest start this particular game. Unfortunately, they really needed to make something happen inside that Realm of Yang for the strategy from game 1 to continue to work for them here in game 2, and they did not. I'm not quite sure. We didn't catch the replay on who Wolves fought inside that Realm of Yang.
It was Alliance.
Was it Alliance? Okay, so Alliance really setting them pretty far behind it because of that. Now they're able to get at least one member back in as we get over to the members of OUG, trading blows here with JDG, and JDG in a very similar position that Wolves is. They were able to get some of the soul blooms back in, but I mean, they have got to be feeling the mental anguish after losing a 1v3 inside Realm of Yang. Like, you have just, it plays on the mental, right? You lose to a single member of another team after you completely set that up. You win, and not only did they lose the 1v3, they lost 1v3 after winning the fight with Volpine Essence. So it's just got to be so demoralizing for them right now, and you can see it in the way that they're playing. It's going to be JL versus Alliance in our second Realm of Yang.
Well, let's see how JL handled himself here. Alliance able to beat out Wolves in that previous one. It's just a bit of waiting game here for the side of One Fang. Does have obviously that transformation. It's going to be the Valda Monk comp going up. right now, as we can see that Alliance trying to make a breakaway for it. The Sandstorm breaks out, and this is the thing that's going to shut down One Feng, but he still transforms in the middle of it. You can already see TXJ has fallen to Yuma. The burst from Alliance is huge. Launches through the Sandstorm. Can't find any grab, obviously, because the Sandstorm wall's going to stop him. And it actually looks like Revenge was able to break away from this one. Yuma finds himself grabbed out mid-air, though. They're going to put so much damage in onto him, but he's able to survive for now. Caught out by the spear. And now another re-grab comes in. Gets a bunch of burst off onto Yuma. Yuma with the third grab. One Thing doesn't miss. Yuma able to break away this time. Revenge keeps him alive, keeps him going. Looking for the Furen shove. One Feng gets the knockback on a count parry onto NY7. NY7 holding fast for the moment. It's just looking to break away. Bell goes for the pop. One Feng, he's weaponless. He's just going for punches and boxes. Switches back out to the sword. I think something was a bit of a visual bug there. As they just continue to put that pressure on.
That's actually a strategy, believe it or not. So Takeda F1 that typically stops the blue from coming through can't stop the slap because you have no weapon for him to grab, so he doesn't get the flip on you whatsoever. So you actually see the monk swap over to the slap just to avoid the F1 so that you can still maintain priority when you're trying to trade for control of neutral.
That is very impressive. There you go. You learned something new. And Alliance learned that they can beat anyone. They're able to secure themselves another victory inside the Realm of Yang. Draco Storm onto them. And that's 6 kills onto Alliance. JL, our front runners on points, other than DRG now, have to go find themselves 3 more kills to secure themselves the cleanse. Otherwise, this game could just be donezo for them. And they were knocked out early last game as well. Not as many points put together, but realistically, they want to get as many points as possible. A good game here could put them very close to match point. As JL is just looking at their perspective here versus... oh no, this is them versus Bowder.
Yeah, this was the other Realm of Yang fight we didn't see.
It's the one they won.
One Feng, yeah. Trying to break away. Unfortunately for One Feng, he's just really low here. Bowda gonna pop the Kurumi ultimate as well. Feng forced into going ahead and using this. We're going to see the sand wall come up immediately, but they're kind of forced to break away from this because of the presence of One Feng. They can't really stand at the Kurumi ultimate. Kurumi needs to find a chance to move it. There it is. They will move the ult, but before the big heal can get through, that slam going to come through and actually knock a member out there from Team Bao Da, which sets up One Feng and JL to be in an aggressive control of this. There we go. Another slam coming through after the spear lands from the side there. Bao Yu just in the hands here, gonna get re-slammed up on the top side with the Takeda shoves available here. There we go. The Furin shove gonna come out, but Bao Yu in a 1v3 scenario, and I don't think Bao Da is gonna make the same mistake that JDG did, allowing you to walk away with the 1v3, and surely they do not. As we cut back to JL here, who did lose their second Realm of Yang, and are now going to be coming out with that Yang depletion and are going to need to find some eliminations, need to find some soul blooms to keep their game going, and they definitely want to do that given that they have 10 eliminations under their belt already, Jake.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do here. 3 more points. I mean, they'd be aiming for more than the 10 kills anyway, so they just got a timer on it this time. That's the way to think about it. WBG are going to cross their path here, and I believe they're going to see them, eh, Zhao? They see him hiding. Yeah, there he is. One Feng spotting him out. Waiting for an opportunity to get in onto the members of WBG. Remember, this is a very important kill here for the side of JL. One Feng scouts it out, and oh, that's why. OEG jumping. TJX, he's popped the ultimates. They have to just go for the turnaround, and WBG give it a lease on life as JL continue to put some pressure up onto Xinyu. Xinyu got forced low. The Kurumi ultimate has to come out. One Feng's going to transform as SS should be that target here for One Feng as he jumps into a tree. Looking for the grab. Able to catch onto Xinyu. Is just going to get the slam down onto him. Xinyu gets caught out inside the whirlpool. Another slam comes in onto him. Catching Xinyu out once again. Losing a lot of HP. SS this time eats the spear. Whole heap of damage coming in. SS goes down. OUG lose a player. And JL going to be very happy with that one. They needed these kills. OUG not done fighting yet. Alliance actually just free firing onto them. They've been able to cleanse one player, but Alliance are just coming in to make sure that their day is done. if Alliance get these kills, this gives them a good shot of winning this game. So this is a desperation play that's going to work out. Alliance, Yuma takes down One Fang. The King going incredibly low. Can he do it again? No. OUG eliminated from the lobby. JL could be close behind them. Alliance could have just opened the doors for a potential turnaround here for themselves. Absolutely huge. They're looking for the spears in KLA. QGG is able to take down VVV. And just like that, JL only had TXJ, but Revenge has found him. Quick kite away, but Revenge is going to keep that pressure up onto him. TXJ going low. Wolves go down to WBG in the middle of that. X1 secure that final kill on to JL's TXJ. And suddenly, X1 the highest ranked team in the lobby. We lose 3 in just quick succession.
Yeah, absolutely crazy how quick some of these teams can go down. The aggression coming out from Alliance onto JL, setting up a domino effect where multiple of these teams just crumble going into the late game here. DRG, man, Cinderella story here. I can't believe, you know, just last pre-finals, our last cast together, Jake, we were talking about one of the very few 1v3s we've ever seen in competitive play. And then we come into today, and in game number 1, we see a massive 2v3 play out. And then here we see the literal 1v3 between a member of DRG and the members of JDG. And they actually clutch it out and come on top. Kakaishi being the player who makes things happen there for DRG. So it's almost like it was meant to happen given what we were talking about last week, Jake.
I know, it feels like we're a little blessed today getting, you know, my favorite character in the game showing up. And then a 1v3. It's really, really impressive stuff so far. And I think like there's a world where I don't know if we go all the way to 8 today, but I think we go later than normal. And my reasoning for that is, with the fact that the bottom end of the pack are actually starting to score a little bit here, I think we'll see a bunch of teams qualify all around the same time, but slightly delayed from normal to that 65 points. And then we'll have a bunch of teams contesting, and then whoever gets MVP is going to be the winner there. So I think we could be looking at probably a 5 to 6 game day. I'd like it to go more, because I'd like to see more NARAKA, because, you know, we've not got much left before we go over to J-Cup, so...
Yeah, I mean...
More. But, you know, also, I love me an explosive ending. Like, if you can win in 4 games, I'm never going to not be happy about that. Like, the hype of the moment, like, Wolves popping the lobby and taking that game 4 was so exciting. Yes, it's a little sad that we had to end the show earlier, but it is always super exciting when it happens.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to put in so much work to make that happen, especially like when you're so far ahead, and it's very easy to be able, like when you're 1 or maybe 2 teams that are qualified over that match threshold, it's very easy to sort of grief those teams out of the lobby so you keep your chance of winning alive. So for Wolves to do that, they absolutely earned that earlier in our bi-weeklies for the summer split here. So you can't really be mad about it whatsoever. Yeah, we always enjoy getting more NARAKA, but when a team comes in and absolutely puts in the work, I think they deserve to end it in 4 games. But today, absolutely blessed games already. Our first 3 games promise to be crazy, and they certainly have. Game 1, probably one of the most diverse fields we've ever seen in terms of team compositions coming out here for trios. We also get that massive 2v3 that comes in from the member of OUG, the King there, holding on for dear life and securing them the MVP for game number 1. Now here in game number 2, we got to see a legitimate 1v3 coming in from DRG's Kakaishi onto Team JDG. It has just been one crazy thing after the next as we come over, and sure enough, the Spirit Well going to be coming in, and a lot of these teams wanting to contest this Spirit Well with the White Tigers coming through, and it's Alliance right now who has set themselves up in a really strong position. Alliance already with 1 set of legendary armor for themselves. We've got the Takeda ult invested here, and on that purple status, going to be able to use those shoves. There it is, the Temi ult coming through as well. This is going to buy them this Spirit Well very quickly, and it's going to allow them to get the resets on their ultimate as well. Yuma going to take up another set of legendary armor for the team here. Some much needed Soul Jades coming through. Alliance with those 7 eliminations, setting themselves up for a very strong end circle here on that classic Sand Siphon.
I'm actually amazed that they didn't give the Kurumi the armor. Just to keep your kind of like your support unit alive as long as possible. But I guess Yuma are more likely to be getting involved into the action. Did take a bit of heat there, but he's gonna just quickly reforge their weapon.
I think the change in that idea, right, is like, yeah, you want to keep the Kurumi alive as long as possible, but it is the Kurumi who has the ability to tether and heal themselves. She also is the player who gets to make the decision about when the ultimate comes out to provide that extra healing. So if Kurumi gets low, she has a little bit more of a safety net compared to the other players who have to find their way to Kurumi if they're being separated by another team.
Well, it's nice to see Alliance doing what I think it was DRG, no, Bowder couldn't do yet last game. Get that White Tigers and they immediately pull the trigger. Start trying to just pick up some kills, pick up some action. Even if they can't translate it into something yet, it's just applying that pressure, causing the chaos and not letting the teams kind of sit still. Feels very good. Lion's actually having a Dreadful Whale as well, which is going to be very powerful in that final circle. We've seen Dreadful Whales really pop off there. Lion's actually jumped into DRG's pocket. Donkey 9 has to quickly get the zip healing coming in. And Alliance actually got a little bit low, but they got the Kurumi, so they'll be able to heal back up. And Donkey 9 just going to disengage. Alliance continue to hold this high ground, but WX98 wants to just throw a few cannon shots in and see if they can get some poke off onto the Alliance members. GG holding the high ground, though, the highest of ground. I don't think anyone's really looking to contest them down up there at the moment. It's just below KLA. A wall to hide behind, but it keeps them away from Alliance's wrath, but also makes it harder to kind of keep tabs on what everything is going on.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting end circle here. There's so many different layers for these players to separate on around this tower, as well as that cliffside, keeping many of these players away. And then you also have that area down below where you see the likes of X1 and DRG kind of in this little canyon. This is going to come down to the very end here, and I actually think this is going to be very strong for Team Alliance if they're able to hold those Furin shoves alive here. Speaking of which, their team here, Yuma, using that Dagger Soul Jade to cover for a while. They're actually held out there inside that Tesla ultimate, and Alliance able to hold this high ground for as long as possible while still finding lots of resets for themselves. Once this comes down to the bottom, if Alliance can come in, they can pop that Takeda ultimate and shove some of these teams outside this final zone in the next 50 seconds. They're going to find themselves in such a strong position. But look up here, KLA on a branch with an even higher ground. GG's LXM coming in. They decide they want to evict Alliance now. They know what the problem is, but maybe a little bit of a miscommunication here as GG's Wu Chen actually sucks away the Viper from that top side there with their teleport before they get the opportunity to get it off onto Team Alliance. This is going to cause quite a bit of chaos now as all these teams down on the bottom start to eat some of those stuns coming in. DRG, KLA going to be coming in. Here it is. We're going to see the huge nuclear device being set off on the members of X1 as KLA starts to pick up some more eliminations. Alliance's N7 will find some as well. WBG Walker trying to find grabs here, and this is such a very tough spot for Walker, considered one of the best monks in the league for the longest time, to try to set up for some of these grabs because of how much terrain there is. Look at this, the very tip top. Walker goes skyborne, is flying with the monk. It's still not able to find the grabs that they're looking for to close this out, and unfortunately for Alliance here, this zone actually closing on the side of this mountain, making it very, very difficult for them to use those Furins to find the value they want here. They need to get down below, knock some of these players from on high above them. That tree branch actually keeping Alliance from being able to find all of the extra eliminations they want here, but they do go to 10 right now. Still in a very strong spot. NY7, there it is, gonna pop the Furin, start shoving all of these players into the zone. DRG gonna lose 2-3 members coming in. They're gonna find multiple of those soul blooms to keep the game alive here. The fan gonna come in, the Furin gonna get the recovery here. Alliance goes to 13, Alliance goes to 14. They don't find the first place, but they will find the MVP for game number 2.
Yeah, that final Valor Spear sinking the nail into the coffin, but Alliance still secure themselves that victory in game number 2. They're going to be feeling very happy with themselves off the back of that one. Especially when last game, they didn't really have the impact they wanted to. A lot of the other front runners are able to put some serious points on the board, and they turn around and say, we'll do better. We'll do better in game 2, don't worry. And they did. They really popped off there. DRG also having an amazing game. OUG were off to such a good start, and then they get eliminated as well. It was honestly, it was more, to be fair, ignoring the OUG point, it was more actually the bottom end of the table or the mid end of the table scoring this one from the top. Like Wolves, they got something, you know, but they all got knocked out. OUG, Wolves, and JL all got knocked out in literally back to back to back. Like they just got pressured out a bit too quick and paid the price for it. As our teams strive ever closer towards that 65-point match point threshold, which is all they need to do. And once they've done that, they've got themselves secured in for a position to take the day and end it. But I do stand by my point. I think we're going to have quite a lot of teams qualifying at the same time into that 65 points, just from how these games have been going, because it hasn't really been like one team consistently popping off. It's been like a series of teams popping off each game. And the pop-off team also hasn't taken first place. They haven't had that like big multiplier, which is your jump ahead of everyone else, which is kind of a nice thing for you.
OUG did in game 1. They did get their multiplier for game 1.
Yeah,
Alliance doesn't
like,
here in this game.
They weren't highest in points, I don't think. They were like in kills. Sorry, it's not like the kill lead.
No, they were. They had 13 kills. They crushed
behind.
game number 1. But we got a question for you guys. Which player used Karumi in game number 2? Is it A, Wolves CK, B, GG's LXM, C, Jails VVV, or D, OUG's The King? Make sure you lock your answers in for a chance to win one of those summer split random gifts, as I do believe this is going to be your last opportunity. Today is your last chance to get one of those summer split random gift boxes, and you don't want to miss out on it, ladies and gentlemen. But no, back to OUG. They had 13 eliminations and a first place finish. Wolves was just barely behind them with 11 eliminations and second place finish.
It was pretty close. It was pretty close. But Lions walk away with 15 kills off this one. Don't get that big multiplier, but they do get walk away with 17 points. JL 14. Even with JL getting knocked out early, they still get 14 points. DRG 13.5. X1 13. WBG 10. 7 points to KLA. Honestly, this is a high scoring game. Like, a lot of people got a lot of points, unless you're WG, in which case they had a donut. They got a donut. Wolves, though, who've been consistently good, unfortunately, let's hope they've not run out of stamina by game 2, because that would not be a good sign for them. Only 2.5 points over to the side of their game. So Wolves definitely got a lot of work to do. But I mean, that's a big game from NY7. He did a lot on that Takeda.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely crushing it here on the Takeda, especially in the final circle. He was able to find multiple extra eliminations and get a ton of those Furins onto bodies for the team. And this is an MVP well-deserved by Team Alliance here. And again, we're talking about a team, you know, we talked about earlier being probably one of the most improved teams this year in terms of the way that they've been playing. And this game goes to show exactly why this is. They are a team that realistically in the past struggled to find their way to late game, even if they had a good early game. That is no longer the case. This team is almost always in the final circle and looking to make something happen. And there it is. They go all the way into first place right now with a 36.3. OUG, JL, and Wolves not too far behind at 34.1, 31.8, and a 29.1 respectively. Two teams at 28 as well. Like you said, this is very quickly shaping up to be a day where multiple teams are going to cross that threshold all at once. Probably, I'm going to take a shot in the dark here and say after game number 4, we're going to see 3 to 4 teams surpass that 65-point threshold, and game 5 get to be absolutely crazy.
What we saw Wolves do was they qualified by the end of game 3 during the beginning of the split. And that was 70 points as well. So it was another 5 points over what we're doing now. But this time, because everyone is scoring relatively high, that slows down the odds of someone winning in game 4 incredibly low. They would have to pop off unbelievably hard in the next game and then win game 4 to be able to do that. So yeah, I think by the end of game 4, we should have probably 3 teams, I reckon, on 65 points. If everyone continues to score like they have, which has been, you know, high but evenly spread high between the top ends of the tables. So it's going to be an exciting game, the next one. Our next game you know, a lot on the line here for these teams.
Look at this, by the way. This is the 1v3 here by Kakashi. Just insane. Goes so low, and against the odds, still comes out on top. They just needed to find a single hit on him there as we go back here. This is where Alliance absolutely just dumpsters that Realm of Yang. There's just no question that they come out on top there. Here in the end, yet again, N7 here, by the way. Look at this, N7 constantly finding the Soul Blooms to be able to get this ult back online. And again, he's going to throw a bunch of people out here, comes over, gets the Soul Blooms, gets the healing, keeps the ult online just a little bit longer, gets another Furin shove out, even though he gets parried here. AXO will come in and cleans up that elimination on him in the end, but it just doesn't matter, as Alliance is cleaned up so much. And a very well earned MVP coming in here for Alliance's Takeda from this game. 9 eliminations, I do believe, and just a very, very explosive game. 16,000 damage. NY7's 4th MVP of the season.
Yeah, really lovely play there from NY7. 10,000 healing as well. He managed quite a lot of healing. Group heal, that'll be it. There you go. Had a group heal on himself, so that explains a lot of that one. 13,000 damage with a fan, and yeah, Alliance. These guys have just been consistently good this split. Like, they're like this year in general. Like, they've been a team who we always saw those glimmers of light from. And, like, we saw a lot of hope from this team. And then it never really transitioned into much. And then recently, this year, it's just like, I don't really know what's changed behind the scenes, but these guys have really got their stuff together. And they look amazing. They're a really, really good team. I'm excited to see more from them. I mean, I'd be surprised if they don't make it to Worlds. I mean, if they win today, they're guaranteed the spot. But, you know, I'd be surprised if they don't make it to Worlds. I'm going to be very excited to see what they can perform and what they can do at Worlds. Anyway, we are going to throw ourselves to a quick break. And then when we're back, we'll be back with game number 3. So we'll see you in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our third game of this series. We're all a bit refreshed and ready to go. Sure, the players are too. Listen to the last game with 0 hero points, and then we shift off into the normal 9 hero points. But from this point after this game, we will be playing in match order. So, sorry, in ranking order. So if you're at the top of the table, you're at the bottom of the priority for hero select. So this is the chance. Teams like Wolves right now, this is their game where they get first pick. So I'm expecting Sand Siphon from them. I'm expecting mad aggression from them. That is the game plan right now for these teams, because it is a lot of teams are scoring very high right now, right, Rune?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I want to reiterate exactly what you said about Wolves, right? Wolves, they tried to recreate the strategy from game 1, unfortunately, because of them losing that Realm of Yang. I mean, they do really good, right? They hot drop, they take a fight. It's unfortunate. They kind of run into a Zai, which is really bad for them early on because of the heal cut from that ultimate. They end up losing that engagement, but the same thing happens to them in game number 1, and they're very quickly able to reprioritize, move to where the loot is, loot up, and head into a very successful Realm of Yang for themselves. They try to do the same thing here in game number 2. They very quickly reprioritize, respawn, get very looted up. They had 1 set of purple armor, purple weapons across the board. We're doing fairly well. Go into that Realm of Yang, and things just do not go well for them in the Realm of Yang. They come out, they try to find a clean third party to go into. They actually have the money to buy some resurrections back. They pressure into a fight, and that other team actually uses a Wu Chen port to get away. And because of how much time that they have left on that Yang depletion, they just simply don't have the option to run it back around and re-engage on that fight. What they have to prioritize is getting one of their team members back up and then trying to find the Dark Tide coins to get the second. They are able to get everybody back up into the lobby, but because they spend so much time doing that, they fall behind in scaling, they fall behind in position, and they just aren't able to find their footing back again. It's a really struggle position for them to be in. Because of that, they're still sitting pretty towards the top end of the leaderboard, but given that they're about to fall all the way back to the bottom of hero priority, and this is going to be the only game where they get that first round hero selection, they have got to make something out of this game for themselves, Jake.
I mean, today has to go horrifically wrong for Wolves if they are going to ever get first hero selection again. It is a tall ask. Now, right now, they're actually, I believe, in about 4th or 5th. So there's a world where next game, if they don't have another good game, they're in 2nd selection, which could play into their favor a little bit as a slingshot forwards. Dohowever, JL right now, as you can see, averaging on a lot of stats in number 1, other than damage. They're number 2 on damage. Doing a lot of work here. I'm very interested by hero select because we've seen so much of this Valda, this monk showing up today. Game 2, I was a bit concerned about the Valda monk, and the monks didn't really achieve too much in that final circle, but it really came down to Alliance were denied because there was a Valda. The Valda extra health inside that final circle, hitting the spear on them, shut them down. Had that not been a Valda, had that been any other character, Alliance would have taken first and got the kill multiplier as well, which I'm sure they absolutely would have loved to have had, but they were denied, unfortunately. DRG, though, these guys popped off last game. These guys were very low on the scoreboard. We're talking like 11th or 10th right now, or were when they first jumped in, and now they jumped up to a more middle position in the table. Had a really, really good game there. Started with them taking a fight versus Wolves, which they won very convincingly. So we're actually having a look at them again. This is also the Kakashi 1 versus 3.
Yeah, they're able to come in. They're able to clean up the 2-tick, get a really good R&B here. And look at this. Kakashi just playing the slow game here. Able to teleport away. Waits, moves around the side here. This is where they set up a huge parry for themselves. They're just kind of baiting the timeout here. I don't think they actually come back and win a 1v3 here. I think they're just trying to run the clock out at 14 seconds. But look at this. Huge LMB into that massive parry onto Jing. Get a ton of damage there. And then Keke just doesn't play it well. He's able to take control of the neutral and completely shut it it down. And I mean, JDG has got to feel so bad about that turn of events, because there's no way, I think, in Kakaishi's mind he's winning that. If you see the way he's playing around the pillars in the beginning, even after picking up the first elimination, he's just trying to play keep away. There's 14 seconds left. He's trying to stall it out. But as soon as he lands that parry, he's at 1 HP. He knows he can get the riposte, get that elimination, get just a smidge of healing, so he can risk taking that, picking up the elimination, and then he's in a 1v1. You see him very quickly shift modes, stop trying to play keep away, because he knows one hit is all it's going to take to eliminate him. So what does he do? He just turns. Once he finds control of the neutral, that's all he needs, and then he comes out on top in a 1v3. We haven't seen it since, I do believe, 2 J-Cups ago. Absolutely wild coming out from him.
Yeah, it's obviously Wolves versus Alliance. We actually missed this one. This is where Alliance beat out Wolves. Spoiler. But it looks like it starts so well there. I mean, Zem getting the 3-man with the chain inside, then opening back up, but it's the attention switch here from Wolves onto Zem, wasting a lot of his ult time, but also just forcing him onto the defensive is really, really big there for Wolves and well, sorry, for Alliance. And the moment Wolves are now ready to look to turn around, Zem's ult is just about timed out, and he can get one last little cone down, but it's not going to be enough damage. And Alliance is just able to punish off the back of this one. You can see they try and turn their attention towards revenge, but Wolves are very scattered at this point. Night Q going incredibly low meant Yuma was able to save his Kurumi. Revenge able to then kind of get some healing off, keeping the pressure up. But I think the problem is Wolves' target selection, and they're very scattered in this fight. Cost them heavily here. I mean, Revenge, I believe, goes down. Yeah, it does go down. But Wolves left with a 1 versus 2. Spent too long trying to deal with the Kurumi, and they only let Zem deal with it. I think the problem is if it had been a more coordinated effort to shut the Kurumi down, Wolves could have won that. Where are we, Yang?
Yeah, it was just poor target selection. I think their plan fell apart. Sorry, their fan. I think their plan fell apart there after that initial huge cone where they catch 3 players out and they're not able to capitalize on it. The rest of the team sort of splits away as they try to target lock out the Zai, and because of that, I think the panic kicks in. They're not really sure who the target is. They lose some of that coordination that they had earlier into that engagement, like you said. Zem is trying to stick to the Kurumi. He's trying to go, okay, hey, let's get the healer out, even though the healer realistically has spent most of their abilities. So I think that's where the separation comes in. I think the rest of the team now wants to prioritize the damage dealers, but I think Zem is onto the right call, right? Because the tether still exists for Kurumi. Just because the ultimate's gone doesn't mean that Kurumi shouldn't be the priority. The rest of the team really needed to help Zem go ahead and lock that down and clear it up. And if they were able to do that quick enough, they could have been in a 3v2 scenario. Unfortunately for Wolves, like I said, that communication breaks down, and that's not what we see happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit scattered from Wolves. The pack broke up. I love these cards, man. Everyone's got these cards. I haven't got these cards. Hey, someone on NARAKA, post me some cards.
I would love to get some of these lovely cards to add to my binder.
Yeah. Well, getting ready to go into game from 3. I believe this is Holoroth, right? Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah,
so
it's Holoroth.
It's Holoroth Dusk, isn't it?
Dusk. Yeah.
Yeah, Holoroth Dusk is our game 3. So, again, continuing on that aggressive gameplay, we are just getting ready to go into that game. Should be loading up fairly soon.
Yeah, Wolves, I was gonna say, for Wolves in the past, this is actually a comfort map for them, right?
Yeah, it is.
This has been a map where they typically pop off and find strong games. I think that continues to be true for them. For whatever reason, they just find a level of comfortability on this map that they don't see on other maps. They're going to be in that first round selection. I think they would be fools not to play Sandsife in this game, given that they probably won't be given the opportunity the rest of the day whatsoever. It is a nighttime map. Or sorry, a dusk map, which means there are still plenty of Fireflies for them to put under their belt. They need to keep the aggression going. They need to find another strong game here. Is Wolves capable of doing it? Absolutely. If any team is capable of doing it this season, it is OUG and it is Team Wolves. So I expect to see them coming out of the gate extremely quickly.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more of the same from Wolves. I think they have a very clear game plan today, and it hasn't quite gone to plan, but it hasn't gone awful apart from that last game. We'll have to see, as it looks like we are getting geared up and ready to go into game number 3. Here's our hero select. GG, JL, and Wolves and X1 going to be at the top end of this selection here. A lot for them to play for. OUG, Bowder going to be first picking. OUG lost their spot at the top to Alliance after that last game. Alliance are down in that lower end of the select though with them, so things could get explosive over there. Let's see what the teams are going to be picking up. Again, I expect this to be Sand Siphon. Like, maybe a few Siphons, but like realistically, I expect this just to be a heavy Sand Siphon, especially with the reappearance of Monk. I think that's the big thing. Is like Siphon is great, but with the fact that there's now a Monk comp in the mix, having that Tammy just offers so much more utility and so much more kind of stopping power to that pick. And sure, he can jump through it with his new little jump ability. He can't grab through it still. And there it is. 4 Sand Siphons picked up off the bat. And this could just be 4 Siphons. Nope, blind 8. Okay. Actually, some of these teams have probably played Siphon by now, so they can't pick it again until they get hero points.
Triple blind 8's coming through, actually.
Interesting.
So
I mean, if you got a Siphon, you would not be expecting to get it in that last round selection. And OUG is saying, well, we'll happily take that one. So snap that up.
Going to be a very, very interesting game. We're going to see a Kyle Lin coming in finally here from Team Bauda. This is a comp we have seen before. We haven't seen it do much. KLA going to be rocking that Monk comp here. I think this is a disaster for KLA. I really enjoy this composition, but into a lobby that's going to have so many Siphons, going to have so many Sand Siphons, and you're the only Monk, this is going to be a very hard fought game for KLA if they make anything happen at all. I think
the issue is you know, even if you somehow find a grab through the sandstorms, you got, you know, Zip healing, you got Kurumi healing. Like, actually finalizing on that kill is going to be incredibly hard. Also, you know, you're the one Monk on the lobby. Everyone knows to bully one Monk. If there's only one Monk, we take it out so we don't have to deal with it later. I think KLA have definitely given themselves a hard situation. But if they make it to the final, again, we have seen how much value Valor has in those final moments. The extra health that she gains, the extra survivability, that she can just outlive you in the storm while throwing those big spears at you. It's big. It's got so much impact. So you have to kind of keep that in the back of our mind here for KLA. There is a tool at their disposal.
As we take a look here at the abilities that are going to come out, I don't think there's going to be any big surprises here. Realistically, I think we have set up for the most part what these team comps are running, especially with so much Siphon and Sand Siphon coming through. And again, no surprise to see Wolves picking up that Sand Siphon. They would have been absolute fools not to do it going into this game. And everybody else in that first round selection holding on to it, waiting for this game 3 to come in, lock it in, and make something happen off of it. So I think just good decisions across the board for most of these teams. The only thing that really shocks me is this decision by KLA, but it also could be the fact that they're in that last round of selection. They could have used up the 2 team comps they really wanted to play earlier on, forcing them into a situation where they have to play this, but because there's so many Sand Siphons, it's just an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be an uphill battle, but we will see where the teams are. Wait, a GG. Whoa, hold on. GG have changed drop spot. They drop at Imperial right at the Firefly cave, but they've decided to not. They've gone they're still in snow. They got
they're down in Yushan. Yeah.
Interesting.
Or sorry, Yushan. As we take a look, very similar spread these last couple games. It's been very much sort of 2 teams dropping onto each other, looking for those engagements, and then every once in a while you see a team like what Wolves is doing here, where they're looking to loot up, they're looking to get some of those Fireflies and pressure into an aggressive third party early on. Unfortunately for them, there's only 1 set of teams that they can pressure onto, so they need to make a very quick and decisive decision on that rotation to lock on to WBG and JDG, if that's what they're going to do.
I'm really happy to see them do it because I think that their biggest undoing in the first 2 games was being third partied at that drop spike. So now they are the one for third parties. So it's good to see OUG and KLA though taking a scrap already. KLA already taking the worst end of this trade. The zip healing coming in. KLA down a player. OUG able to get the parry off. Bell used to just survive a little longer. Lovely little parry lands onto the King. CXZ going for the kill onto the King, but the King's able to armor swap and keep himself going for now. KLA 2 versus 3, looking for that turnaround. Another parry coming out. QGG gets himself knocked back. SS goes down. KLA look for that turnaround. CXZ no Bell this time. Down he goes. QGG left on his lonesome. Xinyu's going to pick SS up. The King just has to survive a little longer. He's done it before. He can do it again. And now 3 members of OUG will take down QGG. OUG take that fight nice and easy.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a really bad drop spot for KLA. They wanted to contest podium there so they could go ahead and get some gear going because they are that monk comp, even though it's not that traditional monk composition. Unfortunately for them, literally any other composition is going to have a stronger drop into that spot, and it's going to be very difficult for them to come out on top, and that's exactly what we see happen as we cut over here to X1 and the fight breaking out between them and DRG. DRG already off to one heck of a start here as X1 down to a single member here with no weapon either. ZDI is going to go down as DRG picks up 3 eliminations, and they have a strong start to game number 3 yet again here. JDG trading blows with the likes of WBG. Jing trying to come in and find something here. Sleepwalker has gone down here to the likes of JDG. WBG coming in. There we go. We're going to see the Wuchen port out here. XO forced to just go ahead and break away, though. They're not going to be able to do anything to get Sleepwalker back into this game. Sleepwalker going to just be forced to go ahead and burn that early game resurrection. JDG with 4 eliminations under their belt already.
Yeah, really nice one there from JDG. Starting off strong once again. I say that once again, they are 9th right now, so they got a lot of work to do going forwards, but good start's a good start. Alliance 3 kills, OUG 3 kills, JL 3 kills. All of those guys won their drops fights then. Wolves 0 points over to them so far. Been very quiet, but they are looking to find KLA. KLA obviously off the back of that pretty rough loss. If they go out here, the KLA are just immediately eliminated, by the way. This could get very dicey for them. 17S finds himself low HP already. NightHQ going to look to put some pressure in onto them. Going to get the knockback onto NightHQ. Bubble actually hits him as well. He almost eats a second bubble. Going to be able to survive for just a little longer. Gets knocked back. Wolves keeping that regression up. There's the Furen shove. Valda ultimate broken out here just to keep them going. Monk ultimate as well. Sandstorm immediately fired out as an answer to that. And Wolves able to break away. They do catch a spear onto NightHQ, but he's able to break off from that one. KLA have to burn a bunch of ultimates. Wolves did also throw down 2 of theirs as well. 3 of theirs actually as well. They may just turn around and go for the repressure onto KLA. Meanwhile, Alliance and Balder having a fight in the snow. Yu gets hit by a Bane's Breath. Is able to get himself some healing off though. Revenge now versus 3 members of Balder. Has got Yuma sliding in to save the day. Pete goes down. Yu gets a parry off onto Revenge. Revenge knocked against the wall. Very low HP, but he's able to reposition and break away from it. Parry coming in again. Yuma takes him out. Beautiful from Yu actually onto Yuma. As now Alliance still going to keep the pressure up onto Yu. Yu trying to dodge away. Very hard though, so they're invisible thanks to the Ratari. In comes the F-Slam from their Zai. Yuma only man standing, and Alliance able to win this fight.
Yeah, Alliance off to a strong start yet again in game 3 here with 6 eliminations of the belts. Wolves still giving chase here to team at KLA, and KLA just trying to give them the runaround here. They do not want to take this engagement, but Wolves is hungry. They need this early game aggression before they head into the realm of Yang, and KLA here rocking nothing but gray armor is really in a tough situation. They're going to see JL over the horizon as well, and now they understand understand the position there, and they have got to be so careful so they do not end up sandwiched between the likes of Team Wolves and JL. They've decided to accept their fate. They have to win one of these fights if they want to stay in the game. They want to take it against Team Wolves here. The bubble's coming in, a huge Dragon's Rush into Nej's Might. NiHQ, no way to break away from it. NiHQ gonna take just a second to back off and pop a heal here off onto that shield. Gonna swap into the cannon mode here and start to put the pressure up onto 17. They do not want to let them get away this time. 17, 1 HP and a dream. NiHQ not able to find the cannon shot he was looking for. 17 goes skyward into the tree here. QGG doing everything he can to keep Wolves separated away from 17. We're gonna see the F come through, the over the shoulder slam. 17 still on 1 HP and a dream. The bubble's gonna come through to block any possible range damage coming in there, as we do see everybody coming through around the corner there. Now Wolves, NiHQ, they have got 17. They're gonna turn on to the remaining members. There we go. We're gonna see the flip coming in. CXZ still holding on for dear life as Wolves try to chase him down. It looks like the other remaining member of KLA is going to break entirely away from this fight, but Wolves in a bit of a pickle as OUG shows up now looking for that third party. KLA CXZ wants nothing to do with it. He got the ult off and yet somehow does not become the target as OUG turns onto Team Wolves. Wolves not far away from their ultimate though, still in a clean position. ZK though gonna get caught out with the double ultimate here, taking so much damage. Zinyu forced to use their F, try to break away. The rest of Wolves gonna catch him on the edge of the wall though. Zinyu with the ultimate gets deleted here as all of the members of Wolves catch them on the wall. They stick them there and put the end to him. OUG now trying to make something happen here onto ZK. ZK getting some healing, staying alive, but the parry gonna come in. OUG's SS cleans it up, turns into a 2v2, but KLA comes back up for the third party. This is their only opportunity to keep the game alive. They got one of their members back in because of this third party opportunity from OUG, and now Wolves struggling to keep it alive here as KLA decides to pay it back onto Team Wolves and leaves OUG for second. They said, let's get Wolves out of it first, and now they're trying to turn things around. Zinyu gonna go down. The king goes really low. The ultimate being invested here. KLA. QGG, Balda shows up for the fifth party as a perfect spear comes in. OUG's the king, becoming the target here for Team Balda. KLA just trying to keep the game alive.
Oh, KLA. Oh, Wolves as well. Wolves have been a victim to third parties today. It has really been their biggest shortcoming. Took so much to get 2 kills for Wolves there. They do have the rebirth, so it's not the end of the world that they go down there, but I believe they actually picked up the purple armor. I think they got a lot of decent gear, and now they have to start fresh just as the Roma Yang spawn up, so they're not going to be able to get involved in that. I mean, very unlikely that they'll be getting involved in that. And again, it's just they're struggling in these early games to translate into the kills, and it takes too long. They're too iffy with their target selection, maybe. It's hard to say, but they're not translating the kills quick enough, and third parties are able to come in while they've burnt everything, and then they pay an ultimate price for it. Alliance and GG, and now Balda gonna have a little bit of a scrap for who gets in. Alliance able to just about make it in time. It's gonna be Alliance versus Balda inside this Roma Yang. JL versus JDG, and then X1 versus GG, but we're gonna stick on Balda versus Alliance. You going up nice and high here on this Kylan, see if he can make it work. Is now cutting down over to NY7 on the Zai. He has got that ultimate up, misses the F aerial, does have the ultimate to reset the F. Looking to use those halberds just to get some damage off. You losing so much HP here. Doesn't need the chain slice. The halberds absolutely ripping through them. Does miss yet another F, unfortunately. Still got that ultimate to work with. You has got some healing done for themselves. Caught out by the grapple. NY7 not really full committing right now. Not really full sending it. I mean, his team's pretty healthy, so surprised he hasn't pulled that trigger. Balda now going in for that transform. F comes in from NY7, doesn't hit. He's missed every F so far. It's been really rough. Being zoned away by Yaran, who's now de-transformed, so it is exposed and is open. But I say that, and he just gets a massive chunk out onto NY7. Looks like Balda have got Peak going very low, though, so they need to turn their attention, try and save Peak, but Peak's already down, and Zai hasn't really achieved much, honestly. It's been you and Revenge. You've like hard carried this Roma Yang. NY7's just been flipping around, missing Fs the whole time and getting focused down, but they have been able to secure themselves enough attention, but his team have been able to tie this one up, and Alliance will win that Roma Yang.
Yeah, absolutely huge for Alliance. They are crushing right now in game number 3 as we move over to JL, who's already lost a member here into the members of JDG. Now, a 1v3 scenario, JDG having flashbacks, and they decide we are not going to let that happen ever again as they absolutely cut through the members. Or sorry, the final member of Team JL. And unfortunately, we're actually going to see Wolves eliminated from the lobby in yet another third-party scenario by the likes of DRG and OUG, and this is not the game Wolves was looking for here in game number 3. They're going to have a lot of work to do coming back in. Alliance here with that Vermilion Birds might immediately out taking a fight here with the likes of Team GG. Both of these teams trying to make the most of this Vermilion Birds might while they have it. And we're going to see Alliance pin GG's LXM to the wall here, find double eliminations here, and continue to climb the ranks here with 12 eliminations before Zone 3. BLADEPOINT showing up to try to get in the mix as well, but Alliance still with ults activated here has an opportunity. Unfortunately, NY7 will go down. Revenge trying to break away from this, but with Vermilion Birds might, this game is still going to be alive for them. The question is just, can they put another point on the board before BLADEPOINT cuts through them? And BLADEPOINT really wants to make something happen here. They're trying to go ahead and lock down onto Revenge. Revenge not making it easy for them, continuing to keep the pressure up. If Revenge can land one of these RMBs onto you, it very quickly could spell disaster. You able to get caught out there. They don't find the elimination right away. Revenge now taking range shots from downrange. It's going to go to GG as they risk running it back for the 4th party into this after they lost their Vermilion Birds might just a few seconds ago to Team Alliance.
Very, very confusing there from the side of GG, but sitting pretty. 4 kills under their belt. X1 with the Roma Yang debuff, looking for the kills. Oh, Wolves got eliminated. Didn't even see that happen. That's a rough one for Wolves. Alliance, 12 kills in this game. OUG, 7 kills. We could have 2 teams who are getting very close, if not made it by the end of this game, depending on multipliers and everything, if Alliance get enough kills, but still got a little bit of a way to go before we even get to that area. There's X1, unable to really find anyone to scout out at the moment, unfortunately for themselves. There's an EWG picking themselves a fight here. They've got the Draco Storm. They have a lot to work with. Immediately going to force the Wushen port out. Uber to safety from the side of JDG. Interesting that EWG don't commit. I mean, I guess they are fighting into a team with Vermilion Birds might, so it's like fighting Vikings, isn't it? You know, they didn't fear death. They just go at you. That's exactly what it's like fighting a team with Vermilion Birds might, because there is no consequence for them going down here. Big F actually does come in there on to the members of EWG, but the Dragon's Rush is doing so much work from Zai with the spear, and EWG with the Draco Storm. They have the combat buff, so they are able to win it over the team who have the safety buff. The whole heap of teams in the area. This can get very scrappy here, Rune.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting game. 31 players still left remaining alive. Only Team Wolves completely eliminated from the lobby thus far. Skills BBV here really trying to set something up here onto X1. The Karumi ult going to come through. The Sand ult going to come through as well as JL cleans up XLY here. But so many teams coming in for the 3rd party, 4th party potential, trying to play Gatekeeper onto JL here. JL really needs to break away from this. DRG coming in. Kakaishi here with that Viper ultimate is going to completely separate VVV from the rest of the team here into the zone tick as well. No place for VVV to go. Kakaishi with the musket shot's going to clean up the elimination as DRG goes to 6 here, and now look to clean up the rest of JL that they have caught out here in the edge of the zone. There's not a whole lot JL can do about this. TXJ going to get parried and immediately picked off as well. We're going to see X1 go down to GG in the kill feed as well. They're going to be the 2nd team fully eliminated. JL going to follow them in short succession as DRG cleans it up and goes to, I do believe, 9 eliminations here as we cut back to Team GG, who just eliminated X1, now getting dropped hopped onto by the members of OUG, and it is just fight after fight in the zone right here. I feel like we're over in EU right now, as every single fight since this kicked off has been in the zone, and nobody's allowing these teams to get back in either. OUG looking to set up and play gatekeeper against Team GG here, who's burnt multiple of their ultimates here. Going to make it very hard for them to pressure into the zone against a team that still has ults going. DRG trying to set up for it as well. OUG around the corner here, gonna actually decide to go around the side so they don't have to pressure into DRG. As we cut back to Alliance, currently leading the lobby inside the realm. Yang gonna be going head to head with the members of Team JDG.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to be able to pull this one off. NY7, once again, he missed a lot of S in the last one. This time, able to make the connection there on Tutik. Massive chunk out of his health bar. They've got the reset as well from that Matari. See if he can land another F. It was 0 for 4 last time. So far, 1 for 1, 2 for 2. That's going to be a kill secure as well for his team. Pops the ultimate as well to get those chain scythes down, and JDG do secure a kill onto one player of Alliance. They've lost Yuma. This could get a little dicey here. Golden armor onto NY7 though means it's relatively tanky, but it's a 2 versus 3. They're also dealing with chain scythes in response, but the big cone comes out from NY7. Revenge has already fallen though. It hasn't done enough to buy time. Can we see another 1 versus 3 from NY7? He's about to get that F back up, but nope. He is cooked. Down he goes.
This is something I hate to see. This is something I've been talking about with those fist blades far too often. Being able to take control of the neutral with the fist blades into jumping LMB, into jumping LMB is just so much damage. You don't typically see it as much in trios like we just saw happen here to NY7, but into solos, it's just extremely oppressive just how much damage you can get off of a hit confirm there, and we just see it knock NY7 down with no chance for him to stand up and retaliate into that 1v3 scenario. But Alliance still 12 eliminations leading the lobby right now, and plenty of time because this is second realm of Yang, which means they have that extended Yang depletion time, so hopefully they're going to be able to find some soul blooms and get themselves back into this game. Jake?
Yeah, they really get their soul blooms. This is their game to potentially secure themselves top spot. So it's really do or die right now for the side of Alliance. Well, not do or die, but it's do or try next game. But like, that's not as exciting to say. This could be their opportunity to secure themselves a MVP position before any other team. Right now, OUG are actually closing that gap to them. There's only 7 points between them and Alliance. And all of the other teams are actually fairly gapped between these two right now. So, I mean, JO and GG. I mean, GG is still in the game with 7 kills. So, GG have any opportunity to come back as Bowder dropped down onto KLA, QGG. I mean, we said it was going to be a rough game for the Valda Monk comp. It has been a rough game for the Valda Monk comp. QGG still running around with grey armor. He is as weak as paper to them. I don't think he's going to be able to survive for long, especially with these grapples following in onto him. Bowder going to be able to secure that kill nice and easy. Down he goes. Only 1 player of KLA left alive, and they don't have any money for revives, so it's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a really bad state for them to be in. We are going to cut over to Team Alliance here, though. Oh, the separation of a member of WBG. Jing caught off from the rest of the team here. They able to avoid the Tesla ultimate as well coming in. We're going to see the Viper ult come through. Alliance, NY7, no choice. There we go. The Matari ult going to come in, saving them from that Viper ultimate. AXO actually going to go down here to Yuma. It keeps them from getting the teleport off, which just spells disaster for WBG as they needed that reset. And here it is. Alliance is gonna go to 15 eliminations. They're gonna get the soul blooms they desperately need to keep their game alive as they continue to climb further and further ahead of every single team in this lobby, with over a 10-point lead on OUG, who's currently in 2nd place.
They are so close to that match point threshold. So close. 65 points is all they need, and they have an absolute monster performance. And with those kills as well, like, that was so convincingly strong. Like, they just bursted through the Wu Shen before he could go out for the teleport, and that saved their game and ended WBG's game. Really, really big performance there from Alliance. They need to keep that pressure up, though, if they want to get themselves into as good a position as possible. But they have absolutely yeeted themselves over everyone else in the standings right now. I mean, it is 10 points between them and OUG, JL, GG, Wolves, all miles behind them. The GG are still in this game, so they have an ability to close that gap, as we do actually see EWG getting themselves into a little scrap-a-doo, but Alliance are actually split up, most crucially, which could be a little bit dangerous for them. Bowder sniffing in the area as well. NY7. Yuma's down. Oh, that's what happened. He's going to go get Yuma up. Oh, no, XJ. XJ's done the double back to check the Karen. Did they see? Alliance, I think they spent all their money as well.
Yeah, Alliance is not in a strong position here.
Ones.
They've really got to make something happen here. That's a rebirth charm just sitting out in the open?
Huh. Oh, they must have bought one and then gone... No, wait, they got the members. Oh, this is so bad for Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance in a not strong position here at all. Gonna be forced to come in with the F just to buy a little bit of space. So unfortunate for them. Unfortunately, they could not stay in the zone any longer. The Flamer coming in there as well, gonna make things difficult. NY7 just trying to get away, but that Flamer just ticking through the HP. EWG gonna knock down NY7. Revenge, no place to go either. Forced to burn the ultimate, as well as all of these teams play Gatekeeper. They do keep it alive for one additional placement here, as KLA CXE will go down, eliminating KLA from the lobby. Alliance does go down, unfortunately, but still 15 eliminations to their name. There's actually a world where they still walk away with MVP this game.
There is a world. I do think the mistake they made was turning for the fight. I actually think NY7 should have just run and left the zip. And then they had the rebirth charm. They could have picked the player up, but I don't know. Maybe they figured there was no world they were going to get that rebirth off. I mean, the circle is already quite small, so maybe they just decided if a miracle happens and we 2 versus 3 with no HP, then the miracle happens, but it did not. Alas, it was not to be. As GG actually now pressuring up onto EWG with Alliance out of the lobby. This is actually GG's opportunity to strike and close that gap. Could do them a lot of favors. Just putting some cannon fire in. They still have the ultimate available to CGS, but he's not willing to full commit yet. Although EWG are pretty low. Maybe they are going to full commit. Getting hit up though by just so much crowd control. CGS just doesn't get to move. Charm into Viper stun, into lockdown. Luckily, he has a lot of healing from his Kurumi, but he has lost a player. Although the Kurumi should be able to tether LXM back up, as they're also just going to go for the pickup. LXM's back on the map, and now GG needs to get into that circle. Ultimate not being used yet from CGS. There it is. That's going to be onto the members. 3-3-0 actually taking out a lot of heat here. Also, they got the firing coming in from 2-Tick. EWG going very low. CGS going to be able to secure that kill. No, it's 2-Tick with the Meteor to secure it. Blink out to safety. GG are eliminated to the zone. What is going on in this game? I feel like everyone's gone rabid.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so many zone fights here today. This is very unlike CN, but given the high stakes of the situation, we expected things to be pretty hectic today for a lot of these teams, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Cookie here, by the way, also going to be gate kept here by the members of DRG, who knock him down in the zone. DRG, JDG setting themselves up for the best possible success to dethrone Alliance from that MVP right now. JDG on 12 eliminations, DRG on 10. Looking pretty good as we get ready to head into the late game. 58 seconds until Zone 5 collapses on to Zone 6. We're seeing that last late game Bane's Breath come through. DRG able to position themselves on the backside of it, completely safe from the rest of these teams. But Bowda here, take a look, by the way, 3 sets of legendary armor, 3 legendary weapons on this Kylan comp that we talked about before. You know, Kylan is seeing some nerfs into this particular patch, being far less favored as they were already falling out of favor. This is a very interesting composition with Kylan, with the Yueshan and the Zipping as well. Bowda only on 8 eliminations, but really successfully set up for a strong late game.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, when we had the scoreboard up, you can see that everyone left in the lobby's actually got a fair amount of points. Like, this is a world where things get very close. The scoreboard gets very close, and I think we're right. I do think we're going to see probably a slightly later day. I don't think it'll go to 8 because I think we're going to have so many teams on match point by the time we get to that point that I think an 8 game would be really, really unlikely to see. DRG, though, trying to see if they can contest this Draco Storm Spirit Well. Right now, it is JDG holding it. Maybe everyone's just gonna leave it. Bowder decide not to even look at it with all that gear. They say Draco Storm, Smeko Storm, doesn't matter. Don't need it. As now with this Draco Storm, I want to see JDG get aggressive, and there are a bunch of teams in the area. This is their opportunity. 2Tick goes through the wall with that chain scythe onto the members of DRG. DRG now being forced out by the zone, but Kakaishi gets hit up through the wall again. Consistently being a nuisance, 2Tick with his chain scythe. Kakaishi now comes in for a bit of revenge onto 2Tick, but it's going to be hard with that Draco Storm. Just buffing them up so much, giving them that big slows. As now Viper Ultimate breaks out by Kakaishi, but Kakaishi is incredibly low. Locks down onto the members of Bowder, but the range shots coming in from all sides onto Kakaishi. JDG, 2Tick turns around, finds Kakaishi. Kakaishi gets the knockback onto Jing, but he's still standing firm for now. Down he goes, OUG's SS. Able to secure an 8th kill for the team, and they are looking to contest first place. They are looking to knock Alliance, who have been knocked out of this game, out of first place going into game number 4. 2Tick going for a cheeky reload just to make sure his cannon is topped up and ready to go. And there is not many people left in this final circle. Only 10 players in a fairly large final circle. It's been a bloodbath of a game 3 here on Holoroth. A lot of teams getting knocked out. And that cannon fire from 2Tick doing so much work. Kiki with the bow, able to secure the kill onto SS. Bowder also firing back onto one themselves, but Peach getting knocked with his back towards that zone as down he goes. JDG secure their 14th kill of the game, make it 50, and they're on fire this game. Securing another one there with the Meteor. 2Tick got a Meteor available to fire out onto the members. Does go a little bit over the head onto you, but you is Dunzo. Jing secures the kill. And it looks like JDG closing in on that 20 bomb. 16 kills in their pocket. You can see Yoran transformed into the Terracotta Warrior, or a Mecha Warrior in this case. He's gone Gundam. Jing finds himself getting very low. 2Tick continues to apply pressure though onto the King to knock him back into the zone. 2Tick loses that armor, has to use the F to get back into the zone. Jing gonna do some work to heal up as 2Tick gets the pot reset off. The King's going down. An OUG, JDG not gonna be looking to get that kill as Dongjing's just running into the zone as a denial here. 2Tick though, can he find him? No, he can't. Goes down to the zone. Big win.
Yeah, absolutely huge here for JDG, especially given the misplay that they have inside the Realm of Yang, where they give a 3v1 to DRG in game number 2. This is the recovery that JDG needed to get that confidence back up to keep them in the game, I think, Jake.
Yeah, no, it really did. Massive, massive win there for JDG, and every game, the scoreboard changed significantly. That's the big thing for me. It's like we're seeing games where typically, you know, what we're used to in NARAKA is, you know, a couple of teams will shuffle about, but like the scoreboard genuinely changes dramatically every game in these grand finals. And it makes sense because these are the best in the region, right? Like these are our top 12 players, or top, well, more than that, top 12 teams. But of course we're seeing, you know, games where everything is incredibly tight, and like games where the lobbies change massively off the back of it. But this does mean that I think once we get to match point threshold, we're gonna have so many teams on match point threshold at the same time that I think that's where we'll probably see our final game of the day. I just don't know when we hit that match point threshold for multiple teams. That's probably the big thing.
I think there's a possibility of us having 2 teams going over match point threshold at the end of game number 4 coming up here, which is going to be very interesting. especially because Alliance is doing extremely well. They have not really had a bad game all day today. Their game 2 obviously very strong. Their game 3 very strong. Unfortunately, I think they just find themselves in a bad position the way they're forced to come back into the circle after losing a member here. But the way they come in, they clean up WBG, they get themselves back in the game, and then they walk into that very unfortunate situation, but they still have 15 eliminations in their belt. They're very likely, when we go to the scoreboard, going to be very easily in second place off the back of this game with a huge number of points. They're still going to be in first place on the overall leaderboards going into the next game, and they need less than 10 points, I'm pretty sure, to be over that match point threshold going in to game number 5. So for Alliance, a consistency game next game makes them the first team to cross that threshold, and any single MVP after that nets them the championship that they have been looking for, that they have been fighting for. I mean, this is a team, again, we talk about easily one of the most improved teams, if not the most improved team this year, and they have been hungry. Every time you look at Alliance, they are getting better. They are coming in with new comps. They are finding ways to find that consistency, and it has been a very steady growth, but an exponential growth at that for this team. And now here they are dominating the top of the leaderboard, and this is what we kind of expected from them today. They were up there with the likes of JL, with the likes of Wolves, and with the likes of OUGs for kind of our top contenders for the board today, and they have not disappointed, Jake.
No, not at all. Not at all. Here we go. Scoreboard coming in. Oh my word. 24.4 points over to JDG. Alliance walk out with 16. DRG 13. 10 for Bowder. 10 for OUG. 8.5 for UWG. 8 for JL. Sorry, GG. 4.5 for JL. Like, there's a few bad scorers in here, but for the most part, that is a pretty bloody good scoreline for everyone. I'm sure they're all going to be happy with that one. Wolves probably getting a little bit irritated right now because their games have not got the plan. These first 3 games have been a little bit poo, if I'm completely honest with you, mate. Like, they have struggled to transition their early game into anything, and while other teams have been snowballing around them, they've kind of been picking up the pieces. They've lost their drop fights. They then had to then reset. They then lost the fight after that. They get third party. Like, it's been rough, but look at those damages from 2Tick. 32,000 damage, almost 33,000 damage, and Jing did get our most kills, so probably will be our MVP, but 2Tick, huge on the side, absolutely huge.
Yeah, and I mean, JDG, again, desperately needed this game, right? Yeah, and then Wolves all the way down in 7th position now. Yeah, this is crazy for them, but JDG needed this game. You know, coming into game number 2, one of the first 1v3s we've ever seen a team lose, and it's inside a Realm of Yang. They don't have a good game after that. They very quickly crumble. That's why we see only a game score of 5.5 for game 2 coming in from them. But here in this game, they pop off, they make it to the end, they take control. This is going to be huge for their confidence going forward. Alliance, though, still 52.3. They need to have a 13.7 point game. That is all that separates them from being across that threshold, and this is a team that has now become known for its consistency. They always go to the end game, so I would be very, very surprised not to see them cross that threshold after our next game here. As we take a look at some replays here brought to you by Thunderbolt. JDG here in the early game onto WBG. That Dragons Roar putting in so much work for Jing. We see him do that quite a few times here. DRG, again, off to another really good start this game, just not able to translate it to a strong final circle in the end yet again, but DRG still having a very strong day for themselves. And Alliance here with this early engagement onto GG, this was huge. They were just able to put the whole team on the edge of that Temi ult coming outside of the Realm of Yang there and clean up those eliminations. Unfortunately for them, they do get third partied right after that. As we get over to EWG here, that Dragon's Rush into the Nezhas, putting in work for them as they turn on to JDG. JDG, luckily, with the Vermilion Birds, might keep their game alive. And then, unfortunately, for Alliance yet again, JDG inside the realm of Yang, and they do not let happen what they had happen to them in game 1, and they get Alliance down to a single member and very quickly eliminate them as all 3 members dog him down. As we head over yet again, JDG in the end here separating OUG's the king, cleaning up elimination after elimination. The only elimination they let slide is a member of DRG who's able to get in the circle, able to use that Tessa F to keep them off of them and give that elimination to the circle. As we see here, we're going to see Jing coming through there with the MVP. 8 eliminations on Matari, 26,000 damage. Dedo rounds and that Benthic descent coming in play here for him, but most of that damage coming in, believe it or not, from their skills or ultimate here on Matari.
Yeah, really big stuff coming in from that Matari. Jing had a fantastic game in JDG. Jump up into 4th place off the back of this as well, so they're going to be feeling very good with themselves. And yeah, I things are going to go tight. Things are going to remain very tight. I do believe you're right. I think we've seen a very consistent day from the Alliance, so the odds of them getting those 13 points they need to make it into the match point threshold for the game after very much alive. But everyone's been popping off today, so there is a world where we see someone shut Alliance down. It is, you know, it's been a very just explosive day. Like that last game was just, I don't understand why they were fighting in the zone so much. It really was like what we saw back when we covered the EU qualifiers a couple years ago. That was exactly what was going on over there, and it felt a lot akin to that, where, like, you know, I expected a weird thing today. I thought we'd have aggressive games, or we'd have like very reserved games. I'm glad we got the aggressive ones. I didn't expect them to be this aggressive though. It caught me off guard how bloodthirsty these teams are. So I'm excited going forward. I'm excited to see what game 4 is going to look like, because it's getting tight at the top, and more teams at the same time are clambering towards that 65-point threshold. And that's where everything gets really exciting, because MVP is the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, and I mean, if we take note, you know, we talked about a lot of these top teams today, if you will, and these teams' strategy has been aggression, right? That is what has made them so dominant throughout this season, and they've been able to follow it up even off of the end of bad games. But before we talk more about that, we're going to throw things over for a quick interview. Don't go anywhere before we come back and lock in for game number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with NY7. I'd like him to say hello to our audience. 来吧，南有七先跟我们的观众朋友们打招呼。
大家好，我是 A 队的 NY7。
欢迎南有七来到我们赛后采访。Okay, so today is like upper and like lower time for the aliens, because it's like you guys really have good status, but you know, at the end of this game, in the game 3, really a pity. So please tell us what happened. 来，南有七先来给我们讲讲，因为今天看上去真的是跌宕起伏，对 A 队来说跌宕起伏的一天啊。第3把真的是看着你们高楼又起，然后又瞬间的崩塌，最后一波到底发生了什么？能不能给我们讲一讲？
就我们刚解完阳虚，放松警惕了，然后3个人一起消费的时候在聊天，然后就没注意，然后就被红狐偷袭了。
太可惜了，那波真的太可惜了。Okay, so you know, in the latest game, we're like, because we just after the realm of Yawn, and we have the Yawn deprecation, and after we like rebirth again, and we'll just pay attention on shopping, and at the time we'll like communicate with our teammate, and that's why we'll like lose our attention. That's why we'll be killed. 那我这边真的很好奇，能不能讲讲那波到底在聊什么 ？Can you tell us what are you like chatting about?
我们在聊，我靠，15个头了，
有机会要。
不是，我在想15个头了，完了，这把要开赛点。然后我们在那说商店里的东西，有噬魂斩，有凤凰羽，然后队友在那说，一个说要买噬魂斩，一个说要买凤凰羽。
啊，最后在大家去买什么东西在纠葛的当中，没想到这个赛点跟你们擦肩而过，是不是 ？Okay, so to be honest, at the time we are like talking about, wow, we already have like we are leading the scoreboard, and also that we have really high kills now in the latest game, and we're like thinking about which good equipment we'll use and to like help us to pass the match point. And that's why we just like missed the match point. Okay, let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看一下今天题目是什么。 So you guys can see the question, and if you know the answer, please type them in the chat box. And our question for this turn, which is, how many kills did Team Aliens get in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛到底拿下了多少击败积分？其实刚才我们讲的这个过程当中也讲到了，刚才这把比赛到底拿下了多少个击败啊？虽然刚才那把比赛有点可惜，但是我们也可以看到整个赛季，包括今天 A 队真的是打出了自己的风格。Okay, so you know now in NBPL, like a lot of like teams and your opponent, they talk about aliens. It's like you have the specific style and how you think about this. 那我这边也要问一下，其实 NBPL 当中呢，其实很多队伍和你的对手们都觉得，A 队是一个特别有自己团队风格和特征的队伍，这点男友七怎么看？你们觉得自己的团队特征到底是什么样的呢？
莽。
对。这个莽字我们应该怎么去理解？莽在哪儿呢？
就是从根源上解决问题。分是怎么来的？分是打来的。
敢打敢拼，对不对？其实也是一种勇敢的表现。Okay, so for us, I think for our team, it's like we're really brave to we join in the fighting, and because I think all the skills is from the fighting. So every time if we have the fight in the matches, and we will fight. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 男友七应该准备就绪了。那我们进入，我们用英文倒数一个3、2、1，好不好 ？OK， 来。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请男友七给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个。
正确答案是 B 15个。
Yeah, the correct answer is B. Okay, so we know that today is the grand final, and you know, like our caster, they just talk about like the topping teams. And for you, you think like how many teams now are like your opponent, really big opponent and treasure like today for you. 那我这边要问一下，因为今天也是我们一个夏季赛的总决赛了。虽然我们这一个整个赛季其实都非常期待 A 队有机会可以捧起自己的奖杯。那目前对于这条漫漫的夺冠路，在后面几场比赛当中，哪些队伍是你们现在觉得至关重要的对手呢
？OUG， 其实大家都挺至关重要的吧？
对，
主要是我们现在肯定还是关心跟我们分数差的比较近的队伍。
Okay, so to be honest, I think like the team OUG, they are really big threat for us today. And for me, I think all the team, they are really did great job. And for our team, so I think maybe we pay more attention on these top teams right now. 好的，再次感谢男友七带给我们的一个采访。那我们接下来的时间也要稍作休息，让男友七进行一个小小的休息，期待你们接下来的表现。祝你们好运，好不好？夺冠加油 ！Okay, cheer up to Aliens. Okay, and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, NARAKA fans, as we are settling in for our Game 4 of the NBPL Summer 2024 Grand Finals. That's right. This is it for the summer split. We will crown our champion by the end of today. Alliance currently off to a tear right now, sitting at the very top of the leaderboard with a 10-point lead over any single team and only 13 points away from being over that match point threshold where they have a chance to walk away the champion if they can find an MVP. This next game promises to be a banger as we head in and teams finally get some hero points to their name. 9 hero points available for these teams with 4 possible games to go. It is going to be very, very interesting to see how the rest of the day plays out.
So far, Alliance and the team have actually held on to first place in the scoreboard. We started with Wolves, who immediately lost it to OUG, who then lost it to Alliance, and then even with the JDG win, Alliance do win as well. But speaking of winning, you guys can get yourselves some Twitch drops. Obviously, well, unfortunately, we don't. This isn't the graphic, but we don't actually know. No one knows what the Twitch drop is, so it's like a mystery. So make sure you have your account linked and you get yourself some goodies just for watching, which is all lovely. And this is obviously where our World Championship Finals will be, and where will they be? There we go. That was incredibly hard for me to speak, apparently. But make sure you tune in for Jacob. Jacob's going to be sick. I'm so excited for it. I'm excited to see who's going to be going, because we still got to decide that. Like, there's still a little bit more work to do before we get there. Obviously, next week we've got the qualifiers starting up today. We've got obviously the grand finals, and the winner of today is just guaranteed a spot at World Championship. So it's you know, it's not all about that prize money, but it's about making it to Worlds. It's about kind of proving your point. And so far, Alliance are set up for a pretty good position, but I don't want to be too excited. I don't want to be too excited because everyone's popping off today. Like, Alliance have been consistently good, but everybody is having a pretty bloody good day, unless your name is Wolves, in which case things have not gone to plan so far. They have they're kind of more puppies at the moment. They are just getting walked all over. They're having a pretty rough day.
I mean, their game 1 was not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Let's be a little fair for Team Wolves. They did have one pop-off game today. Unfortunately, the games 2 and 3, where they equally needed to have a good performance, given the way the format changes have been made, they do crumble. So they have made things drastically harder for themselves, especially given the position that Alliance has set themselves up in, given the performance of JDG in the last match, not only putting a ton of eliminations up on the board, but also finding that first place multiplier, which is huge for them. You know, Alliance was denied it in game number 2, so they still have a big game in game 2. They do walk away the MVP, but unfortunately they don't get that first place multiplier, which could have really skyrocketed them up the board. Potentially, I think if they get that multiplier in the previous game, they actually probably find themselves over match point at the end of this game. Even though this wasn't as big a game for them, they still put up 15 eliminations. Alliance out here playing their hearts out, but it is still very much anybody's game going forward. We have so many teams, like you said, very close at that 40-point range, where 1 or 2 games here, we could see a ton of teams across that threshold. Like you said, I don't see us potentially going to game 8. There's always a world, but the way these teams are playing, the level of aggression that they're bringing, I don't expect them to slow down a single bit as we get ready to head into game number 4.
Yeah, and a few things I want to touch on. There is some good news for Wolves here. They are now in 7th place, so they don't have to worry about being in the last rotation of Hero Select. How lovely is that for them? A nice little step up, but they also have a lot of work to do. If they want to catch up, they need to be in that last 4. Really, that's where you want to be. But this is the point where, yeah, the Hero Select will be shuffled about, and it will be based on your performance and your standing going backwards. So first in the standing, last in priority for Hero Select. Everyone gets their hero points at this point. KLA's manager goes, or coach, or I don't actually know what.
No, that's T225. That's their solos player.
Wait, is he coaching their solos, their trios team?
It looks like it today. He's here. He's repping the team. He barely misses out on actually being the solos champion for this summer split just yesterday. Even though he was finally able to take a bi-weekly in solos. T225 here supporting his team. This, you know, I love the sportsmanship here in the NARAKA community. Look at this, by the way. T225 should be crushed right now. Does not live down the curse of being second place yet again in these huge finals, but rather than wallowing in it, where is he? He's right here supporting his trios team, making sure they are on top of their game today.
Yes. I don't think they've been having the greatest day, unfortunately, but it's weird, actually. That last game, that last game was rough, to be fair. That last game was rough because they picked a comp that was countered by the entire lobby and got super bullied out. Again, though, Wolves, it was honestly, Wolves should have absolutely smashed them, but they just bought so much time, but they bought Wolves' elimination. Like, Wolves got run down by the entire lobby because they can't finalize on these kills. They are really struggling to translate into quick kills and into quick burst. And the fights elongate so long that someone else hears the action, knows what ultimates would have been blown, and then can just come in a third party and secure themselves the victories, knowing that they're going into a fight with ults where their opponents don't. And that is the power of those third parties, which unfortunately just has been the bane of Wolves' existence today. Bowder on your screen right now. Bowder been a little underwhelming, unfortunately, today, considering they are bi-weekly 3 champions. So far, I haven't seen much from Bowder. They've kind of just been a stepping stone for other teams to walk over. And especially, and I am not going to drop this, by the way, Rune, they had back-to-back White Tigers. Consistent buff. That's like 5.5 minutes or 6 minutes of White Tigers. And they got 0 kills of it. They didn't do anything until it wore off and then died. So I have to admit I was a little disappointed on that one. Bowder, they've got a lot of work to do to step up. As you can see, Wolves are actually going to be in that second round selection. Bowder in that bottom end of the table as well. But DRG, JDG, OUG, and Alliance all right now fighting for a spot in that match points vicinity, where JLGG also in second rotation, so they're lower down the table. I was saying this earlier though, the table just dramatically changes every game.
Yeah, it's a tight game right now because everybody has been putting on like equal amounts of points for themselves, so it's been kind of crazy to see given the state of things. But I absolutely love it. I love seeing everything coming together and being so tight for these teams because it makes for really good games. If we take a look here at the first round selection, not a lot of surprise seeing the Sand Siphon and the Xiphon coming out from that first round of selection. Heading into the second round of selection, this is crucial for Wolves. Wolves needs to move back out of the 7th place position. They need to get back into the top end of that list. They need to make some moves here. They're in second round selection. They've got a lot of options. They've got 9 hero points. They need to start spending some of those hero points before that flame dies. And they're going to actually take that blind date comp here. They're going to need to look for those skirmishes, which is kind of what the opposite of what they've been doing. They haven't really been finding those good third-party skirmishes. They've been engaging, overcommitting to fights, and then because of that overcommittal, finding themselves being the ones getting skirmished on into those third parties, which has cost them dearly. Alliance going to pick up the blind date comp as well, looking to go into this game and do exactly what we were just talking about with Team Wolves. JDG going to be picking up that Monk comp here with the Valda. So is OUG as well. Maybe DRG decides to lock in it as well, because there is only one Sand Siphon, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Jake?
Yes, I believe you're right, because Zai was... Oh, my word, DRG. That is bold.
DRG spending the points.
Yeah. I respect the hustle. This is honestly something which I've talked about so much. Teams are too scared to spend their points sometimes. I have so much respect for DRG for locking that in there. because they're going to get very few opportunities to lock in a lot of these top comps if you're on the top end of the table, and you kind of want to stay at that there. So like ultimately, comps like that are going to cost you more. Now you probably could have gone Sand Siphon, to be fair, and then spent a little less points, and then next game when more people are locking in Sand Siphon, do the opposite. But they see the trend of the lobby, they're going to follow the trend of the lobby. I can't critique it. I love DRG for that. So much respect.
Yeah, this is something you and me have talked about all season, is the need to just spend the points, right? Like, DRG knows what it is. I think they see the trend, right? They see that this is not probably going to go to game number 8. They're in the top end of the table right now. They need to put points up on the board. They need to get to that threshold as soon as possible. Spend the points now. You don't know if you're going to game 8 or not, especially with how aggressive these games have been. That is the trend we have seen coming through. It has been nothing but aggression, to the point that the last game looked like a match in 2022 EU. Like, it was nothing but zone fights left, right, and center in that mid game. So DRG spending the points, I think making good decisions. I'm with you on this. I think they are doing exactly what they need to do to try to find that win.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of had an issue with what Wolves did there. Wolves didn't have to go for the Siphon. They could have gone for the Sand Siphon. Like, we know they're very good at the Sand Siphon team. That's one of Wolves' best picks. It would have only cost them 1 point, and that 1 point could have jumped them into the top end of the table. That 1 point could have closed the gap between them, so then they were looking at getting match point by the end of game 5, and then looking to close out on game 6. But now they've slowed themselves, they stacked themselves, so they need to do a lot of work with this third-party team. Now, I'm not going to say it's a bad comp at all. It's just not one of their top comps. However, there's been a lot of action. These skirmish comps are very good in that for a multitude of reasons. If you're fighting loads of teams, no one's going to chase your Wu Chen Port out because they're too busy dealing with each other. You have a lot of crowd control, you have a lot of third party. The Tessa being able to charge her ultimate up
look at this
60%.
hot drop, by the way.
And that hot drop is exactly why I think they've gone for this, especially with the Wu Chen having his teleport on his F now and not his ultimate.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy, the number of teams dropping here in Empyrean. Of course, you do have the quote-unquote puzzle here where you as a team need to get enough kills together so you can go in and you can get that red longsword, that extreme rarity longsword, to actually give your team a little bit of buff. And that's exactly what it looks like those teams are going to be doing. But we are cut over to JDG here, the winner of last game, as they immediately win a fight against WBG and just shut them down. 3 eliminations to the name already. Alliance over here as well, onto the members of OUG. They're going to come in and clean up 3 eliminations for themselves right off the rip here. Alliance already off to a good start here at this crazy hot drop here inside Empyrean. We're going to see the Moonbane coming through as well. This has been a tactic we've seen Alliance use all season, where they get the immediate money, and rather than use it to try to roll random, they go ahead and get that Moonbane so that they can come in and press an early lead that they've already made for themselves. Team GG here trading blows with the likes of Team KLA. KLA gonna need a really good game for themselves here, as they are all the way down to the bottom of the leaderboard. The last game was extremely rough for them, and unfortunately QGG just caught out in a Tesla ult. No place to go here. Just gonna get very much ripped through here by LXM, as the rest of GG turns on the remaining members of KLA, and they very quickly follow suit.
GG finally getting themselves a nice little drop there for themselves, as we can see Alliance now looking for Wolves here. Alliance a little bit undergeared comparatively. Do have those purple nunchucks though to work with, as NY7 gonna throw down the ultimate, look to lock down these Wolves members. ZK's trying to make a break for it. Does look like NY7 unfortunately wasn't able to really get much off, but does get tested charmed. Zem tries to get onto NY7, can't actually catch him for the moment. In comes NHQ. Now the rest of Alliance are going to come in and try and save the day. ZK's been able to secure the kill though, and suddenly Alliance actually find themselves in a bit of trouble. They throw down the Bane's Breath, as a opportunity to buy some space for themselves here, but it's that dinner bell we talk about. Revenge with the two-man parry. Zim goes down, and Revenge finds his revenge, trying to keep his teammate alive. Yuma holds fast. ZK is the only one standing for Wolves, and they crumble on drop. Yet again, Alliance continue their spree. 6 kills in at the early game.
Yeah, Alliance, a huge start for them here. And this Bane's Breath paying dividends here, because if you notice, it separates Wolves, right? They're a little afraid to take the commit there and kill. You see the huge double parry coming in from the side of Alliance, completely flipping that fight on its head as they go to 6 eliminations. Money well spent for Team Alliance there, as just the risk of the Bane coming in puts Wolves on the back foot. And like you said, Wolves, yet another hot drop early where they go down, and they're going to be forced to go out, find some loot for themselves. And unfortunately, this isn't a great team comp for them to head into the realm of Yang. They are realistically going to have to look for some good, clean third parties if they have any hope of making anything happen. Alliance here will spot out Team GG. Now, with 48 seconds left remaining before Zone 1 even collapse, Alliance still has their resurrections. They can afford to take this fight. That is a triple ult onto Team GG from the Tessa. They're not going to be able to get away from it. The rest of Alliance is going to be able to break away from it. They clean up onto CJS here. Oh my goodness, Alliance goes to 7 eliminations already. They are 5.7 points away from match point threshold here as they continue to keep the pressure up. CJS caught out yet again. GG trying to come in. LXM with the ultimate, not going to connect onto anybody. The Tessa ult going to come through onto LXM. LXM trying to break back, but now with the risk of the Viper ult coming in, will get double stunned ult out here. LXM just going to disappear from the map altogether. GG's 330 trying to make something happen, but going to get locked down. Mistimes the parry yet again. Alliance, all 3 members onto 330 here. Not going to miss the opportunity to clean up their 9th elimination before Zone 2. Alliance still has resurrections. As slow Zone 1 collapses down, they're going to be able to look to pressure yet another fight.
They are so on fire right now. Alliance, something just awoke in them. Looking absolutely amazing. ZDI grabs on. Wait, is that a different Valderal? It is, isn't it? That's the V1, isn't it?
I didn't quite catch the ult there.
He was standing on top of the
pillar. Yeah, then it could be
V1,
the
right?
V1 coming in. Yep.
Interesting. Interesting. They decide to go for the V1 over the V2, which is what everyone else is running.
Well, if you can catch out 2 people with it, it's just a free double slam for the monk. It is a high risk, high reward composition. You have to look to land that ball to V1. If you don't, you've got to be very careful about how you stack your ults post that. You do not want to monk up and risk giving it away there. You've got to kind of play around what's left of the Valda V1 ult there and kind of hope for the best, if you will. So it's high risk, high reward, but if you're able to land it, you guarantee the double grab. It is absolutely huge for them. The reason you didn't see that happen a lot before was because you were just able to, as an enemy team, grapple the player out of the Volda ultimate and guarantee that the monk couldn't get it. But now that you can't be grappled out of those and you have to deal damage, you kind of have to commit to the fight to keep the monk from getting the double grab if they do land the V1 from that wave. Still, not something I would agree with seeing, but BLADEPOINT right now trying to tear things up as the third party comes through here from Team KLA onto them and WBG. BLADEPOINT looking to break away right now. They have not lost a member yet, as WBG does. KLA really wants to make something happen here. They're going to catch out BLADEPOINT as you, and they are just going to dog them down. They are not going to let this elimination get away from them. KLA will find their first second elimination of the game here. 1 onto BLADEPOINT and 1 onto WBG. This is a good, clean third party from them. Even though they're playing the Zyphon comp, they are so far behind in gear. They need every kill that they can get.
Oh, just having a look at the scoreboard, and DRG being down 2 players is incredibly rough for them. They've been, you know, pretty decent today, DRG. I've had a lot of respect for them. They've really shown up, but this game hasn't gone exactly to plan here. There's Yuma heading in. I think they're going to be setting up for the Realm of Yang, which will be spawning up soon. I believe it was EWG who I saw running around with the Volpain Essence earlier. Or was it JDG? It might have been JDG actually with it. All I know is one of those two teams is running around with the Volpain Essence. I'm going to make the assumption it's not EWG. I think it's JDG. And if they go into a Realm of Yang, we saw... Actually, it was JDG who did it earlier today as well, I believe, with the Volpain Essence. And it's not like a guaranteed win in a Realm of Yang, but it's as close to a guaranteed win as you can get, right? Like,
unless your name's
as close
JDG.
as it can be fair. Oh, Wolves. Oh, Yuma actually getting parried here. Was able to pick up his katana.
Oh.
Another parry coming in. Hold on.
Double parry from Yuma, so clean here with the Wu Chen poured out as well. A very easy reset back into this fight. Wolves not in a good position, both with the way Alliance is setting this fight up for themselves. Going skyward here, they see an opportunity to clutch in and look for more eliminations here, as we are going to see they are going to come over. And again, this is really smart given the composition that Alliance is playing. They don't really need to try to force a Realm of Yang here. It's actually better for them to go outside and fight for that spirit well, and sure enough, that's exactly what they're doing. But speaking of Realm of Yang, we're going to go over to JDG versus JL inside that Realm of Yang. Jing here going to get the clean plank here off onto VVV. Going to find a couple slices of damage there, but not too much. They are going to find a huge R&B into One Fang here. Fang, though, going to pop that ultimate. Looking to land some clean grabs out here. Not going to be able to find them, as we do see the Hottie causing a little bit of chaos. Jing still with the ultimate in the back pocket here. Going to cube up to get away here, able to avoid the grabs yet again onto the backside here. Now going to, having waited out, pop that Monk ult, looking to turn around, but will get caught out by Fong. Going to take a lot of damage, trying to get top side onto this pillar. Unfortunately, doesn't find it. Will find this pillar, though. Now just needs to set up some clean double grabs here from their teammates as well. Misses the opportunity to get the grab onto Fang there as the D ult comes in. Now the rest of the team here, JL just trying to get behind these pillars. They need to coordinate. JDG here needs to force some of these people away, but unfortunately that ult's going to end very quickly, and JDG looks to yet again here be giving away a Realm of Yang. I mean, they had such a good clean position there. The rest of JDG just needed to coordinate with their Monk so that they could get those players out from behind the pillars. That is not what happens. JL here, though, will lose VVV. JDG down a member as well, though, into the 2v2, trying to make something happen. The bubbles come through, but it's not going to be enough as Fong finds it yet again here, and sure enough, they will clean up Keke there from JDG. JDG down to 2 members here into the 2v2, though. They were able to get 1 resurrection up while these fights were going on. Fong, though, here with a very clean fist blades here, using that movement to get around the battlefield here. The ult going to be invested here by 2Tick. Unfortunately, it is just going to time out for both of these teams.
JL was denied, the Volpain Essence popped, and they didn't finish the Monk up in time. And that was what slowed them down. It was very, very close. Alliance gonna grab himself this soul spirit roll. There we go. Got the name of it for a second there. So many souls and spirits in this game. Sometimes I get confused on which one's which, but it's going to be the Draco Storm onto Alliance. They're going to be looking to be very aggressive. They know there's going to be a bunch of Birdsmite teams who are just going to go completely ham at each other. So they're just going to wait a little bit, let them get each other low, let them burst their ultimates, and then just slide in and tidy it up. And Alliance are so close to that 65 points. It is all to play for them. And honestly, once they get those 65 points, like, beyond that, their position actually doesn't matter. Like, as long as they hit 65 points, they can go out immediately. And they are 4 points away. They don't need an MVP here. It has to be the next game. So they can take their time and just get ready for that game. But they still got to make it fully work in their favor. As JDG coming in. Ooh, EWG spawn on top of them. It's just giving an instant scrap off spawn, I think. Jing, ultimate available to him. He's going to hold that for a brief second and run away. He's going to run away. He's going to pop a pot and then he's going to run back into the fight. Still got plenty of time on this one. Kiki going a little bit low, lost half their armor. Actually, let's say that. Looks like they're looking to turn onto one of the players on EWG. There are 5 teams with Yang debuff in this game due to that lobby, due to that fight versus JO and JDG. So it is really all to play for. Youth place as well. Jing's going to go in for the transform, and I think UWG are just going to scatter. I'd say that, but Cookie's going to get taken from the cookie jar. Slam back. He wants another cookie. He's able to get him into the title as well from the Valda. Slap together. Down goes Cookie. Smash that one. In comes to the next grab. Beautiful work here from Jing. He is going to secure the kill for his team as well. The problem is I think they're getting third-partied. I think another team's showing up. Yeah, it's OUG, who also had the Yang debuff. This could be so bad for JDG. They've used their ultimate. The bubbles are thrown down, but OUG, they do not care. The king is sitting in the pocket, and Jing can't move. He's locked against the rocks. He's parried, and he is down. A spiteful poison splash splashes in the faces of OUG, but they've been able to cleanse one of their players. They want to find the others. They want to find the scraps. EWG XJ is now next up on the menu for the members of OUG. And just like last game, Rune, it is fighting in the zone. That is the only way to play NARAKA, apparently. XJ goes down, and that is another kill for OUG and another member cleansed.
Yeah, absolutely crazy going on right now. Wolves here, who abandoned the fight earlier with Team Alliance, now in fight here with Team JL. JL needs this opportunity to cleanse that Yang depletion from themselves. Wolf, though, putting in work as TXJ goes extremely low. Fang forced to back away here yet again, as we see time and time again, those ults coming through, working for them. But unfortunately, the lack of ults here, the only player with an ult here being Fong, trying to create some pressure here onto Team Wolves, now into Team Alliance, but Yuma gonna get stunned out here, as we see Fong also caught out by the Tesla. Another huge Tesla ultimate coming in from the side of Team Alliance as they decide to break away from this engagement, and JL just desperate for anything they can get their hands on. Fong gonna get sent into the zone here by KLA, forced to burn that ultimate now as he looks to step forward and get away from this. Unfortunately, he kind of has to take this fight. He's completely separated from the rest of his team with the members of KLA on him. 25 seconds left remaining. He's able to get one grab. Oh my goodness, there's no place to go as the repeating crossbows come out. Oh, they just get shredded in the zone, but it's Alliance Yuma who picks up the elimination with the musket. Goes to 10 elimination, 62.8. Alliance so close to going over the threshold. Alliance Yuma picks up another member with the musket, this time on to KLA 17. They go to 11, 63.8. They need 1.2 points to move across that qualification threshold as Team Alliance yet again continues to dominate another game, Jake.
They call him Wesley Snipes because he does not miss. Just keeps landing those shots with the musket. Absolutely beautiful from Alliance. I saw you laughing on my other screen, by the way. I'm glad that got you. Alliance popping off right now. 2 points, well, 1.2 points away from making it to that match point MVP, that eligibility, and the next game is all they need to do. And right now, this is the first game where I don't think the scores have been overly tight. I mean, you got X1 on 8 kills, and you got 6 kills onto JDG. But other than that, like, everyone else is actually relatively low scoring. It really is just the Alliance pop-off this game.
Yeah, Wolves here, 1 elimination under their belt, just struggling to stay alive, much less put any points on the board this game.
Yeah, really.
X1.
So is that... Oh, X1? No, they're not going to do anything, right?
No, they're trying to give chase to Team Wolves here, but Alliance also there. Wolves about to get sandwiched potentially between these two teams. Luckily for Team Wolves, they are here in Empyrean. They have a really good opportunity to kind of break away from this positioning if they can get away, but Wolves going to be caught out by X1. Alliance breaking away, though. GG waiting in the wings as well for the third party. Wolves IHQ just getting put in the blender here, trying to step away from this, trying to utilize the stone form there. That stone form not gonna save them from the Zai, though. X1's XLY picks up an elimination there, and Wolves go back to 2 members yet again as Bao Da turning here onto the members of OUG. OUG Jinyu coming in with that full sword, putting in work onto Yiran, as we're gonna see the Hottie come through and start to dip into this Kurumi ultimate to deal damage onto the members of Team Bao Da. OUG gonna step away from that Kurumi ultimate. They know Yiran has the ultimate up as well. They want to leave Bao Da and let some of these other teams come to deal with it. Bao Da, though, has their sights on a member of OUG. Jin Yu is going to make the sacrifice play here for the members of OUG, but JDG comes in for the third party, going to catch out SS from OUG, and they're trying to run this in to Bao Da. They want to get them away, but it looks like Bao Da off in the distance is going to pick up another member of OUG. SS is going to go down. Bao Da becomes the target here for Team JDG as the single, nope, OUG does go down. I was going to say a single member slips away, but then we see them get eliminated here. It's just JDG versus Bao Da. JDG with their ultimates still available, so Bao Da in a little bit of a pickle here as GG going to pick up that Valiant challenge to give them a little bit of situational awareness, still holding on, holding out hope for a good game as they currently sit at 3 eliminations on their blind 8 comp.
Yeah, you can see Wolves able to pick up one player, which is, oh no, don't worry, Zem went down. Okay, Wolves might, okay, they buy a secondary, oh no, they used the rebirth charm, okay. Now they've got to get their Viper up, and then they're back at full force, but like, the problem with Wolves right now is exactly what you were talking about earlier with them, is like, they hit this comp, which needs to kind of do stuff in the mid game, and they haven't actually achieved anything with it. They got 1 kill. I kind of just wish they looked in the Sand Siphon for the end game and then popped off there, but they didn't want to spend the hero points this time around, and they ultimately pay the price for it. But it's going to leave us with 23 players left at 11 minutes. Last game, we actually had a lot less players. It was a complete bloodbath. This time around, we've actually got a fair amount of people left in this final circle. Well, I know we're not even at the final circle yet, but in this late game now. It's going to be a big one to play for. Is X1, another team who are actually popping off. We've been very focused on Alliance just because of how close they are to that match point eligibility, but X1 are actually having a very good game, and they've kind of quietly been doing well all day, to be honest. Like, not as well as our top teams, but like they've been having a pretty decent day. That crossbow is unbelievably annoying. The chicken crossbow, the rubber chicken crossbow. Whose idea was that? Alliance just holding down onto this low ground for the moment. See, JDG Tutik actually has just used the cube, but he's going to get charmed up. Alliance actually getting knocked back. A couple people take some damage, but nothing too major. Oh! I thought that was NY7. I thought he did it again. He didn't. It's actually secured by X1, but now they're turning their attention towards Kiki and Jing. Alliance just being so aggressive. They've caught Jing against the wall. They're not letting him break away. He's actually going for a transform because he just doesn't have any way to escape. Now they're chasing onto Alliance, but as Wimble's coming out, Revenge is making sure that Jing cannot do anything on this monk. 2 ticks timing out. He's going to lose his transform. And now Alliance will just collapse on top of them. We see Wolves get knocked out in the middle of it. X1 gets hit. A couple of people do get hit by the charm there. Jing, he's going to be up on the menu. The bell comes out and in comes the burst. Alliance want to finalize this kill, but Jing is doing a great job of evading them for now. But the 3 members continue to pound onto him, and down he goes. Not yet. The snipe. Can it come in? GG secures the kill. They deny Alliance. They are so close to that eligibility point. They are so close they can taste it.
Yeah, they've got to be very, very careful. At this point, they just need to out-survive another team and make something happen here for themselves. Even 1 elimination, but they burned 2 ultimates in the middle of that fight. They need to be very, very careful about how they continue to go forward here. Again, 1 elimination is all that separates them from being on that match point. They've got to play the rest of this game out very, very strategically. X1 on to 10 eliminations now. GG finally picking up their 4th elimination there, keeping Alliance from going to match point. But it is still anybody's game. It's a very tight game as KLA shows up on Team Alliance, and Alliance down to the 1 ultimate here on N7, trying to play very carefully here. CXC actually going to get caught out in a fairly poor position, but the Matari ult going to buy them protection, going to completely negate the 1 ult that Alliance does have online. They have got to play this so well. Revenge goes down. This could be terrible for Alliance. They just need 1 elimination. They need to find it onto anybody here. Can they make it happen? The staff gonna come in from KLA 17 doing a ton of damage. NY7 just trying to keep it alive. There it is, KLA, they just need the one hit. There it is. They will go to match point. Oh my goodness, even if Alliance goes out here, they can breathe a sigh of relief heading into the next game. Alliance at 12 kills. Unfortunately, they are down to one member left remaining, Yuma. They will not be able to find MVP for this game, but crucially, they are on to match point.
Oh, that is so relieving for them, because I feel if they had gone out without that match point, there would be some super tilt coming into the next game. They would have been really on edge. They would have been really worked up, and then that's when teams start to crumble. They clutched it in the last possible moment. They can now breathe. They can now calm down. They have 7 minutes left on this game just to relax. And realistically, no one's catching up to them. The closest person to them right now in the game left is GG. GG, I statistically can't get enough points in this game. I'm pretty sure it's impossible for them to get to 65. Maybe if they kill everyone in the lobby. I know, because it's part of that 12's them. I don't think they can do it. So Alliance are going to be comfortable going in, knowing going into game 5, they're the only team that can win the day. X1 hunting away here. X1 10 kills in, so they're having a good day. Well, good game themselves. Looking to kind of catch up with some of those top teams and uproot the standings. And realistically, if this game goes well enough for X1, they could actually usurp OUG's position or GG's position, depending on how GG fare for the rest of this game. There is a position where this could just be massive for X1. They could get themselves really in the running. And it's what I was saying earlier. Every game has dramatically changed the scoreboard. Like, the standings and everything is just so different after every game.
Yeah, it's been an insane day. 4 teams left remaining here in game number 4. Alliance climbs to match point. No other team going to be able to make that happen. If Alliance can find an MVP after this, this is going to be it. Alliance will find their first ever season championship. The question is will they be able to make it happen without getting sniped out of the lobby? They have been absolutely on fire. They have taken every fight that's come their way today with no fear whatsoever. So I don't see Alliance slowing down anytime soon, Jake. We are, however, going to hit a bit of a Buccaneer phase because we do have some monks left alive in this lobby. We are heading into that late game, that final late game Bane's Breath on the map right now. It is going to be a Spirit Well with a Draco Storm buff coming in, and GG wants to fight for it, and with the Transformer comp, they're going to be in a strong position to be able to do so. They can afford to spend some ultimates here to fight for this. Tesla going to be invested on the side of, I do believe, Bauda going to hit some of the members here of X1. X1 going to be coming in, popping at that monk transformation as well, looking to evict some of these other teams. They decide it's worth investing the ultimate to come in and make something happen. GG coming back in with that Viper comp. Oh no, the Viper gets waved out. This is the power of the V1, by the way, one of the only heroes that can actually pull Viper out of that ultimate. So it actually keeps the counter from the monk from being able to come in and be landed. LYD being forced away here. So much range damage comes through. He's got to come out of the ultimate, but he actually dies before he comes out. This is disastrous for the members of X1 as they lose one of their crucial members. They lose their ultimates and they lose the Spirit Well, so they will not be able to get those ultimates back online. Now it's Bauda and GG trading blows, as well as DRG, as everybody scrambles to try to pick up this loot, get this Draco Storm, and take it into the late game.
Well, DRG have been very quiet this game. Only 3 kills under their belt, and Dongqing looking to change that. Chain's already thrown down. Bauda not willing to give it up, though. They have the ultimate from their Karumi to make sure Dongqing doesn't go too low here. Everybody's committing ults. Everybody is wanting this Spirit Well. The gear loadout is going to be so impactful. Getting golden weapons onto Don Q is going to be huge as the dome pops, but no one still fully controls it. So range projectiles now going to be raining in. Tesla ultimate through 3 members of DRG. They're going to find themselves getting caught out. Don Q doesn't touch the urn in time. GG can't capitalize on it though. F comes in, slamming into Bauda. Don Q loses all of his armor and most of his health as well. Bauda's just going to put the pressure in. He's being juggled in the sky. Down he goes. Bauda continue to pressure pressure now onto this Spirit Well. X1 re-jumping back in. X1 down a player as well. Still feeling comfortable to try and contest this. GG themselves, all 3 players standing, but they don't have that many ultimates to work with. Bowder continue to control over this area. They're desperate to secure this Spirit Well. Draco Storm could be the difference between winning and losing the lobby. Bowder, 7 kills. They really need to get some more to win this day, to win this game as well. As it looks like the contest for the Spirit World is actually coming to an end. Bowder should be able to pick it up, although the zone's closing in on the area. There it is. It pops. Draco Storm in the pocket of Bowder, and this is their opportunity to pop off and take some people down. Already X1 ZDI is going to be the first victim of their wrath. Kakaishi clinging to the rocks, playing it chill, as it is not many players left in the lobby, Rune.
Yeah, no, not at all. 10 players left remaining alive here. X1 down to a single player, keeping themselves alive here, trying to just make the most out of the 10 points they've been able to scrape together for themselves. GG on the bottom, just trying to keep the likes of BLADEPOINT from coming down and doing anything to them or TRG, but they are all sitting here with cannons, just throwing blows left and right. BLADEPOINT's you gonna go ahead and come down to the bottom here. Will get caught out by a Tessa ultimate. Look at that clean surf to the side just to get away and reposition to a stronger position for them as the rest of BLADEPOINT starts to come down onto the members of GG. A master parry coming in from the side of GG. Wu Chen port just up to the very top here on the edge. GG's 330 trying to keep his game alive, but he gets knocked into the zone. Cannon shot comes through from BLADEPOINT to clean up 330. BLADEPOINT up to 9 eliminations, looking for that first place finish. Giron with the ultimate. That Draco Storm still here for 43 seconds as they continue to apply pressure to both of these teams. X1 still holding on for dear life with 1 player left remaining alive. GG down to 2 players. DRG still holding on to 3, just trying to make the most of this situation. The Ken Jong Quing will pick up an elimination here for the likes of DRG as they go to 4. Now DRG Jong Quing looking to set up and turn things on to BLADEPOINT. This could be a disaster. There's a world where Alliance still walks away the MVP here. They need to eliminate X1 as soon as possible for that to happen, but X1 holding on for dear life might actually clutch this out here. DRG trying to make something happen. GG's LXM, the last remaining member of GG, as this continues to go towards time. GG's LXM looking for anything, trying to grapple with the bow shots. Will get re-grappled out of the sky here. The follow-up there from DRG's Kakaishi. LXM trying to go for the tactical nuke here onto everybody. We'll get a little bit of something, but it's just gonna get clutched out here as DRG comes in. This is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my good. Wait, BLADEPOINT Speed comes out of nowhere.
Where did it come from? I don't know who I don't know who won that in the end.
Gotta be BLADEPOINT. That first
BLADEPOINT.
place, the multiplier is gonna give them enough to go over Team Alliance's 12 elimination game. Absolutely huge. I thought BLADEPOINT was gone. He comes out of nowhere.
I thought BLADEPOINT knocked that ages ago. That is insane by BLADEPOINT. Really well played. Wow. And I've been critical of BLADEPOINT today. I mean, the double white tigers thing was unforgivable. But they have pulled it back here in this game. Finally get themselves a win. They've been very underwhelming today. And it's the 3rd team to win the 3rd bi-weekly. Actually, the 2nd team of the split to win a bi-weekly. Won the 3rd bi-weekly. Expectations are on them to perform, and they've been sitting and kind of circling the drain at the bottom of the pack for a while. So a win here is a massive confidence boost, but all eyes are not on BLADEPOINT right now. Those boys in black and green Alliance have made it to match point now. If they MVP this next game, that is the day done. That is the season done for everyone.
Yeah,
I expect Alliance to have a lot of attention put on them going forwards.
Yeah, absolutely. If you know Alliance's habits right now, you are looking to hot drop on them, get those early resurrections out of the game, keep them from making anything happen, because Alliance, look at how close they've been to, even when they get knocked out early, they've been so aggressive and put so many points on the board. It is still up for debate whether they walk away with MVP or not, up to the very last seconds of each of these games. But we got a quick question for you guys. What's not up for debate is your opportunity to win one of these summer split random gift box. Which hero did Alliance NY7 use in game 4? Is it A, Hottie? Is it B, Tessa, C, Wu Chen, or D, Viper Ning?
It should... That's actually a relatively hard question, to be honest. That is... I'll give it to you guys. If you can get this one, I'll be impressed. A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Get that else from box. That's where you get all your goodies and all your presents. Here are the points right now. Alliance are on match point eligibility. And the rest of the lobby have some work to do. 13 points for JDG, 17 points for OUG, 18 for GG. Like, a lot of these guys have got some serious work to do. Wolves, who started the day, are 31 points off match point eligibility. They are in first selection. They're at the bottom of the table right now. That is heartbreaking for Wolves. That really is, because they were good on the pre-finals. They set themselves up really nicely for today. And I don't want to be that guy, but in true Wolves fashion, they kind of fumble it. You know, they had it, and it's a bit sad to see because they're such a good team, but a disappointing performance so far has costed them a day.
They've become the opposite of old J Team, where old J Team wouldn't perform during the regular bi-weeklies and then come in and crush it in the finals. Now Wolves performing during all of the bi-weeklies, coming into the finals and absolutely fumbling the ball just inches from the finish line. But Team Alliance here absolutely cooking today. And again, this is going to come down.
To be fair to Wolves, we all doubted JT pretty much every time because we're like, these guys are trash, and then they'd pop off. But like Wolves, we trust, we believe in Wolves. There's a lot of faith with the entire caster team, but like Wolves are a really top team. There's no denial of that. So I'll give them that. I'll give them that. You are correct though on every other front, but I will give them that. Here's the points after that last game.
Yeah, look at how this plays out, by the way. If X1 goes out one position sooner, Alliance is above them. If Bao for whatever reason didn't come off the top rope out of nowhere, this game goes to Alliance as an MVP. But this has been every game today, right? Even the games that Alliance has not won, it is till the very last second been a question of whether they're going to take MVP or not based off their early game performance. That is the performance that they're going to be bringing into next game, into game number 5. And that is scary.
I mean, Bowder didn't have that many kills, but Yoran did a lot of damage.
That
is they were getting kill stolen a lot. That's what that tells me. Because 35,000 damage and only 4 kills on character, but obviously, you know, more than that total. That is really, really impressive. As Bowder, they were, I believe, where were they before this? They were in 11th place. 11th or 10th, right?
Yeah,
they've jumped up to 7th, so they've done really, really well for themselves off there. Wolves on it's bad. It's getting real bad. There's probably concerns right now, but Alliance obviously in that spot, and everyone else. We talk about how close things are, but honestly, it is Alliance and then the rest. Everyone else is very far behind Alliance right now.
Yeah, there's actually a world where if Alliance doesn't take the MVP in game number 5, we go to game number 6 with Alliance still being the only team over match point threshold. Like, JDG would have to fumble the ball pretty hard, but the rest of these teams, if they put up an average to middling game, it very easily just becomes Alliance still on match point threshold.
If you ignore game 3, look at JDG's scores for the rest of the game. It's 7, it's 6, it's 5. Like, it's actually quite low scoring from JDG. They had one massive pop-off game, and other than that, their like average is actually under 10. So I genuinely agree. I think it's a very real possibility that if Alliance don't take it here, they'll have another shot at the title on their own without being contested by everyone else. Now, I'll be interested to see who actually wants to like drop on Alliance, because typically, you know,
that has not gone well for anybody today.
Yeah, and one team swallows that bullet, but at the same time, it's like, you might just be handing them the gun. Like, you might just be giving them the snowball start they needed. Because Alliance, they are consistently good in the early game, consistently good in the mid game, and consistently good in the end game. I mean, they've only been able to take a single MVP performance, so maybe you could argue their late game needs a bit of work. But their early and mid is terrifying right now.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Here's X1 in the end here, man. This is crazy. Peak comes out of nowhere.
It's just clinging to a rock.
Look at this. I had no idea Peak was even up here from the angle that we were casting, and just comes in and cleans it all up.
He's like Peter in Hunger Games. It's just like it's just a face in the rock, just holding it out while everyone's fighting. Huge performance though coming in from Uran on the Zai. 35,000 damage, 4 kills, 13,000 damage with the cannon. Damn. That was slamming with the cannon. He didn't even have. Oh, he did have Rockshigilla and Orban Bird. That's why. Yeah. There you go. As soon as you see that, you're like, oh, that's why they did so much damage to the cannon, because they got the most broken Soul Jade in the game. Make it a legendary one, and then I'll be okay with it. It is not okay, but this is a purple.
Just swap it and Meteor, right?
Yeah.
Make Meteor purple, Rockshigilla, Orban, and Burn. Yeah. I agree with you.
Meteor is poo, man. Like.
You know, when these used to be 2 separate Soul Jades, I think it was fine.
Yeah, totally agree on that.
Them being combined now is absolutely crazy. Deserves to be the stack of legendary, because it is in trios the must-have Soul Jade across the board for your team to have that cannon, to be able to get that splash damage, to put the burn tick on to people, to be able to deny them the extra healing, and most importantly, to be able to build that rage meter so quickly so you can get those ultimates online, especially in these final zone situations, so that you can be there for the heal off, you can be there for those final moments for your team and make things happen. Like such a strong Soul Jade. You're not going to hear me argue that point whatsoever. But this has been a crazy day. I really feel like this has been the day of Alliance. And again, I think we could easily, if we go to game 6, see Alliance having another shot at the title without anybody being there. You know what I'm saying? Right now, Alliance is going to this next game. They've got their big championship belt on, but nobody's stepping into the ring with them. The rest of these guys are just trying to knock them out of the lobby and keep them from having a good game. But again, I have to look at their performances throughout the rest of the day today. Even though they've only walked away with 1 MVP, they have literally been within spitting distance every single game, even after being eliminated early. This last game, all that needed to happen was X1 needed to go out 1 elimination in terms of teams earlier, and Balda, if they got eliminated when we thought they got eliminated, that was it. Alliance just gets another MVP here. I mean, it doesn't get them the championship, right? Because this is the game that they do go over match point threshold, but that's how close it's been every single game for this team. Like you said, there is a big catch-22 double-edged sword for these teams to decide right now, because if you're the team dropping on Team Alliance and you lose that fight, the rest of the lobby is going to be looking at you and going, when they win this, it's your fault.
Yes, absolutely. Oh man, I'm just so excited to get into this game. I want to see the hero select. I'm really interested, and I feel we will know what Alliance's game plan is once we get to hero select, because if they just blow their points on like the best comp they can get their hands on, then you know they're going for break. I mean, like, why would they not be going for the win here? Like, it'd be really weird for them to just be like, we'll wait another game and then pop off. We'll see what we'll see how the weather is in the next game.
I mean,
see if we like it.
Realistically, they still have 9 hero points.
Yeah, exactly.
So for them, the most hero points they could possibly blow is 6. So even if they blow 6 this game and go into game 6 with only 3 hero points, and they're still the only team on match point, 3 hero points still buys them a really good comp into that next game. They have set themselves up massively for success right now.
It's one of those things where it's like, I'm always going to contradict myself here though, because if you lose both those games, you are just cooked. You basically you've had 2 chances to win and then you're thrown out the window, because like you are just back to the wall, like whatever comps you can afford. I would like to see them do what your plan is. I'd like to see them, just go all out, get the win in these next 2 games while they've got that significant lead over the rest of the lobby. But there is also that kind of like that bird chirping on my shoulder being like, I don't know, man, this could get real dicey real quick for them. If we go to game 8 and they've got 0 hero points, they're gonna have to play Taka or something. Like, they might be out of options.
If they go to game 8, realistically though, as long as they still put up consistent game and get good points, going to game 8, they just have to play for points at that point. They have to keep somebody else from finding an MVP who's above the threshold at that point.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like by game 8, I actually expect the vast, because honestly, from the way people have been scoring, if we get to game 8, the vast majority of the part of the lobby will be in there. Like you're basically banking at game 8. You're more likely to see someone else win than you. And like I've always like banking on like EWG and probably Wolves at this point to not win. Like that's how bad it is. So I don't know. It's a rough one.
To be fair, I think if you're in a situation where you have potentially 2 games where nobody else can take the championship because they're not over match point threshold.
Yeah.
Like you go. You absolutely send it. If you're not able to get it in those 2 games, but you still have a possibility of taking the championship, I don't think you can even be mad at yourself for having spent the points. Like again,
oh no. I think the right game plan is to do that. 100%.
Is to spend the points. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, and especially if you think about it this way, right? Like how often have we seen an opportunity where a team could be set up where 2 games running, they're the only team with the potential for match point? I don't think we've ever seen it. And there's such a good possibility of it happening for them today. And again, they are in such a good position. Again, we go back to talking about the hot drop, right? Every team that is hot dropped with Alliance today has eaten that bullet. They have tasted the silver, and they have not liked it, especially Team Wolves in the last game, because Alliance, they went werewolf hunting last game. They came out, they had their silver bullets. They were ready to go off that hot drop, and they said, Wolves, go ahead and get out of here. And they weren't the only team to eat the bullet either, because they dropped on OUG and killed OUG off the rip, and then immediately turned on to Team Wolves. Took 6 eliminations, still had their resurrections, and were absolutely cooking. So any team that tries to drop on them in this next game is going to have one heck of a fight, Jake.
It really wasn't even werewolf hunting though, was it? It was just like looking for puppy dogs. Like Wolves look so lost. They look so lost right now. I don't mean to keep taking aim at them, right? I'm taking aim at them because I genuinely believe in this team, and I think they have fumbled quite hard today. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is. And I think it really boils down to the team seems very lost in the early game. Like they tried 2 hot drops to get like early kills and then died to the third party, or just straight up lost the hot drop off the bat. Or the one time where they were like, we're going to drop away and then be the third partier, they got clowned on there as well. Like I do feel sorry for them because they're such a capable team, and realistically they are coming into today, prior to what we just saw, they were on my top like 2 for today. My top 2 were JL and Wolves. They were the 2 teams I thought were going to take it today. I said a couple of weeks back that Alliance had been my black horse for a while, and I was optimistic about them, but like not realistic. But like somehow both of the teams I believed in are kind of fumbling, and the team who I was like, I'd like to see them win, but they probably won't, are in that position where they could close it right here.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy 2 games going forward here. I'm so excited. I just want to get to this hero select. You know, I usually enjoy my analysis between games and having time to talk about like the strategies and stuff. But I just want to get this hero select and see what Alliance is going to do. I want to see them get in this game. I want to see if they bring the same aggression they have brought all day into this game, because that's what I fully expect.
I expect it. I really do expect it. Alliance is definitely where my eyes are peeled on right now, duh. But also you got, you know, there's other teams who are close by. There are teams who could potentially do it. Who could close that gap. 13 points to JDG today, I believe. Is it? Yeah, JDG is second, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. The issue with JDG, not EWG, JDG, is
they're averaging about 7 points and they need 10.
Their average is trash. So it is a it is definitely going to be a hard ask for them. Wolves, I mean, they need the day of their life to pull this back. This has to be like a 20-bomb game with a first place finish into like another big game.
I mean, Wolves needs like 25 kills and a first place finish this game.
Now, I will say one thing. This is going to be the most honestly the most BM thing I've ever said about a team. But like, we talked about how they're sprinting, right? They're a sprinting team, not a marathon team.
Oh God.
The good thing is they haven't started the race yet. They didn't hear the gunfire. Like, maybe there's a world where they start sprinting soon.
I mean, they sprinted in game 1. The problem is they had the wind knocked out of their sails in game 2, right? Like, they had an incredible game number 1. Even though they lost off the hot drop, they immediately adjusted, right? They knew the adjustment they needed to make. What did they do? They immediately went somewhere else, looted up, chose not to take another fight until Realm of Yang, win their Realm of Yang, and use that to kind of trebuchet them into a snowball to take into late game, come out on top, take that MVP, do really well, put big points on the board so that they were up to 30 points. They were halfway to threshold after game number 1. The problem is they go into game number 2, they keep the exact same strategy. They still lose off Rip. And unfortunately for them, it is a little bit of a bad luck because they do drop onto that team that has that Zai. That Zai team is able to get those Fireflies very quickly so that they can get that ultimate online, and it just halves the healing of their zipping, and because of that, they lose that fight. What do we see them do? They make the same readjustment that they do in game 1. The problem with this particular strategy is, yes, it gives you 2 really good opportunities to be aggressive. If you lose that first opportunity, though, and you're forced to take it to Realm of Yang, if you lose that Realm of Yang, it cuts all of your momentum off, and then you are just playing keep away the rest of the game. And that's what we see happen in game number 2. After that, it's like their entire confidence crumbles. They die off drop again, and then they just kind of start running around like a chicken with their head cut off.
And unfortunately, this is... I don't want to say this is a Wolves trend, because I actually think this is a trend of a lot of the teams. When a team starts strong or looks strong, the moment something goes bad, it feels like it gets them. And like, I can name so many teams who do this. So many teams that do this. So, you know, for Wolves, they kind of just got to get back on that boat and hope that the day doesn't end here. They are in that first round selection, so they do get their priority. This better be a Sand Siphon, or I'm running to China in rage, because they are so good at Sand Siphon, and for some reason they avoided picking it earlier today when they had the opportunity to catch up to the rest of the top runners. They went for the blind date comp instead, and honestly, it just wasn't impressive. Now, seeing they go for the Monk Valda, that is, I mean, jarring.
I got nothing.
I'm
got
very
nothing.
confused. I'm flabbergasted. Weirdly, like, Xiphon and Sand Siphon is really low priority right now. And honestly, are they going to give... All right, this actually could be so big for Alliance.
I think
Alliance gets Sand Siphon.
This is huge. Yeah, Alliance gets Sand Siphon, and they spend no points taking it.
Yeah.
They have 9 points and another opportunity after this, potentially.
My word. I can't believe they got that. Yeah, because what we were saying was, you know, they could spend all their points in these next 2 games while they're ahead, and then potentially risk being in trouble down the line. But because of this, I feel like, because I expected a Sand Siphon from Alliance here. Like, I felt like that was always going to be the game plan for them. So the fact that they get their hands on it now, the fact that the blind date is the only thing that's increased in hero points, to show you how absolutely bizarre today has been as far as like hero selects.
Yeah, this is very, very strange. The worst part is unfortunately, as an individual team, you've got to make your decision based on what your team's doing. You don't know what's going to be picked during these other phases, but you would think there would be an agreement that you don't want to see Alliance pick up Sand Siphon here, or you want to make it cost as many points as humanly possible for them. That just doesn't happen here. They give Sand Siphon completely and utterly free to Team Alliance, the only team in the lobby that has everything to win here. Now, I will say this. With that said, they might be cooking a little bit here, because if nobody takes Sand Siphon, regardless of how they're playing, if that's the only, there's 2 Sand Siphons or 3 Sand Siphons in the lobby now, it's kind of easy to pick out which team is Team Alliance now.
Yeah, true. True. Also, people will know their drops and stuff, so there is that.
Yeah, so
interesting to see the kind of pick rate and the average points there for some of these teams. Like Alliance, 26% pick rate for this comp and only averaging 8.3. When you get to JL, you'll see why I'm a little bit nervous for Alliance, because Alliance, obviously we wanted to see them on the Sound Typhoon. It's an incredibly strong comp, but JL, Zyphon is their best comp. This is the comp which I associate with JL, this split. They've been so good at that. 26% pick rate, 14.5 average points. To have a pick rate that high and then average points that high should really sell you how well they perform on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, again, I think I might be there's a world where I'm huffing some copium on the decision to just let Alliance have this composition in the hopes of being able to pick them out of the lobby. There's only one team dropping on them here, and it's going to be Alliance versus JL. JL on their best composition, deciding they are going to be the team that bites the bullet for the lobby. Will it pay off in their favor, or will they hand Alliance the weapon they need to win it all?
Everyone's sitting at their desks saluting JL right now.
Right now, yeah.
You were the hero that we needed. we better be going over there. I don't want to see Wolves versus KLA. I don't want to see the garbage that's going on with X1. I want to go see JL versus GG. That's where my attention is right now.
You mean JL versus Alliance, but...
JL versus, sorry, Alliance. Yeah. You know what I mean. This is the one. Game number 5. Alliance on match point. All to play for.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Watching them getting ready to go into this game. Alliance dropping near JL. Quick grab a loot, just get some stuff put together. Fan picked up for VVV here. No armor. Has got himself a blue fan though, so that's a nice little boost to his damage.
Oh, Yuma's going down.
TXJ's been able to find that shutdown onto them, and with that, they need Revenge to come in and heal them back up, but it's a 2 versus 3. VVV's going for a reposition as they're looking to get onto NY7. NY7 finds himself as back to the wall. Revenge tries to come in, finds the knockback, but they are low. Revenge goes down. NY7 is next. And JL has stemmed the bleeding of the lobby.
The rest of the lobby right now, when they get a chance to take their hands off the keyboard, just is sending a salute the direction of Team JL as they're able to pick up multiple eliminations on to Alliance, but that does not mean this game is over for Team Alliance. They are on one of their best compositions here. They do still have that early game resurrection, and there are plenty of places for Alliance to go out and get loot for themselves, because we have actually had a larger cluster of teams this time around, and there's plenty of gold zones to the north and south that are going to be Sans teams that are going to allow Alliance to loot themselves back up into this game and head to that realm of Yang.
I mean, Imperial Village is untouched, so there's so many good gold spots there, so they'll probably be heading over. Now GG, they're already getting 3 kills for themselves. Meteor comes in, 2 tickets just slammed down. GG are just absolutely murdering this part of the lobby. Down goes another kill. Suddenly they're into 5 kills. DRG also up to 5 as well. XLY now coming up to toe-to-toe versus CJS. Gonna eat himself a parry onto LXM though. LXM comes through. They're gonna get themselves the healing on that armor from the Karumi for the side of GG. They can reposition it if they need. I don't think it's gonna be necessary. And with JL shutting down Alliance at the start of this game and an 8 kills going over to GG to open it, Alliance have got to be nervous now. That is a rough start to game number 5.
Yeah, this is crazy. Crucially, though, what this does open up is the potential for a strong game for Alliance again next game, though, because JDG shut down off the rip here opens up that space. The problem is now that GG is starting to close that gap. GG, though, still 20 points away, even after picking up 8 eliminations. They've got a lot of work to put in.
They really do. And you can see, you know, also DRG closing the gap, actually almost tied in points to GG, JL. They are literally, they're just forsaken their points and they're just going for Alliance. They are hunting them. It's like a pack dog. Yuma isolated once again. This was the major issue for for Alliance, was Yuma was isolated from the team and got blown up before the fight even started. Now they've actually isolated NY7. He's lost a lot of his armor. Comes in for the S-Slam to lower the Kurumi healing. Bane's Breath's used. JL knew exactly their game plan this game, and it was shut down Alliance, deny them the opportunity to win the day. Another F comes in from BBB, and you can see why JL are the team to watch on the Xiphon. So consistently good with it. Bane's Breath has been successfully evaded by Alliance, and the Sandstorm will slow down the advance of JL, but it looks like that's going to be another member going down. NY7 falls, and Alliance left scratching their heads. GG looking to come in for a potential tidy up as well, and Alliance are all but done. Yuma goes down. There is only one standing. GG come in and steal the kill, but JL have done their job. They have denied Alliance the win.
Oh my goodness, this is absolutely insane. Alliance here, they get the comp they want, they get it at no points, but still the potential to set up for another clean game next game. JL here though, right now, the rest of the lobby singing their praises as they set Alliance down to a single member left remaining alive. I don't think there's a world where Alliance comes back from this and finds an MVP this game, especially with GG and DRG already on 8 and 9 eliminations here. It is going to be very, very hard for Alliance even to get their members back into the game, much less for them to be able to find any sort of footing to take an MVP here. We do see this Bane's Breath being invested here, trying to buy a little bit of safety for the likes of DRG. DRG, though, losing one of their members. And as we just see here, KLA taking the risk in the no ult zone in the Bane's Breath just to take the fight here with DRG. And DRG, who is off to a rip of a start with 8 eliminations under the belt, is going to lose 2 of their members here early on. And they're just going to back away and kind of wait to see if KLA backs out and gives them the opportunity to go for those resurrections. X1 sitting in the wings here might actually buy DRG the time that they need to get those resurrections off if they start to pressure onto KLA. KLA actually going to turn away here, and we might see DRG come back into this fight because of this. KLA has to watch the border of this. They have to play around the edge of the zone so that they have access to that one ultimate they still have left. And this could be what DRG needs to get the reses up if they stuck around, but it doesn't look like the Wu Chen stayed. We haven't seen those resurrections yet come through, and Alliance's revenge here, off on the hunt here for Darktide coins. A solo little rabbit out in the world, a solo roomie trying to keep the dream alive.
I do think the one thing that JL need to do is probably take their foot off the gas a little bit on the Alliance hunting, because while they did a great job of shutting them down, JL do need to also get some points because they are a long way away. They're in 7th place right now. So you can't commit all your resources to shutting down the top team. I think they've done the job to make sure that this game stays, well, this day stays alive for at least one more game now. And that is what they needed to do. Buy every little bit they can, every little section, every little second, every little game. Make sure that you can get as many points as possible and then be within that contest yourself. As JL, I have a sneaking suspicion they're still hunting, though, which is, I would say, is quite concerning if that's the case. Because I'd like to see them, you know, actually focus on their own game a little bit. The real question for me on Alliance front, the real question for me on Alliance's front, though, is, like, how is their mental fortitude? Because we haven't seen them, like, basically just bullied out of a game yet. They've been kind of left to their own devices and just played consistently all day. So are they going to be able to recover from what has honestly been a pretty horrific start to a game where they had it all? They were set up for the victory.
You know, Alliance, fortunately, is one of those teams that has never had mental consistency problems. Even when they're, like, at the bottom of the leaderboard, like, in a rep change, looking for the opportunity to get in, and there's, like, no way for them to even qualify for, like, a grand final or for Worlds or whatever. Every single game we see them, they are playing their absolute heart out. Like, they just don't slow down. I've never seen their mental really get affected badly. And I think if you're Alliance coming into this game, you have to expect exactly this to happen, right? Like, you come into this game with the mental idea that there's a very good possibility we just get hunted out of this lobby altogether.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate reality that they have to face here coming into it, as zones spawning up, Realm of Yang spawning up, so expect to see all the teams jumping in. GG are going to be going up versus JL. This is a contest for two very, very big teams in the lobby. Obviously, JL not got quite as many kills as GG. GG off to an absolutely killer start. Purple armor onto CJS here. I believe purple armor onto LXM as well. Yeah, so he's also pretty geared up. CJS looking to see if he can find that opportunity to get those hunts off, as they're already coming in. A lot of damage onto LXM. He's lost his armor already. Trying to stay alive. CGS is breaking away. F comes out. Doesn't make a connection onto BVV, but he is able to get a whole heap of damage off there with the fan. Just bursting through that health bar. Now LXM needs a bit of saving. Kurumi ultimate comes out just to keep them alive. BVV locked down by the chain scythe though from CJS. Immediately Kurumi ultimate comes out as an answer in response to that chain scythe catch there. CJS is trying to find that cone. Gets onto One Fang. One Fang has to reposition the ultimate. It's the last time he can do that one. GG. CJS didn't really get too much of his armor refreshed. He spent a lot of time out of that Kurumi ultimate, so hasn't got the full heal coming in, but has got an F available to him. Can he find that opportunity? One Fang caught out, burning for the second, but now he looks for the turnaround. F comes down, misses from CJS. GG holding this fight out. There's a minute left on the timer. No clear winner decided yet, but a beautiful parry opens up on the 3-3-0. Chunks through his health bar. One Fang looks to put the pressure in onto him. CGS is doing his best to try and keep his team alive as his members are going low. One Fang himself finds himself in danger. LXM goes down in the middle of the fight. CGS now sees these fans flawlessly. He's unable to do so. JL take the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, this is really big for JL as well, because there is a world where Team GG actually crosses the threshold in this game. If they come out of this Realm of Yang, that would have put them at 12 eliminations. They would have been, I do believe, about 8 points away from match point there. Would have been exceptionally huge for them, but that's not the world that happens. JL's able to shut them down and come out on top. GG, though, still has the opportunity to come out and find some Soul Blooms, get this game back online for them. If they can go to 12 eliminations and head to that late game where GG really excels, there is very easily a world where they just come out on top. Look at that. Yeah, they're currently 10 points away from match point. So GG, some work to do, but it's not over for him just yet, Jake.
No, it's not at all. Walker looking to hunt down on to a kill. He's got himself that Vermilion Bird's Might, so why not? Mystic Might onto KLA though, so if they get taken out, they are taken out. This is a finalizer for done kind of thing. QGG being hunted here. Walker with the golden spear, just hunting onto him. Isn't even going to commit the transform yet. It's going to pop the bell. Can't touch the urn though. Has to take the cube, but that's going to be him hitting the ground after his nice little kiting holiday. KLA able to secure the kill here onto one. Ajao could be next up on the menu. Does get slapped back briefly though, so 16 needs to now make a break for it himself. In comes CJS. GG looking to secure themselves the Soul Blooms. They did get a kill. I don't know if they've been able to get onto that Soul Bloom yet though. Walker trying to make a break for it, but Walker goes down. That's a member cured for the side of GG. Only one kill, no, 2 kills at the moment. 3-3-0 on the run here. GG need to find one more.
Oh, look at this. Wolves' final team member has found Alliance's final team member. A little bit of tasty payback here for Wolves. I don't think Wolves thinks they can win this game here, but they can at least put some pain onto Team Alliance. Revenge with the ultimate here, buying themselves a little bit of space, but unfortunately can't fight in the zone. And of course, they are fighting here where they have that Valda with that extra 2k HP. Revenge is going to be in a bad spot here. Going to try to buy some time, try to bait out the rest of this ultimate, try to get away. As long as they don't get speared, they're pretty good. Able to jump, able to get the read on the spear there. ZK trying to make something happen here. A little bit of duration left on that ultimate. It's going to end very shortly. Revenge looking to find a spot to take a little bit of a reset here. Has set up the umbrella so they can get away from any potential threat. Have got to be careful though. Wolves ZK with most of a reset here can afford to fight in the zone, while Revenge cannot here with how low their HP is. Now their shield's going to go low as well. Unfortunately for Revenge, they they are able to get the scale rush here, but this Wolves ZK still on them. Wolves wants to take Alliance out of this here. They are doing everything they can. Another Umbrella. Revenge backing away, forcing ZK to play for the Umbrella. Revenge gonna break away. Yet again, the grapple comes through. Revenge looking to set anything up here for themselves. They are just trying to keep this game away. They will be able to turn back around. Wolves ZK gonna invest the F here. Revenge doing everything they can to keep the game alive here. The grapple comes through. They get one pot off here as they will keep it together. The parry onto Wolves ZK. ZK trying to get revenge for Team Wolves. Revenge not having any of it. He wants to keep it alive, but ZK with literally 1 HP in a dream finds the uppercut and cleans up Alliance's Revenge. Alliance is heading back to the lobby.
Money they got. Wolves might not be done here. They've got enough money to get some revive charms off. Oh, the battle roomie almost came through. Revenge played that very well, considering he's going into someone with like actual fighting utility more than just supportive healing. Really, really well. Just using your base mechanics of the game. Dual halberds still got it. They still got that little bit of lockdown. They still got that burst. There's a rebirth charm for Wolves. See if they can get another one off. And the crazy thing is, if Revenge had got that one hit in, they would have had that money, and that money probably would have been enough to get them back into the game and get some players in. Whether or not that would have been enough to actually get the MVP, very unlikely, but man, incredibly close. Wolves are back on the map, but GG are still in charge of the game, absolutely crushing it here as we see the Realm of Yangs get spawned up. And also a Spirit Well, where everybody is contesting on that one. As you can see, we can see the Wolves camera, the Alliance camera right now. They're all in good spirits. Everyone laughing and having a good time. So they are ready for game number 6. Because their game number 5, was just completely undone by JL. JL had their number. It looks like WBG might be getting a free Realm of Yang to themselves, but everyone else is fighting over a Spirit Well. Pop, the Uber goes. Oh no, it gets interrupted. I believe that's them just taken out. GG sliding in, securing a bunch of kills off the back of it as well. LXM takes down Peak. You trying to make a breakaway, but OUG are keeping the pressure up, and it's just into the waiting hands of GG. LXM looking for the kill. Yu's able to break away, and that's going to be OUG who secure the kill onto you, but GG continues control the Spirit Well for now, although they are going incredibly low. Gonna force to use that Kurumi ultimate as OUG are desperately trying to force them off the Spirit Well. GG, are they gonna give it up? Looks like they are. OUG get it, and Wolves are back on the map. They've been able to rebirth their entire team.
Yeah, you know, they are shouting ZK's name right now.
Wolves are in a Realm of Yang. They rebirthed and they got into a Realm of Yang uncontested. That's a miracle, baby. That could have been Alliance. That could have been Alliance.
It could have been Alliance, but WBG here trading blows with JL inside this Realm of Yang. JL absolutely on fire this game. Unfortunately, they still have too much work to put in, I do believe, to be in a position to get that match point. GG, though, exceptionally close to heading into match point, which actually could help Alliance going into the next game, having another target for the lobby to try to split onto, so that they're not so easily able to be picked out from the pack, if you will. WBG Sleepwalker, though, turning on the TXJ. JL here, who was in a really strong position here inside the Realm of Yang, now in a 2v1 VVV. One of our world champions from the very first year, one of the best players in the world, trying to find a 1v2 or be able to stall this out for the next 30 seconds. Some huge damage actually coming in from VVV, trying to find the parry. Gonna mistime it though. The uppercut gonna come through. Unfortunately, just not enough. WBG comes out on top. JL gonna be heading out the Realm of Yang there with the Yang depletion, looking to make something happen as we cut over to GG. Oh, this is so unfortunate. GG actually gonna get eliminated from the lobby here. Close. Oh, they do have one player, but I don't know where they're going to put together 4 points for themselves this game, as KLA is going to sit here on these bodies. And you know, for Alliance, this is actually kind of bad. If there had been 2 teams heading into game number 6 above a threshold, it makes it much harder for that lobby to make the decision to drop somebody on their head and just eliminate them off the rip because they have 2 targets. But it looks like we're going to be heading into a world where there's only going to be a single target.
No, they got
GG
charms.
with the double rebirth charms actually brings GG back into this game. And again, GG wants to be on that match point threshold, right? They want to have a world where they can find the MVP and come out on top of this. What's up?
There's an issue though. We've got JL running around with the Realm of Yang debuff, and I'm 90% sure I just saw them on LXM's minimap. Now, LXM obviously won't be able to see them himself, but there's a world where GG respawn and then JL respawn right on top of them or near them and take them out. Because remember, they're going to be under geared, where JL are going to keep their gear from that fight.
Well, GG, here it is, exactly what you said. But they're looking to stop and do some shopping. Maybe they don't see the likes of GG, but they are going to start coming in. TXJ trying to get this engagement started, but TXJ very separated from the rest of the team. If GG can turn onto this and turn this into a 3v2, it could very quickly fall into their favor. Look at this. They're going to send a sacrificial lamb away. They're going to let 330 go down to the likes of JL. JL going to give chase to 330 here. GG going to be able to head the other direction. Fang kind of chilling around, waiting to see if GG is going to come out of the wings here as they see 330, but they do not see the rest of the team. Fang going to decide to head this way now. 330 is going to be the sacrificial lamb. It's going to go down to Team JL, but you can bet money GG already far away. And look at this, LXM's got 20,000 Darktide coins. So long as there is another rebirth charm for them to buy, they are more than happy to send 330 away here. They need to, come down, find something here. KLA over the top of them. GG has to slow. Yeah, GG's got to slow roll this. They have to play this well. JL gonna come do a little bit of shopping. KLA's QGG here coming in off the edge. GG just has to continue to play this slow. They are doing everything they can to get themselves back into this game. They've got the pots right. There's the resurrection altar that they need. They just need to find themselves another shop, be able to get themselves back into this. The nearest shop, I do believe, was where JL stopped off there on podium for them. So they're going to have to come in. Look at this trading, swapping here to get them back in. They're going to come around this corner where they have an opportunity, take a full reset. CJS, just giving those pots over to LXM here, letting him get the full benefit there, as he does have enough money to potentially buy 2 more rebirth charms. So they're going to have to find a shop. They're going to have to hope there's still some rebirth charms left remaining in the game. See if they can get their other player back in here, make something pop off for themselves, because realistically, they just need to find 4 points. If they can find 1 more point from surviving, potentially pick up 3 eliminations once they get a member back in, that could be all she wrote for GG. They'll be able to go into the next game there with that very crucial setup for them to be going and taking that MVP. But as you take a look here, JL, 2 members still on Yang depletion with 1 minute and 46 seconds left. They're gonna have to force themselves into this fight with Team Wolves.
Yeah, it could be a little bit rough here for the side of JL. Down a single player. F goes by into the spirit world. They're looking to fight. Zem finds himself in a bit of danger, so he just immediately transforms. VVV losing a fair chunk of health. Zem needs to reposition himself. Safe from the cannon fire right now inside the dome, but not safe from the blades of JL. That's going to be a catch onto 1 though. Can he find the clap? Nope. Just going to get himself 1 off. Another catch onto VVV. VVV in some serious danger here. Can they finish them up? Low HP. That's going to be Wolves securing a kill onto VVV. Him in some serious danger as well, because he was not the cleansed member. Now Zem goes down. Wolves lose a player in the middle of all of this. Is X1 able to slide in and secure themselves the kills? It is a fight for this spirit well. Absolute desperation play. And Wolves, they did a fantastic job to bring it back. Remember, they got eliminated, but ran into a Realm of Yang, secured it for free, and got themselves the revive and the resets off. But immediately losing their monk is a terrible, terrible turn for them.
JL loses their member as well. They go down to 1. This is going to be a tight game as we go to that scoreboard.
GG turn the tables? If GG come back and kill JL in revenge for killing Revenge, that would be so cinematic.
KLA, they're going to pick up this Mystic Might here. Unfortunately, this was the perfect opportunity where everybody was contesting the Spirit Well for GG to go find that Resurrection Charm if there was one left available for them. Unfortunately, we did not see that Resurrection come through. They are still down to 2 members. I don't think there is a Resurrection Charm left for the likes of GG as we had in from Zone 4 to Zone 5. GG will be stuck to 2 members. They do still have 4 points to find if they want to get to that match point threshold. I think they're going to have to look for a really strong third party on the likes of something like X1 versus the one member of JL. Like if JL's member shows up here potentially looking to do something into this fight between KLA and X1, this would be the perfect fight for GG to come in onto. We're going to see ballista shots coming in. I'm not sure who's on the ballista. If my money had to be on anybody, it would be GG, but no, it is WBG up on the ballista.
Oh, my word.
Oh, X1 gonna lose ZDI here to the ballista. Always good for one, baby.
Really is. GG are actually clinging to the inside. I'd like to see them at least get to a shop and buy CGS some stuff. Like, my boy is in gray armor. He is incredibly weak, and like you're saying, they only need to get a couple of kills. A couple more placements maybe could also help them, but like realistically, it's just a couple more kills. There is a world where they somehow survive till last man standing, and then they double their placement, they double their kill points. Well, not double their kill points, sorry. They get the kill multiplier. It's not a double. It's 1.2, isn't it? Or 1.3.
Yeah, but
there is a world where they could do that.
The 4 placement points alone would take them there at this point.
Yeah, exactly. There are avenues for GG. They just got to be very, very smart about it. KLA coming in with their Viper stun to lock down onto members of Jing. Walker looking for a grab. KLA able to secure themselves one already. Jing goes down. As now they're looking for actually the members of Wolves. Nice Q just dodging away on the grab. Bane's Breath is there though, and Walker finds himself having to skip through the middle of the Bane's Breath in all of this action. So much heat on him right now. Walker looking just to get away. Bane's Breath, just narrowly evades him. QGG goes for the knockback into the Bane's Breath. Baseball batted in. Walker pops the bell, but nothing left now at this point. It just needs to try and play survival. It looks like that's been enough to force them off because everyone wants to turn their attention towards that Spirit Well. Can't see what's inside it. Probably some goodies. Definitely Walker's Karen.
GG picks up an elimination onto X1. They go to 15, 16.5.
They're close.
Coming away
so
here.
So tense for GG.
Yeah, they've got to play this so perfect right now. One more placement point is going to put them at 63. So realistically, 2 more eliminations and a single placement is all that separates them from being on match point or not going into game at number 6. And look at this. They've been able to drastically increase the equipment of CJS with purple armor, legendary fist blades.
Yeah, what happened? He went from gray to gray to just like purple to gold.
It's got to be the member they picked up there from X1. They just loot up, get themselves in a really strong position. GG now down below. They pick up another straggler here onto WX98. 63.5. 1 elimination and a single placement is all that separates Team GG from qualifying into match point heading into game 6. GG in a tight situation. OUG, as we are here on everybody's favorite Ballista Watch, everybody using this tower to get them momentum, and GG keeping a close eye on the situation. DRG down to a single member now as we see SS get resurrected, but then eliminated yet again as we're going to see Team GG pick one up on Wolves. They go to 64.5. They still need a single placement point. GG needs to wait this fight out. They need to let these other teams take the heat. This is it. They need that 1 additional placement point. 6 teams left remaining alive. They need to see DRG get eliminated here. This could be all that they need. I think they actually need 1 more placement after this because I think they tie up at 0.5. No, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, GG goes to 65 points and will be on match point as we head into game number 6.
That is absolutely brilliant there for GG. That is a mental cleansing knowing you were that close and it almost went wrong and you brought it back, played it so smart. GG are going to be feeling very happy with themselves going forward. And remember, these guys are the defending champions here at the NBPL. They won Spring Split. They finally stopped being the bridesmaid and became the bride. And it's now their turn once again to hold that title. They dropped the trophy off. They want to be taking it back with them. Them and Alliance. OUG could also pull a miracle out the hat here and potentially qualify alongside them. So eyes on OUG right now. But they are down there, Karumi. Oh, no, they're fully up. They've got everyone. So there is a world where UG could be set up enough, as we do see Tesla Ultimate make a connection. Zinyu has been hit by that charm, though, so he's going to break away just so he doesn't stumble off the edge and find himself in danger. SS also finding himself in a similar position. CGS is just pressuring up onto OUG, and it's now GG's job to shut OUG down. They might not know, but they need to make sure that OUG do not get into that qualifying position, as KLA actually can do some good for them here. Ping goes down to CXZ here in the middle of all of that action. SS incredibly low. SS goes down to CJS, and GG have actually surpassed Alliance off this game. Not that it really matters, but it's going to work in their favor. KLA take down CJS. LXM, the last man standing, is just going to open up into Ajiao here on the high ground. Ajiao incredibly low. Gonna be a hard one for them to hold on to this one anymore, as QGG getting battered by the nunchucks here from Ajiao on that high ground. Gonna pop himself the ultimate, and suddenly this is gonna be a very hard to deal with. Valda does get caught out by the Tessa snare, but it's gonna be A-okay. Can they go for a reset on that high ground? Don't think they're gonna have the time to do so. Just gonna do it from the tree. Caught by the grapple though, as LXM incredibly low, probably going down here. Actually going to try not to give the kill, but it is going to be KLA who secure that one. OUG holding in fast. Kill multiplier for OUG could be a massive difference maker, but it is just their Zai left standing. Ajiao goes down. Zinyu finds himself in danger, stunned up inside the zone. I don't think you're going to be able to survive this one. Down they go. OUG, last team standing. Should be the MVP for that game. Huge game for them.
I think KLA actually takes the MVP here with the kill multiplier.
Yeah, they
very
do.
tight. Yeah, it is. There it is. KLA takes the kill multiplier, but crucially, all eyes on Team Alliance and Team GG as we head into game number 6. Two teams have crossed the match point threshold, and this is a best case, worst case scenario for Alliance realistically. Alliance still in a good position, still 9 hero points going into this next game, and it is not all eyes on Alliance. Now, these players have got to contend with both GG and Alliance, which means they need to find 2 teams looking to hot drop on both these teams and eliminate them very quickly. Otherwise, it opens up a world where Alliance and GG have the opportunity to find that MVP and walk away your champion for the summer split.
And I think the big thing is everyone knows where GG drops. GG are very consistent in that area. They don't have alternative routes. They drop on every map. They have one location where they stubbornly drop on. Rain, Shine, or JL in the area. They will always drop there. Alliance, they do have like your regulars, but I believe they have more than just like one drop spot for each map. They are a little bit more adaptable on that front. So it was a good read from JL. The drop spot is one of the Alliance drop spots, so I think they saw someone dropping there and were like, well, that'll be the one for us. We'll see if it's Alliance, and it ended up being Alliance, and they saved the lobby there. And honestly, while it felt like they were focusing a little bit too hard on shutting Alliance down, towards the end they actually got quite a few kills. So Alliance, no, sorry, not Alliance, JL actually did a pretty solid job of pulling themselves back into this game. And, you know, they've got some work to do because they're a little bit lower down that table in that second pick phase. As we will see a answer for treasures. This is the question for you guys. How many players chose Karumi in game number 5? Was it 2, 3, 4, or 5? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, please.
I was going to say, I'm going to give you a little hint for this one, chat. If you were paying attention during the hero select at the beginning of this game, which was exactly what me and Jake were most hyped about coming into game number 5, there were how many teams played Sand Siphon are going to answer this question.
Didn't we see it with some eyes?
We saw some Xiphons, but there was a number of teams. I mean, we're past it now. It was 3 teams played Sand Siphon.
Just give it away. There we are, though. Match point now to Alliance and GG. OUG are very close. DRG are very close. JL have closed that gap. Technically, the other teams have as well, but I mean, like, Wolves are in this first round selection. They are dropping further and further. It is getting harder and harder for them.
You let the poor puppies rest, Jake.
No, I'm disappointed.
You're chat yelling at you again. Chat already told me to slap you. They said,
you'd
leave
have to have
poor
a very
wolves
long
alone.
arm, mate. I'm across the pond.
I know, right? I said I'm gonna have to
mate.
get on a plane, chat. Look, I'll get the ticket. I'll go.
I'm allowed to be disappointed with Wolves. I'm sure chat might be a little bit like, oh, why is he dumping on them? Because they're a good team. They're better than what they're doing right now. They are. This was the split where I actually believed they were going to win it. I really did, and I think right now they've got in their own heads after a pretty rough start to the day. I will give it to them. That game was a really good comeback for them, but damn, they shouldn't have been out at that point. They shouldn't have been out at that point. And honestly, when your Valda is almost getting 1v1 by a Karumi, and it came down to 1 hit, like it's a little bit rough for them. So, you know, I have my concerns about Wolves right now. Realistically, the odds of them winning today is just astronomically low. Not 0 though. Not 0. They could still technically do it. They've got a lot of work to do though, if they want to pull it back. But here are the points and the scores after all of that. KLA have a 20-point game. KLA being relatively disappointing today as well. So this is a nice comeback from them. Really, really impressive stuff. And you can see GG close to that MVP. But this MVP doesn't matter to GG. It's the next one. It's game number 6 is where it's all to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Alliance going out here with a 0. Realistically, like, we cut to Alliance, we talked about how important mental is and how rough it can be for teams who have been having good days to bounce back from a game like this. But when we cut to the camera of Team Alliance, they were chilled. They were excited. They were smiles on their faces. They are, I don't think they let this affect them in any way. And again, respectfully, they've been a team that has done very well in terms of mental, no matter how bad they have done. Even when there's no hope of them, you know, climbing up and qualifying for an event, we've seen them come in and still pull a huge MVP out of the hat, even when there's realistically not enough points possibly on the board, even if they murdered the entire lobby to take it away, and they still came in and played their hearts out. This is a team that doesn't really let their mental affect them too much, unlike most of the rest of the league.
Yeah, I think that is one of their main strengths. I think they also expected this game. And like you said, it's a double-edged sword now, because all of the heat has been taken off them and it's kind of been spread out between them and GG. But the issue is also now they are competing with GG. Like, they had one game to win where no one was going to contest them, like, at least in the standings, and there was no opportunity to get knocked out and end the day. But now, with that rough start from JL just absolutely turbo bullying them, Alliance have, you know, now been left in a position where they need to make this game count, because if they don't win here, if GG win here,
it's going to be 4 teams.
There's going to be 4 teams. There could even potentially be 5 teams, depending on how well the scores go through. Then you're suddenly into, you know, you're into game 7 territory. You're having real concerns about that. So it's really all to play for Alliance going forwards here.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this next game plays out. But they do still have 9 hero points. And realistically, the most they are going to have to spend is 6 in this next game. So even if it does go to game 7, they actually still have that 3 hero points we talked about them potentially having just for game 6. They're actually in a fairly good position in terms of being able to pick and play teams that they want to have the best possible game they can. I don't know if I'm Team Alliance if I pick Sand Siphon into the next game. You know, we talked about in the beginning here that I think there was actually kind of a big brain play here to leave Sand Siphon open all the way to the last pick. because it kind of gives you a guarantee that you know any Sand Siphon you see has a huge likelihood of being Team Alliance, which when JL sees that Sand Siphon early on, that's why they lock on and they do not let it go, because they don't know that it's Alliance that they kill 100% for sure. They have an inkling, but the more information you can give yourself, the better. I think if I'm Team Alliance in this next game, I pick up maybe my second best comp instead of full sending it and taking the Sand Siphon again. But we're gonna take a look here. QGG from Team KLA with their 6th MVP of the season, 18,000 damage, 6 eliminations here on Tessa. We haven't seen a Tessa MVP in a long time. 7,650 of that damage coming in from the Pole Sword, Aurora Burst, Juggernaut, Overlord, Rupture Gale, Alchemy, and Jabbing. Just a full stack of Soul Jades across the board.
Yeah, I haven't seen a stat like this in a little while, actually. Almost close to what we used to have before the changes to Immortal War, where people would have all purples and golds, no blues or any of that nonsense. But yeah, I mean, this next game is going to be very exciting. It's so hard to call. What map are we going to for Game 6? Is it Morris or is it Padoria? You can't remember either, can you?
That is a good question. I've been so caught up in this storyline between Alliance. I do believe it's Morris Isle, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, realistically, right now, what we are watching is this crazy play come out between Alliance and GG. But before we get to that, we are going to take a short break. Make sure you go ahead and get something to drink and a snack, because you're not going to want to miss this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into game number 6. We got GG, we got Alliance on match point, and a whole heap of teams behind them, all competing to get to that 65-point match point threshold. And I think if one of those teams doesn't win today or win here, we are going to have another 4 or 5 teams coming through the floodgates after them, and then game 7 is going to be absolute carnage.
Yeah, I don't think there's a world where this potentially goes to 8 games. I mean, it always can. You know, the stars can absolutely align. But if either GG or Alliance don't take it in this game, we are going to see 4, 5, 6 teams across that threshold. When you've got half the lobby on match point, the odds of one of those teams not being able to make it to the MVP with how hungry these teams have been today is just astronomical, I think, realistically.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the odds of it going to game 8 are probably relatively low. I mean, a game 8 would be absolutely insane. It'd be so much fun because you probably have the vast majority of the lobby at that point at the 65.
On match point, yeah.
Like, I think you'd probably see at the very least 7 teams on 65 points for games 8, maybe more if we get really lucky. But I do agree. I think, honestly, I think this game or next game is probably where the day is decided and where the split is decided. As much as part of me would like to see it, there's also a part of me who goes, you know, come on, Alliance. You got this. This is your game. You can pull it back. GG are going to take some of the heat off you. You can come back, and if we are on Morris, then obviously it's very easy to read where GG are going to be going, because we're going to have everyone jumping into the secret tunnel. And again, the thing is if you do try and spawn jump one of these teams, you could make or break the day. Like, if you do what JL did, then yeah, you caught Yuma alone, and then you've caught Alliance with their trousers around their ankles. But like, also at the same time, like, if you catch them prepared and ready and they blow you up, you've just started the snowball, and you might not be able to you might not be strong enough to stop that snowball.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. Again, I think JL finds themselves in a really good position. Like you said, they were able to just separate Yuma from the rest of the team, and following that, you know, Alliance is just trying to pick their trousers back up, as you say, and it just doesn't work out for them. Even when they're in a position where they're like, all right, we're gonna make the sacrifice play and try to leave 2 members alive, what happens is GG shows up and decides that they're gonna catch one of their members out, and then they're left to 1. And unfortunately, ZK from Wolves decides to kind of feast on them a little bit, try to get themselves back in the game. But here we go, our 2 teams on match point. We've only been talking about it all day. It's gonna be GG and Alliance. The rest of the lobby looks to climb to that match point while trying to keep these teams from finding an MVP to clutch out the championship for the season. A lot of money on the line, a lot of pride, and that coveted guaranteed spot to qualify for J-Cup. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to lock in for game number 6.
I very much believe as well, like, the points are completely redundant. Like, once you hit that 65 points, obviously everything up to 65 at this point is got a point. Like, typically the ruling is if we get to game 8 and no one in eligibility has taken an MVP, it's then based on who has the highest points. So right now, technically, if we were at the end of game 8 right now, GG would be the winners because they've got extra points. But like, I just think those points mean nothing. Like, I don't think Alliance care that GG took first from them. That doesn't matter to them, because ultimately their placement doesn't matter as long as they're on 65 points. In fact, it would help them if more teams got to 65 points and Alliance stood still in points and then dropped down into the next hero select. As long as they win a game, as long as they get MVP before anyone else on match point eligibility, that is all that matters here. And I don't think we're going to see any other way of settling this today. I think it really just comes down to MVP.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, even if we do go to game number 8, there'll just be so many teams on that match point eligibility. It's just, there's no way it comes down to score today. You are either going to earn that championship or you're not. And, you know, taking a look here, Wolves, I hate to agree with you on this, Jake, kind of looking like puppies today.
Yeah, it's not really been their day. I mean, They are an insane pop-off game from getting onto match point eligibility. It's like 22 points, which is achievable. I mean, we saw EWG do it actually earlier on in the day. Oh, not EWG, it was JDG who did it earlier on in the day. So technically, yes, they're not done. It's not cooked for them yet, but they have been looking very lost all day, and that is my major concern. They're in this first round of hero selection, so they kind of get pick of the litter. They get to take what they want. And this is the point in the day where I want to see teams start burning points. Because you have 2 teams who are potentially going to end it all. Why are you still on 9 points? Burn your points. Obviously, if you're in this first round selection, then unless you've picked a hero so much that it's costing you extra points, you're going to be okay. But realistically, I want to be seeing, I want to see Wolves pick up the Sand Siphon. They have seemed to be allergic to this all day, and it's very bizarre because we got these monk comps in the meta, and Sand Siphon does well into it. It stops those grabs. It's incredibly aggressive. It's got a lot of burst potential, but they're going to lock it in. Am I crazy, or is this now the new S tier pick? The Valor Monk is so valuable.
Wolves spends that in phase 1 and goes to 0 hero points. We've been griping on teams about not spending hero points. I think this is the opposite of that. I don't agree with Wolves spending their points here.
I mean, there's technically 3 games left in the day. That is incredibly aggressive if they're going for it. I mean, and it hasn't really worked for them. They've kind of sucked today. So they keep picking this comp. And I'm not 100% sold on it. Alliance not burning any points here is a little bit concerning to me. I would have liked to see them go for a Siphon or a Sand Siphon again. Maybe the Sand Siphon just costs too much because they've played it too many times today. So that's why they're avoiding it. They also could have gone down the Monk Alley. And the reason I think the Monk Alley would have been good is because you don't paint a target on your back, because there's a lot of the Monk Valor comps in play.
So I've got to say this. I actually like Alliance's pick here, even though it costs them 0 hero points right now to come in and pick up this Viper comp. If you do remember all the way back in the beginning of Worlds, it was J-Team who pioneered the Viper counter to the Monk comp.
True,
and if you look at this lobby, there are a lot of Monk comps coming through. So I think Alliance here, being on the tail end of that pick, seeing that there's enough monks for there to be a ban out for it, makes a smart decision and goes, all right, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
I mean, honestly, it's been so long since I've had a Monk. I forgot that, like, the Viper Tessa comp was one of the things that forced Monk out of the meta. Oh, I actually totally forgot. In my head, it was Sand Siphon, but it was Sand Siphon plus Tessa Viper comp.
Viper, yep.
But like, really shut this whole thing down. So, yeah, it's cool to see. My real question here for you is, do you think we're going to see any old school Attack on Titan comps? Like the Yoto? Once points start to get a little bit scarce and monks start to show up a little bit more, are we going to see any Yoto? Because it's been a hot minute since I've seen some Yoto, and she's very good in final circles.
I think Monk Valda coming to the comp actually makes it impossible for Yoto to find their way into the comp, and here's why. The changes that got made to Yoto ages ago, where after her first slash, she is completely vulnerable to a grab, and the fact that Valda can also spear her out of ultimate as well after that first slash, just leaves her kind of in limbo, if you will, right? The changes before, where she gets that ultimate where instead of it's the number of dead bodies around you that dictate how much bonus damage you get, it's the number of enemy players that are left alive, was really, really strong. We saw Yoto come back in. The only thing that really kind of keeps Yoto alive in a comp that synergizes well with it right now is Feria, and Feria has just fallen off.
Wait, hold on.
So hard.
GG down at the mines.
GG are down, I do believe.
I think they're in the mines.
Yeah, and they are getting dropped on by so many teams down here in Shadow Jade. This is what we talked about for Alliance, though. This is why this is a double-edged sword. Everybody knows where GG drops.
Yeah. So GG just changed it up. That was really smart by GG. They have dropped them on a bunch of teams, though.
But yeah, I was going to say, this is the problem, though, is they have dropped down below. Here's the thing, though. If you look at this map and you see that there's nobody spawning up by Secret Tunnel, you kind of have a good idea of where GG spawns outside of Secret Tunnel on the very few rare occasions that they do. Shadow Jade is one of them, which is why we're going to see 4 teams on them here at Shadow Jade. And look at this. No. GG sees that 4 people have dropped on them. OUG on the hunt already. This is bad. And crucially, it opens up a ton of space for Alliance because they dropped into Celestra with no teams on them.
Yeah, no, Alliance are sitting very happy off the back of this one. Now, CGS has been able to grab himself some fist weapons and a star. Freefio's actually got a blue pole sword and some armor, but CGS really needs to get some armor. AUG just going to grab himself a little bit of goodies here. It looks like they've been able to break away from this one, but Alliance dropping in hot on top of EWG, seeing if they can grab some early kills. Haven't really got many of that ult charge built up yet, as actually Cookie's putting some pressure onto NY7. He's lost a lot of armor. Probably wants to go for a cheeky reset if he can, as Alliance actually got onto XI. XI pinned against the wall, going incredibly low here. Gets through the window to try and break away. He's able to hold. Revenge has gone down in the middle of the fight as well. Alliance have kind of fumbled there. They not stuck the kill. Finally taken down XI. Built up a little bit more rage onto NY7. Now Cookie's going to be the next opening here for them. Going to knock him back. They want to try and get Revenge up on his feet, but it looks like they're just going to have to cool it and run away and tell Revenge to revive himself. Unless they can slide in. Yuma's actually made his way in. Cookie's looking to try and play interrupt here. Revenge is going to get picked up. Cookie, they know exactly where he's going. Can they stop the revive in time? As they are going to jump in. We actually see Walker take down Lue there with the shark.
Yeah, nice WBG in for the third party. This is actually huge for Alliance. They need to bait them over into EWG's Cookie here so that they can back away. But Alliance crucially does have that one ultimate online, which could help them into the engagement with WBG, depending on what WBG is currently bringing to bear. Alliance trying to keep Yuma alive as Sleepwalker comes in here. It is going to be WBG with a Bane's Breath, though, so Alliance needs to step away, and NY7 going to go down here off the back of WBG. WBG trying to keep the pressure up on the rest of Alliance. Crucially for Alliance, though, because they were able to get that resurrection on Revenge, they do still have their early game resurrection here. A charged R&B come in there off of the dagger. Sleepwalker, though, with a huge uppercut, the very tippity top of the uppercut there off of those nunchucks, actually going to catch Revenge out. Alliance Yuma, the last remaining member of Alliance here, will go down. So now EWG goes down. WBG going to find multiple eliminations for themselves here. They're going to go to 4, and Alliance going to have to head back and look for that resurrection. GG coming down here knowing that Alliance is probably nearby. They see the Bane's Breath. They want to come find that action, but GG needs to be careful here. Yeah, the bell has been popped.
Time for you, Rune. A little bit of stat time for you. Alliance pick this comp 36% of the time. They have an average score placement of, like, I think it was 9.3. WBG, disappointing team. They've only got a 2% pick rate on this comp right now, but it does average 10 points. Now, I will say the stats are lower, so you have lower game rates. As long as those games stick, they're good. But Alliance, with a lot of games played, still averaging a very high skill score, means they're actually very skilled at this comp. So keep your eyes on Alliance. While it's not the Sand Siphon, this is definitely their best comp, the Blind 8. So looking very good for them, but getting hassled down early is going to really cost them going forwards, as we do see the team's breaking away from DRG. DRG still got a lot of work to do, as OUG closing the gap between them and the front runners right now. Puts them up to 59.1. Actually, no, they're closer than that. That's their starting
they're at
point.
62.1.
So, yeah, so they're only a couple kills off actually securing themselves match point viability, as long as Alliance or GG don't end the game here.
Yeah, this is going to be such a tight game across the board here. Alliance, though, going to respawn in. If I'm Team Alliance right now, I'm playing this Blind Date comp. I'm looking to go out, go ahead and get reset in terms of gear. Probably not go and take one of these Yang fights. I think the best thing that Alliance can do is look to secure an early game Spirit Well for themselves.
It's
that way,
or it's ambush a Yang.
Yeah, one of the
Yang
two,
on the
right?
way in, try and catch like one player or two players, isolate them from their team and kill them.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how Alliance bounces back from that early game deficit, as they are behind in terms of gear. Zone 1 is collapsing onto Zone 2. We see JL here going to pick themselves up a bounty. It's going to go on to EWG. JL currently with 0 eliminations this game. This is the team that dropped onto Alliance in game number 5 and absolutely hunted them out of the lobby. To much fanfare from the rest of these teams, keeping the game alive for everybody else. But now, slowing down, they said, look, we're going to bite that bullet once. We're not going to do it twice.
Yeah, and the good news right now for Alliance and GG is, honestly, it's not a massively high-scoring early game. WBG have 5 kills, 4 kills onto OUG. That is a gap that is very closable for these teams. They do need to do something, but obviously Alliance losing that fight, getting third-partied, suffering from the main issue which we saw Wolves suffer from today, which is you take too long in a fight and a third party comes in and just tidies you up because you haven't been able to execute on your kills and move on and reset with the soul blooms. That really slowed them down, and now they need to make sure that they can get back into this game. KLA, I've actually popped the Bane's Breath. Ultimate breaking out by Sleepwalker here, going for the transform. And I think QGG might just be in a little bit of trouble. Sandstorm is going to come down, but QGG finds himself in the re-grab. Into the Bane's Breath they go, though. Sleepwalker somehow doesn't take the damage from it. Poison splashes have gone off, and I believe that's actually affecting Sleepwalker here. QGG finally able to learn to tap dodge away from these hands, is going to break away for now. But and again, just so much damage landing onto Sleepwalker with that poison, just absolutely chunking him out. And now KLA have gone in for the fight. The cube is used by Walker to break away, but he eats another poison splash as well from these mushrooms, and that is just getting really dicey for him. He needs to go in for the reset, but they're not giving him the opportunity, and he's just going to burn down to the dock. QGG goes a little bit low here, but that's going to be the kill secured onto WBG. KLA able to get on their 4th kill. They're looking for a little bit more here. Not able to really full commit right now. Jing in a bit of danger, and down he goes. KLA able to secure themselves all of those kills, feeling very happy with himself.
Yeah, we've been hypercritical of KLA today, but in their previous game, they made up for a lot of their earlier mistakes, and now they're on to 6 eliminations and only about 8 points away from actually securing themselves that position to be on match point heading into game 7 if we do see game 7. So KLA coming in and realizing they have made a lot of mistakes today and really trying to make up for it.
It's my favorite circle. I like to talk about this one. This is the circle where a massive chunk of the circle is in the water, meaning that the zone is smaller than it should be at this point in the game. So once people come out of those Realm of Yangs and they've got that debuff on them, they are going to find each other very quickly. By the way, this can lead to a bloodbath.
Look at what Alliance is doing here. This is exactly what I said they realistically needed to do here, right? They needed to make their way up here towards this Spirit Well because of the comp that they're playing. Unless they go into one of those 3 monk comps inside the Realm of Yang, it's really just not favored for them whatsoever, and they need to take every advantage that they can get. So them going for the Spirit Well, absolutely intelligent decision on their part. I think they're doing exactly what they need to be to get back into this game. If they secure the Spirit Well with that Mystic, being able to go out and hunt the teams that actually lose inside the Realm of Yang is going to be huge for them. But we are going to take this Realm of Yang here. It's going to be KLA versus Team GG. GG here in a good position. They've got lots of gear. They do have a very aggressive comp to take inside this Realm of Yang here. They need to go ahead and get something going for themselves here as they are on 0 kills. The huge whiz coming out from KLA, just locking down CJS here, but KLA gonna clean up 330 as well, and GG is gonna find themselves in a nightmare scenario where they have 0 eliminations and Yang depletion if things do not turn their way very quickly. Unfortunately, it does not look like they are going to, as LXM CJS completely separated. 1 Furin shove left here for CJS. He goes to 1 HP, and a Dream is able to turn some of that damage onto CJS, but the Furin shove comes out from the other side, and GG is going to go down here in the Realm of Yang with 0 eliminations, heading out with that Yang depletion into a short-ended map and an Alliance who has secured that Spirit Well.
It's nice to see KLA kind of returning to form because they are a bloody good team. It's just this split has been a little bit underwhelming from them. And it's nice to see them kind of find that form again and show us the KLA that we once knew. Shutting down GG is huge as well, but Alliance here still not really achieved much. A single kill under their belt. Taking a fight here versus DRG, but they're very hesitant to go for it. Very hesitant to full commit. onto them. They do throw out the urn, connecting onto a couple of members. And are they going to be able to actually get the burst off? Trying to get inside that mech. Kakaishi, very low, does jump inside. They still have NY7's ultimate to use. Alliance, they need to make this fight last. They need to make it work, and they don't want to be getting third party. They are desperate for that MVP here. If they don't win here, a bunch more teams are going to follow them over that finish line. There's going to be the charm. I believe it went a little bit wide. Didn't make its connection, so going to see the transform come out. DRG are just outlasting Alliance right now in this fight. They're going to have to port away now that they've burnt DRG's ultimates and maybe see if there's a re-enter angle. NY7 still holding that ultimate, so they definitely know now's the opportunity. WX98 being chased down. Can NY7 find that opening with the Viper ultimate? Still too much terrain, too many trees to make this really connect. Kakaishi now going to get locked down by Viper. He's going to have to look to try and make a breakaway for it, and it looks like he's been able to do so. Alliance just struggling to translate the kills. This has been a big issue for our blind date comps, is they don't have the burst. And the sustain is just too high on the other comps right now. But Alliance struggling to find those openings and those kills. A single kill to their name is not enough to get MVP, especially when KLA are on 9 kills.
Yeah, Alliance here trying to convert this over and make something happen for themselves, especially while they've got that Mystic Might, but they just haven't been able to do it. The terrain playing heavily into that F2 for the Hottie, keeping Yuma from being able to get that huge ultimate that they were hoping for. Sorry, NY7 on the Viper, but WX98 now going extremely low. DRG in a bit of a bad position. The ult going to be connected onto WX98. There's no way for them to get to that urn. The parry onto Kakaishi. Huge damage about to come in from Yuma as we do see WX98 go down. We see Kakaishi go down, and this is exactly what Alliance needed right here. This is going to get them some much needed gear. This is going to get them some eliminations under their belt as they start to find themselves here in this game. Crucially, those blooms also going to start getting them their ults back online so they can start looking for those potential good third parties. GG here with 2 minutes left remaining on the Yang depletion. Still 0 kills to the name, but KLA, all of a sudden, QGG just getting completely blitzed down. They've been having a really good game, 9 eliminations to their name, and GG just comes in and cleans one up. The Yang depletion going to be cleansed off of the Temi here as GG looks to hunt down the rest of the members of KLA. Walker going to get the elimination here on to 17.
He stole it.
And it's going to be CJS who goes in and gets the cleanse here. But they need to be careful here because GG, I do believe Team Wolves nearby, big third-party potential for them. I haven't seen their Darktide coins. They do have enough to just buy a member back here. If I'm Team GG, I just look to prioritize a shop and buy my other member back into the team as we cut over to Team BLADEPOINT, trading blows with the members of WBG. WBG was off to a really good start early on and then find themselves getting hunted down by the members of KLA. And G-Ron lands incredible damage onto Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker immediately going to go down, but it's going to be to WBG's Jing, or no, sorry, Baoda's Peak actually gets that. Jing picks up somebody else here as Baoda now forced to take JL, who comes in for the third party. The Tesla ult going to come through. The Bell already used here as huge damage coming out. Baoda G-Ron completely separated from the rest of the team. JL more than happy to pick up the scraps.
Bro, Baoda's Mermaid just like ran off. Just went and did their own thing and left them alone. Alliance though, finding isolated players and securing kills onto them. That puts them up to 5. They've still got a lot of work to do, but they've definitely equalized out the score a little bit off the back of this one. So they're going to be feeling very, very happy with themselves. GG, it's been a very quiet game for them. Had a couple of struggles at the beginning of the game, and those struggles are about to get way worse unless they can buy back their players, because they are about to time out. Oh no, it's only one player. It's only one player. Sorry, ignore me. Ignore everything I just said. They are chilling. It's fine.
Yeah, we're going to see X1 lose 2 of their members to Yang depletion as well, and that's going to be X1 out of this game. I don't think there's any world where some of these teams in the bottom can realistically make something happen now, especially if you're X1, where you've gone out. I mean, if you have an explosive game next game, maybe. That's if we see a next game, though. But GG here are going to get 330 back in. They're also going to be able to get their body and get all of their gear back, so they're not going to find themselves behind. And Alliance, yet again, coming to pressure the Spirit Well here on one of the best comps to do it. You can just spend ultimate after ultimate here, get the reset from the Spirit Well, and be in a really good position. Baoda's Peak just breathing a sigh of relief as the movement tech that was used there was actually a slide. It keeps them from hitting them out of the bush and revealing their position here. And we're seeing GG here trying to grief EWG away from this. And Alliance with Draco Storm online now, going to look to come out and start griefing some of these teams. Going to be in a really good position post these Realm of Yangs to hunt down some of these stragglers with that Yang depletion. Alliance doing what Blind Date does best. As we head into the Realm of Yang, it's going to be Wolves versus EWG.
Yeah, Wolves going to need to win this fight. They are right now, they are in 11th place in the standings. They started in first, second from bottom. It has been a mighty fall for Wolves. This could be the return of their comeback. Lue gets himself caught out for the moment. They are looking for another grab. They can get the double slam down. I don't think they're going to be able to get it, so they just get the punch off from the Night HQ. Cubes up, breaks away, and now the attention is turning elsewhere, but Zem going very low. Cookie gets caught out. Zem needs to pop the bell. He's not even going to get the opportunity. EWG find that opening, and they punish hard and fast. Now it looks like it's going to be Wolves getting turned onto. Cookie being a menace. He first shut down Alliance earlier. It looks like he's going to continue to be a nuisance. Is Lue actually getting a little bit bullied here by Night HQ? Night HQ being a bit of a menace right now as Wolves able to hold fast, but now it's just an absolute surge forward from Lue. Secures the kill. ZK cannot survive that one. Slammed by the Meteor. And EWG win the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, EWG's target selection here was absolutely beautiful. They just go, yeah, that's fine. You can keep getting the regrab onto our teammate. We're just going to use the Zai here, use the zipping here, get lots of healing onto that teammate, and we're just going to keep pressure up on the Monk and not really care because you're forced to use that Volda ult every time he goes for the slam to get the reset up for the regrab. And when you're in that situation, those two other players just have free reign to target down the Monk and play it out really well. As we pop over here to KLA versus the likes of OUG. KLA coming out here with the Draco Storm. WBG losing one of their members to it as well. And KLA continues to stay on a tear this game with 13 eliminations. The gap where Alliance can make something happen here, closing very quickly. If you see Alliance on the top side of the map there with their 5 eliminations, their Draco Storm, not near any of these teams. KLA, though, continuing to keep the pressure up. 13 eliminations. They're well over, or no, sorry, not quite. Yeah, they're absolutely over the threshold now. No, I misquoted. They're 1 kill away from threshold. Sorry, quick maths.
Maths is hard, brother. Maths is hard. Don't worry, it happens to me all the time. Actually, on other shows, I've been banned from doing maths on air. My producers have just banned me.
Luckily, OUG also 0.7 points away from being in that qualification range. It is very, very close for 2 more teams to be there. Heading into the next game with 4 teams would be crazy. JDG not far behind either, as they're up to 60 points as well. Very quickly can find themselves 5 more points if they're able to cleanse this Yang depletion, and also find themselves on match point if we head into game number 7. OUG's Zinyu just absolutely in the worst position he can find himself here with the likes of EWG, Draco Storm chasing him down here. There we go. The Zayef going to be invested. No place to go. The ult on as well. Insult to injury there coming in from Cookie with the ultimate to clean it up as we head over to Team Puppies here. Not in a good position yet again with the Yang depletion. 3 minutes to go. 0 eliminations to their name. A lot of work for these guys to do.
They got some money, and JDG are actually on their tail. JDG also having that Realm of Yang debuff. I believe KLA may have caught their attention, though. Not sure that would be the greatest move in the world, but here we go. It looks like Wolves and JDG are probably going to cross paths fairly soon. Alliance also JL in the area. If Alliance play this patiently, they can third party very effectively here, but it looks like they're looking to open up. JDG are going to reveal themselves, though, to Alliance, and Alliance immediately back off. They know that they're a third party comp, so they can secure kills at the end here. Wolves, though, maybe looking for it. JDG, everyone is playing this with bated breath. It looks like Wolves have called a back off for the moment. They think this is getting a little bit too dicey for them. And they have the money just to buy rebuffs. That's like, if there's any in the shops, they have the money to buy some rebuffs. So
crucially, though,
I
was going to say, crucially, they need to get Yang depletion off of one of them, though.
Yeah.
to make that even remotely viable for them. JDG here in a position with that Yang depletion, gonna have to take a fight as well. And Alliance playing this super slow, doing a really good job, potentially waiting for that third party. And JL who's coming in. JL no longer with the Draco Storm either. Even odds across the board for these two teams. JDG trying to make something happen. We're going to see the Wu Chen port being invested here, and JDG going to keep the pressure up. Alliance nowhere nearby, but Wolves waiting in the wings as well, looking for a good third-party opportunity. WBG also nearby. Two-Tick going to go ahead and get the cleanse there off of the urn as JL's VVV looks to be caught out entirely by themselves. But no, we're going to see another member of TXJ come down from the treetops here. Two-Tick, though, really setting things up here for JDG. JDG doing a really good job of keeping the pressure up onto all of these members of JL. We're going to see EWG start to break in as well. Wolves is going to be here coming in to create some pressure onto all of these fights, and Alliance has backed away. Alliance with the perfect potential for a third party, nowhere to be seen.
I think this is honestly the biggest fumble by Alliance. This could be what cost them this game. I think if they had been here on time, they might have been able to actually translate it into something. They are now showing up, so this could be their opportunity. Wolves ZK very, very low. JDG keeping the pressure up. They got that dreadful whale that's just making so much space. And I can't see if Alliance have actually joined into the fray. Wolves get a double slam down though, securing a kill. In comes the tactical nuke, lockdown onto everyone, and Alliance will punish with a bunch of kills and suddenly slinging up the scoreboard. Absolutely beautiful. That is what I wanted to see from Alliance. Just a flawless use of a Viper.
Yeah, huge tactical nuke coming in from Alliance. The very quick cleanup and a very quick port out here from the Wu Chen to allow them to reset while he let these teams continue to fight. Wolves ZK not going to give any points to another team as he does go down here. Yuma, though, crucially needing a massive reset. GG trying to catch out one of the members, and it's NY7 who's gone off to the side here. OUG's SS hiding down below in the bush, though. Nobody knows they're there. I think they're going to sacrifice NY7 to the likes of Team GG to keep the game alive for themselves.
Oh, no,
but they need to be careful. KLA shows up. KLA might buy Alliance a little bit of time here, but it looks like KLA trying to turn on them as well. GG going to take the opportunity here to take a reset and let KLA do a little bit of work. NY7 airborne, actually able to get back across to his team. This is big brain plays coming in from Team Alliance here. They play this so well. Yuma with the threat now as well, and GG behind. KLA has got to be very careful about how they approach this fight. If they pressure into Alliance, Alliance puts them in a sandwich between them and the members of Team GG. Alliance plays this out so well. They're able to keep all the members of their team alive. Look for that reset and look for another clean third party.
That was absolutely flawless from Alliance. Really, really well played. They do need to deal with KLA, though. KLA are currently the biggest thing blocking them from an MVP position. 7 kills in. Alliance jump down. EWG, give them a couple of pokes, and they decide that is not going to be worth it. I think Alliance want to build up their rage once again, get those ultimates back online because the third party. And when I think of a Viper map, I literally think of here.
This
just
there's like no better place than Sunwing.
This is Season 1 Viper sitting in the firwood trees, dropping down, ulting entire lobbies. This is quintessential Viper location, and we just saw Alliance execute on it perfectly.
Yeah, this is where we coined the phrase the tactical nuke. I mean, there's no better map for Alliance to find the victory. There's no better final circle for them coming up here into Sunwing's Rest for them. They show us exactly what we call the tactical nuke. And I mean, NY7 was in the perfect position. Nobody expected that to come in. Oh my goodness, WBG Sleepwalker caught out here by NY7. One of the last remaining members here of WBG, and Alliance not going to let him go. This is free spice for Alliance. They're going to go ahead and invest the ultimate there, the one that uses the least percentage here. But we are going to see Sleepwalker get stunned out, walk into the zone, and it's just ranged weapons galore. WBG Sleepwalker has got to try to go somewhere, but the Bane's Breath is not where you want to be if you're the big monk right now, and Alliance just comes in, and I do believe that is going to be the poison darts coming in there off of that repeating crossbow, and Alliance cleans up their 8th elimination of the game. WBG goes to a single player.
That is very nice there for the side of Alliance. Cheeky little kill, but maybe they didn't expect to get, but they got regardless. Gonna spend a little bit of that dosh secure themselves some goodies as KLA continue their snowball, though. This is the major issue for Alliance. KLA gonna move in. They actually spot out GG, pop the ultimate there. They're just making sure that GG do not get close enough. GG do fire back, though, with their own free range shove in response.
This is where Alliance needs to come in.
A little dicey. They've got the Draco Storm, though, onto KLA, so ult's refreshed as well. And now this is just going to be even harder. CJS, he may be going down. His free range shoves have run out, and so has his time. KLA secure the kill.
This is going to be so tight. KLA here with the Draco Storm. If Alliance had their ultimates active there, that would have been such a clutch position for them to rotate in for on the third party. But they're thinking about the late game. They want to go all the way in. They want to look for that big tactical nuke. They want to play for that big late game like Alliance likes to do here. And they have got some of those crucial soul jades we talk about all of the time right here with these dual blades, being able to use that to shove people in the zone, especially off the back of a really good Viper ult, can be absolutely game-changing. But they need to slow down the war machine. That is KLA right now. 14 eliminations. GG's 330 caught in the corner, flipped over the shoulder. KLA will go to 15. Alliance has got to start picking up some of these eliminations. GG's LXM trying to flush Alliance out here, make them pay for the elimination that they picked up onto one of their other teammates, but they're not going to be able to find it as they get forced from the treetop here, and Alliance continues to look for the opportune moment to come out on top. Alliance doing everything they can to make sure that they are going to be the victor here today. Those 8 eliminations, though, looking a little slim with KLA currently sitting at 15, 36 seconds still remaining on that Draco Storm. They have got to do something to stem the tide.
It's so hard for Alliance here. They are dealing with an incredibly stacked KLA, but also one who have already done a lot of the groundwork for this final moment. And with 2 minutes and 2 minutes 50 left on the clock, KLA sitting pretty. Gold armor onto QGG, gold armor onto 17S. They're Karumi, who's going to be keeping them alive, and they're Takeda, who's going to be doing all of the damage for them, have been set up with all the survivability possible for themselves right now. I have an excitement for Alliance, but it looks like they may just wait this one out a little bit longer. But KLA, they want to keep the aggression up. Now, the good news is that the Draco Storm has timed out for the other teams, so they don't have to deal with this one. Now, NY7 comes in and just face checks KLA, loses half of his armor for it as well. It's going to get healed back up, though, by the Wushen shields. Shield refresh from the wind walls. Alliance go back down to the low ground and they're holding it up. But realistically, Alliance actually want to be on the high ground. They want to be up on the top of one of those trees with their Viper to keep themselves going. Everybody else is getting a little bit closer. QGG gets caught out by a dreadful whale, but it doesn't really do too much damage to him. Now, you do see Yuma has jumped in with the stun. No, it's actually not. It's JL who've jumped in with the stun. They've secured a kill. EWG have answered back as well. NY7 waiting for the prime opportunity to drop that tactical nuke on the lobby. Maybe waiting for the zone to move one little smidge forwards, but every second they wait is every second someone else could be picking a kill up and denying them. They need so many kills to close this lobby out, and it is just a waiting game as KLA continue to hold this high ground, forcing away the members of EWG from that high ground. NY7 gets knocked out of the tree, has to squirrel his way back up to the top, but he is just being gate-kept from jumping in. And KLA open up onto him. He's forced a panic ultimate. That's not what he needed. And then they jumped in with the Viper. The Wushen pulled out. It was a complete fumble and a complete miscommunication by Alliance. NY7 can't find the reset as JL go down to EWG in the low ground. Every second wasted is starting to get costly here for Alliance. They've lost their Tessa as well, so they've lost most of their crowd control. All ultimates are down at this point. I don't know if Alliance are going to be able to do this anymore. This is too much for them. KLA were just too big. As KLA going to throw down the Sandstorm in the middle of the zone, splitting everything in half. Kiki finds himself caught out, and KLA should be able to punish for that kill. I don't think anyone's going to steal this one away. Karumi ult's not going to do anything as Cookie secures the kill onto JDG. GG get knocked out in the middle of the fight, and actually EWG is starting to steal these kills. They're starting to be a menace. Alliance are out of the lobby, and this is just going to be KLA's game. They get to play, and you are all just watching KLA take it all.
KLA here able to finally get across into that match point territory. They also
keep back-to-back.
Yeah, they keep 2 other teams from being able to secure it by less than a point. And we're going to come into game number 7 with 3 teams above the match point threshold. Alliance has got to spend some points into this next game.
They have to, but KLA are looking terrifying right now. They just won game 5 and game 6. Like, these guys are looking terrifying going into the last 2 games. They have found their form, and yeah, I completely agree with you. I think Alliance are being too passive with their point expenditure. I think in their head they were like, oh, we want to make sure that if we're in the later last 2 games, we've got the points to spend. And I will worry, Wolves have 0 points. Wolves went all in on a comp which we don't think they should have gone all in on. And yeah, going forward, there's 2 games left in the day, and it is a lot of work for them to do. I'm very excited to see how these last 2 games go.
Look, I don't think there's a world where Wolves can come back from this, realistically.
Oh no, Wolves are cooked. Like, it's done.
Their only saving grace is they're so far down the leaderboard that they get priority pick.
Yeah. I guess that works for them, especially when you got 0 points. That really helps you. But like, man, they were 30 points off a while ago, and now they're like, to be fair, they're probably like 18 points off. So if they have like a really good game 7 and no one wins, then they're in the running for game 8.
No, they're still 25 points off.
Didn't they get any points that game?
They got 1.5.
Oh my word. How many kills did KLA get in game 16? Sorry, game 6. 17, 18, 19, 20. Let me know A, B, C, or D in that Twitch chat. Check your whisper boxes, because that's where you will be given your random goodies. Talking about one team scoring low, KLA scored bloody high.
Yeah, I think it all ends in this next game. I'm going to be realistic. The tear that KLA is on, they are just absolutely running through. We're going to see a lot of these teams looking to shut KLA down open.
They were 0.4.
Oh, yeah, I told you. They kept 2 teams realistically like 1 point away from qualifying. So KLA setting themselves up for success here. And what's funny is previous to these 2 games, we were hypercritical of KLA's performance today.
Yeah, no, I really was. I felt like they'd been very lackluster in the summer split, and I'm glad to see, because I you know me, I've always been a big fan of this team ever since they first showed up on the scene. Got a lot of love in my heart for KLA, but this summer was not their split, and then suddenly something is awoken within them. The crazy thing is JL right now on 5 points away from match point. Like, they might not even get a shot at taking the whole thing. Like, I got some serious concerns for JL. I mean, a bunch of teams are knocked out, and the only like real front runner that we have in our heads is like GG right now, the defending champions. But even they are looking a little bit lost after that game.
I mean, we're not keeping Alliance out whatsoever. Alliance actually does really well this game, even off the back of a pretty terrible start for them. They do exactly what they need to do. They come in, they find probably one of the best tactical nukes we've seen off of a Viper ult in a very long time in the professional league here, because so many teams are well aware of it, ready for the setup. I think realistically, actually what happens here for them in the end is they have set themselves up for a good spot. There's only 2 of them, but they do have that Soul Jade for the dual blades, where they're going to be able to shove whole teams into the zone if they land that stun. What you see happens is NY7 gets clipped by a scale rush that was just somebody trying to go airborne. They fall from that, and somebody looks up, sees NY7 in a fall before they can recover, and decide to just throw the grapple onto them. And then that was all she wrote. There was nothing the rest of Alliance could have done for them at that point. They're forced to spend the ultimate early, and unfortunately, it's just that one little clip from a scale rush that separates them from KLA and being the ones who come out on top. But KLA, with 19 eliminations, huge game for them. Looks like it's going to be a Temi MVP with 8 eliminations and 33,000 damage on CXZ.
Yeah, really nice performance there from CXZ on the Tami. Crazy to see a Tami out damage his Takeda. Really, really big stuff. Bit of the It's a big game from KLA. Like 2 wins back to back. Like these guys just came out of nowhere. They were, I honestly had them down and out for the day. I really did. Like halfway through the day, I was like, these guys are done. And like, here's the crazy news. I don't think there's a single team who can't make it to match point if we don't have game 8. Like if we go to game 8, every one of these teams can technically make it. EWG, it'd have to be a historical game, but they could technically do it. There is enough points there. We have a whole bunch of teams who realistically will make it for game 8 if we get to game 8. So Alliance, GG, and KLA, the pressure is heavily on them. And I mean, you can see from Alliance's performances in the last couple of games, they were targeted obviously in game 5, and I don't think they've really recovered like well enough in game 6. Like they had a rough start. And again, this is the same issue we saw at Wolves at the beginning of the day. They are not decisive enough on who they're picking in a fight, and the fights are always very scattered. Therefore, you don't get the kills quick enough. And then the problem with that is once you don't get the kills quick enough, other teams come in, other teams third party you, and then suddenly you lose all of your progress at the beginning of the game. And this is it, WBG. Alliance were not decisive enough on their fight versus EWG. Cookie gave them the complete runaround. Like, Cookie was really, really good at duking them there. And then after that, it was just, you know, it was the WBG tidy up, and Alliance then had to spend the next 5 to 8 minutes of the game catching up with everyone else in the lobby on loot, and they weren't getting the kills. So they slowed down their progress, they slowed down their snowball, they weren't able to even look at jumping into Realm of Yangs. And that's the issue. You know, if you go down early, it's okay, as long as it's really early, like we saw GG do in the first game. Like, go down early, reset, get back into the game. If you go down, like, midway or towards the end of the resets, you're in trouble, because now you've basically an entire zone behind and the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, this was a tough game given the composition that they were playing too. Going down in the spot that they did hurt them, but I think they made a phenomenal recovery. Honestly, to pick up the number of eliminations that they did, like I think this became a game for them where it was like, okay, hey, realistically, I don't think we can win, because they certainly could have come in and just tried to throw face into it. But into KLA's setup here, I think they had to play for the end game in this circle here. They had to look for that tactical nuke off of the Viper. And again, it all comes down to another team that wasn't even aiming for them with that scale rush, where they just clip them as they're going up the side of the tree there. And it sends them down a death spiral that there's no recovering from, unfortunately. And sometimes that's what it comes down to in NARAKA.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree on that front. I do think, you know, you lost a lot of tempo though, so it costed you heavily. But
yeah,
who kept their tempo the whole way through was KLA, was CXE on this time. A huge game, 33,000 damage, 8 kills, 20k damage with the pole sword as well. Like, guy looked absolutely amazing. There's such a good game from KLA, and these guys, I talk about like wind in your sails quite a lot as like a saying, but like KLA right now, they don't have a wind in their sail, they have a goddamn storm in their sail. These guys have just stomped up the leaderboard, pushed everybody out the way and said, it's about me now, I'm taking it today. And this is their opportunity, because I feel like if they don't do it here, they are contesting a very chaotic lobby, because there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be qualifying after this game if we don't see GG Alliance or KLA close it out.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If we go to game 8, it is just going to be a free-for-all. It is going to be a massive dog pile. But I actually don't think we go to game 8, realistically. KLA, like you said, a storm quite literally in their sails. The lobby needs to look to shut them down this game. The problem with this is if the lobby expends too many resources trying to shut down KLA, it opens up a free roam for Alliance and GG. But we're going to take a short break before we come back and find out just who's going to come out on top in game number 7. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Alliance has done such a good job today of keeping cool, calm, and collected. But we're going to see if they can do it again in game number 7, as now KLA has blasted past them in only 2 games. This is a team we've been hypercritical of all day today. Alliance even bounces back from a rough game number 5 where JL hunts them out of the lobby. They've got smiles on their faces. They are holding it together, but now the pressure is on.
I mean, it's KLA's world and we're all living in it at the moment. These guys are, honestly, the last 2 games, the momentum they've carried has been absolutely beautiful. They've got to do it a 3rd time though. That's the tough thing. It's like these 2 MVPs they won kind of mean nothing unless they get the one that matters, right? Like, it was great. These 2 MVPs have pulled them back into this and actually given them a shot at winning the title, but they still need to find a 3rd now. And it's actually quite rare. And I'm just going to use a bit of statistics here. It's actually quite rare to see a team win 3 MVPs in a day. Like, that's a big deal when that happens. Normally it's like 2 is a pretty common number we get. I mean, last pre-finals, it was no one won more than once. Today, until KLA, that was also the case. It's been OUG Alliance, JDG, Bowder, then KLA. So to get a hat trick back to back is going to be just such a beautiful story for them. And,
look, it's
you got like
tall
teams
order.
like GG. Go on, sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say it's a tall order for KLA, especially considering you're looking at the momentum that KLA has right now, right? These teams are not going to be looking to drop onto GG and Alliance like they did in this last game. They have to be looking at Team KLA, because if they don't stop that momentum, right, there's a world where Alliance and GG just do middling in this game because of how stunted their momentum has been after the last 2 games. There's not a world where if you let KLA go unchecked, that they have a stunted, just middling game, right? They are just coming in looking to crush this lobby. I think if you're coming in, you're trying to save this lobby for everybody else who isn't qualified in those top 3 spots right now on that match point, you're looking at Team KLA. This could be a disaster for Team KLA because it just opens up free reign for Alliance and GG to do whatever. I think the mentality is going to come out when we see the hero selections from GG and Alliance here at the start of game 7. That is going to be the big telling factor for what these teams are looking to do. Alliance, 9 hero points, spend them. I want to see you play Sand Siphon.
Yeah, I agree. Although they, the blind date is one of their top comps. They weren't playing it right, man. They were taking fights. They weren't jumping into like 3rd parties. They were too slow to 3rd parties. Honestly, I know you've been quite positive about them. I genuinely think they've looked lost for the last few games. Even with a great recovery, I think they were still quite lost in that game. Like, they weren't decisive in any of the plays they made. And that's what ultimately cost them a lot of tempo, and they had to play catch up. KLA, the one thing I've always said about these guys is they are decisive. They, like, win or lose, they're doing it. They know that, like, we're going all out and it doesn't matter. Like, we win or lose off it, and that's what I've been a big fan about KLA.
This is all I'm gonna say though. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. When was the last time you saw a tactical Viper nuke ult net 3 eliminations in under 10 seconds?
I'll give you that. It was a very, very good Viper ultimate. I would never ever argue on you, but it was not a good Viper ultimate. I will argue on you, but they
played into that fight extremely well.
Yeah, I feel like one good moment, I don't think necessarily makes up for like 2 bad games.
I think the position that they were put into with the comp that they were playing, they had to play for the final moment in Final Circle.
I understand that their game plan.
Yeah, well, because if you try to decisively throw into KLA or any other team at that point, you just get cooked by KLA. Realistically, I'll be completely honest. So I don't think Alliance played it bad. I think it just ended up being a game that they couldn't do as much as they would have liked to do. I think I will give you this. I think the early fight,
here, mate, if I'm honest with you.
I think the early fight was bad. I think the early fight, I will give you 100%. They dilly-dallied a little too much on their target selection.
Yeah, and I think the snowball effect of that was what led to that point in the game. It bought the time for KLA to pop off, and I will say, out of our 3 teams, because we've had our turn talking about KLA and Alliance, GG are the only team here who haven't had an MVP today. They've just casually walked their way into match point. And I wouldn't say they've been playing middling, but they haven't been able to actually lock down a match point yet. I think they've been playing pretty well today. They've had a few bad games, but all of our match point teams have had bad games today at this point. But I want to see them actually properly pop off, because we haven't seen the big pop off from GG yet. As it looks like we're getting ready to go into Game 7, into Hero Select, as I believe we're heading to Padoria for this one. No, Horror Off Starry Night. I'm an idiot. We've only done 2 Horror Padorias. It's Horror Off, and then if Game 8 happens, it's Morris. Heading back to Morris. Right, I'm interested in Wolves pick more than anything.
I'm interested in Alliance and GG. Alliance still has 9 hero points. They need to spend some points here.
Oh yeah, I on that front, yes, absolutely. But Wolves have 0 hero points, and they picked.
Well, Wolves hasn't played Sand Siphon at all yet, so I think they're just safe to pick Sand. Yeah. I mean, I feel like this is brain dead for Wolves, right? You just take Sand Siphon.
Right. Here. I have a really that has irked me in a way it shouldn't have. Why haven't they played? This is Wolves' best comp. Why have they waited till Game 7?
Why have they waited? To pull it out. Yeah.
That is honestly criminal. That's why you're in 11th place. Play your best comp earlier. Get the points on the board. Anyway, I'm going to put that to bed before I get really angry. Seeing, again, a lot of attention on this Monk Viper. Not Viper. Valder, my favorite character. Splash Mountain. I'm calling it Splash Mountain. That's the name of the comp.
All right, Alliance. Let's see
like a mountain, and she makes a splash.
Alliance,
Splash Mountain.
Spend the points. I know Xiphon is just free, and there. Oh, there it is. Okay, Xiphon isn't free for them apparently.
They have played a lot of Xiphon today, to be fair.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they couldn't even go the Kurumi variant because they've done some Sand Siphon as well, so they had to go the Zip variant of the Xiphon. Yeah. I am very concerned about some of these teams' points going into the final game. If someone doesn't win here, if one of our 3 don't win here, we go into this last game, how are their hero points going to be looking? What are they going to be able to pick up? We could have some really wacky stuff coming out in that last game as game number 7 underway. KLA, Alliance, GG. These are the 3 teams who can win it all here. They are on match point. The others are looking to deny them and drag their names over that 63 point threshold. And we have a bunch of teams close to it. It is incredibly close. Wolves finally picked the Sand Siphon. It would have to be the best game of their career. This would have to be the best game of their career.
And then they would have to follow it up with the second best game of their career right afterwards.
Are you a believer?
Look, I love Team Wolves, okay? Yeah, sitting above my desk right here, framed, is a Season 1 J-Cup Wolves jersey signed by all of the original players. If anybody is a Wolves believer, it's me. I snowball's chance in hell.
Oh, I think they got as long as as long as hell has a freezer, I think they got a slight chance. It's an incredibly low chance, but it's there. They just need an absolutely monstrous game, and they got the comp to do it.
They need 2 monstrous games back to back.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Well, no, they need a monstrous game and then an MVP.
And they have no hero points for the next game.
Yes, and then also move down the hero pick order off the back of it as well, if they want. So life could get challenging as we can see Alliance actually changed up their drop spot. GG.
Where's KLA? KLA,
GG with
3 teams dropping on them.
GG are doing that. They're getting allianced. They're with JL.
With JL.
Same spot. I reckon JL think they've got alliance again.
Probably an alliance changes up where they're dropping, but they are going to be going against OUG here. I think KLA is in the worst position possible. They've got 3 teams stacked in a circle around them.
You're trapped in there with them. It's going to be a really bloody hard game for KLA. Straight up. I am interested to see where the attention goes first. Are we going to see the GG JL 1v1, or are we going to see the absolute just bar fight that is going to be KLA's drop? Alliance have got it chill. I don't know if I like it chill. It might be a little bit risky for them. If KLA pop off the start here, going to quickly start with a bow and a cannon. Not the start for KLA's QGG needed. We are going to see GG though. They have successfully punished JL this time. And JL have lost one thing. They have got TXJ, got onto CGS. CGS does go down in the middle of it. So now it's a 2 versus 2. JL able to get control of the area. It's GG wanting to reposition. LXM trying to buy some space. 3-3-0 goes down. TXJ finds the turnaround. It's going to have to be a 1v2 from LXM. Can he find that parry? Can he find that miracle play with the staff? I don't think he can. Tries to dash away. Tries to save the day. Not going to be the case.
JL does it again. They shut down GG early. KLA down here. This is where we talked about KLA in a very interesting spot. There's 3 teams all the way around them. That said, they are getting the lion's share of probably the best loot area here, but here it is. DRG going to be coming in. CXC going to be a little separated. They're going to move up here with 17. DRG coming in. The other teams looking to head this way as well. CXC going to get parried off the back of this. WX98 going to invest that Temi ult. Absolutely huge Temi ult for the side of DRG, and CXC just put into the wall here. Put onto the edge. No place to go as DRG cleans up CXC. KLA here gonna lose one of their members. The uppercut here, the re-uppercut into the follow-up there off of the dual Hallies. No place to go. QGG goes down. KLA 17, the last remaining member here for Team KLA, and they go down as well. And Alliance is the only team who hasn't lost their early game fight, as they are now turning onto the members of OUG. We cut over to Team Alliance, looking to make something happen. Huge F coming in from N7 here, trying to make something go through. They're going to come in with the Matari ult. They're going to be able to clean up the urn. Another big F coming in from 7, not going to connect onto anybody, but OUG's SS completely separated from the rest of the team here. A big parry coming in from SS. SS with that gold weapon being the mandatory target here for the members of Team Alliance. The chain, the ult going to be invested here on the side of N7, trying to find those gold focuses to keep the pressure up here onto SS. They're going to find a huge ult there, going to clean this up, and now Zai on Alliance early game, gonna be getting a gold weapon here. This could be disaster for the rest of the lobby.
I was about to be really nervous about our top 3, and then suddenly Alliance just do it. They make it work. They pop off KLA. They're not done though. They only have one way, and it is forwards. Lue goes down. KLA secure themselves their first kill of the game, and the salty run back is exactly what KLA needed this game. Cookie is going to be snacked up here, trying to make a break for it, but KLA are unrelenting as their 17S with the fist weapon secures the kill. And now Alliance and KLA tied up 2 kills apiece here. We do still have JL, DRG, WBG with 3 kills, but no one has really taken off right yet. As GG are mirroring what Alliance did in game... Was it game 4? No, it's game 5, where they lost the fight, they move over to Imperial, and if they're unlucky, JL have hunted them down and denied them. That could be a horrible little flash from the past there.
Take a look here over to X1 here. Bowdow's Ron gonna go down to ZDI. LYD gonna come in, go ahead and pop that bell, trying to find an intro into this fight. Bowdow still keeping the pressure up here. LYD though with the ultimate here as the sand ult is gonna go down. Gets, looks to get one of the grabs there, doesn't quite find it. X1 gonna keep the pressure up, gonna use that leap, still looking for the grab onto Bowda, not gonna be able to find it as we cut back to DRG versus KLA here, and it looks like DRG gonna go ahead and drop themselves a Bane onto this fight as we see XD gonna go ahead and monk up here. This could be pretty disastrous for him if these Banes come in onto CXE. Yeah, CXE deciding he needs to go ahead and get out of here as he starts to take a lot of damage.
Oh, no.
We see KLA land the spear, but not gonna be able to find any follow-up off of it. The Siphon gonna come through here. DRG's Dawn Queen gonna get speared up again. Will be taking quite a bit of damage here, trying to get into the Bane's Breath. Not gonna be enough. We're gonna see the Kurumi ult come out just in time. KLA gonna lose one of their members, gonna lose two of their members. DRG, KLA has all of their momentum cut off, and this is exactly what I talked about, Jake. This is what the lobby probably was gonna do. They were gonna look to stop the momentum of KLA, and it opens up space for Alliance and GG to make something happen. QGG here, no resurrection left. Last remaining member of the team stuck between OUG and the members of DRG. This is gonna be a nightmare scenario for the members of KLA.
Well, I mean, if you mean nightmare, I think you mean done, because that is KLA out of the lobby. No revives, no chance. It's down to Alliance and GG now. And a sigh of relief for both of those teams, actually. One of their big competitors, the people who had that Storm in their sails, turns out Storms are pretty turbulent. And they were left shipwrecked after that one. If you are a KLA fan, if you are KLA right now, you are praying that Alliance and GG have the same thing happen to them.
I think KLA needs to have a discussion with Odysseus about Storms. As we cut back over here, it's going to be X1 trading blows with WBG. X1's OID with the Monk ult, going to walk right out of that Temi ultimate and look to find hands onto somebody. WBG Sleepwalker on the backside, a little separated from the team here, but is going to play the sacrificial role here as he tries to keep X1 away from the rest of his teammates. But the range shot's going to come in. LYD going to start taking some damage here, and Sleepwalker able to play keep away here with the side of this, being able to get those scale rush off. Sleepwalker now covered by the rest of the team. A single grab comes through, but he doesn't have time to get the follow-up. LYD is going to miss out on any potential upside from the ultimate there, and now forced to go airborne here with the staff. Look for a reset. Sleepwalker coming over the top side here with that F activated is going to get cut through here by XLY, though. Sleepwalker swapping over to the repeating crossbow, just throwing damage out into the team left, right, and center. WBG starting to pick up momentum into this fight. We see the bell come through. Sleepwalker comes in, catches the RMB off of the fan, and WBG Slaughter will pick up the elimination onto XLY, and all things have gone wrong for X1 here. It is WBG cleans up a second, gets the third on the Wisp, and cleans up that elimination as well. WBG off to a tear with 7 eliminations.
It's a big start for them, but it needs to be a bigger game if they want to make it all the way. Alliance, huge start for them. I'm going to assume they're going to want to get their hands on a Roma Yang. They need to get the snowball going. I mean, relatively quiet after that start. Especially when you have WBG popping off in the distance, getting a whole bunch of kills. That momentum's starting to swing away from you. And that's the problem, is if you fall behind on tempo, you can really get yourself into a bit of an awkward situation. Now, it looks like WBG, Wolves, and Alliance are all collapsing on the same portal for the Roma Yang. So we may see a little bit of action breaking out over this one. Alliance are going to be first in the area. Wolves not long behind them. But I just worry NY7 with that golden dual halberds is a total menace. It's going to absolutely obliterate health bars. And my main concern about Alliance was their burst potential in that last game. Like they just weren't targeting right to burst people down. But this time around, when you've got the golden halberds, like the burst of the halberds is absolutely bonkers. And Alliance get themselves in there versus JL. It's a pretty stacked matchup here. I'm going to keep my eye on NY7.
I would say all NY7 realistically needs to do here is catch a 2 or 3 man ult with that Zai, with those golden halberds here, and it will spell disaster for JL. JL getting a grapple out here. NY7 looking for that opportunity, looking to go ahead and create some big damage here. Will catch VVV out there off of the back. Gonna go ahead and pop their F and go top side here as we wait for this opening. NY7, the big one to watch here, trying to find some more damage. Will continue to find a little bit of poke damage here. Hasn't committed that ultimate yet. They do have the Kurumi completely separated here. NY7 gonna turn back and try to keep the rest of the members away from that Kurumi ultimate. Kurumi gonna come back in to reposition with that ultimate. A huge F coming in, gonna separate Kurumi from it. There we go. The ult gonna come through. Misses the connection onto VVV by inches here. Unfortunate, but not gonna waste a single second. Gonna go airborne here, looking for that opportunity to get the reset. They will get knocked down here by VVV. They will avoid VVV's ultimate and go to set up their own. If they can find a good intro into this, it could be disastrous for the members of JL. Unfortunately, NY7 just not able to make it happen. That's twice they've missed the huge intro to it, but VVV getting stacked down here just around the corner. There it is. That's the one that they needed. VVV goes down. Huge F coming in. NY7, they now go to the 3v2 here onto Team JL. This is disastrous for Team JL. Trying TXJ gonna go down, and now it is the 3v1. Alliance finds their feet again in game number 7.
It took a while, but they finally came online. Big snowball off getting those halberds as well. Done so much good for the side of Alliance. Vermilion Bird's Might is perfect as well. And this now means they have the opportunity to get into some fights, get some extra kills, and continue that snowball. The big thing is as well is our front runners in the lobby right now. NY7 almost stood on a trap. Would have lost that nice and early. Our front runners, WBG, they have lost their Realm of Yang, so they're on debuff right now, which means they're going to be desperately looking for a fight, and if they go down, that opens the door for our Alliance to take over the lobby. DRG, the other front runners, with 8 kills as well, so they do have a Vermilion Bird's Might to work with. So Alliance definitely not out of the woods, but feeling comfortable, especially with GG on debuff and 1 kill.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy for Alliance. This is such a big momentum shift for them here. And again, the fact that they have this early game gold weapon here onto their Zai, huge for them. Again, all you realistically need, you need to catch one big ultimate there on 1 to 2 people, and you clean it up. And what happens? NY7 misses the first 2, finds the third one in onto VVV, and that entire fight shifts back into the favor of Alliance. That's how much damage Zai can do on her ultimate when she's got a gold weapon in the back pocket to back it up. It is an absurd amount of damage, not to mention the heal cut coming in from the burn tick as well.
Yeah, absolutely. 18 minutes on the clock as well. Still got a bit of time left in this game. Some of those teams with those debuffs, the 3, WBG, JL, and GG. That time is ticking away for them. Alliance are going to get ambushed here by DRG. And both these teams have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so they're pretty free to take this fight, and I think they want to. Everyone to execute on. F comes in. Massive slam there by NY7. Gets a whole chunk of damage off. Pops the ultimate as well. Immediately catches onto Donkey 9, but he gets himself caught out. Sandstorm breaks out, and then NY7 not really able to achieve too much there already. That's actually going to be Alliance taking 1 kill onto DRG. Kakaichi could be up next on that menu. Gets the knockback onto multiple people. Sandstorm's going to be timing out soon as well. It's going to give him a whole bunch of space to work with. Kurumi ultimate has been broken down. NY7 keeping that pressure up. Wolves have also jumped into the mix as well, looking to secure themselves a couple of kills. Donkey going low, slammed in by the burn. Yuma is able to secure the kill, and now it's just one more member of DRG. Kakaichi goes down, and Wolves are just next up on the menu. They still got 40 seconds to work with. Alliance could really snowball off this. WBG closing in on the gap, though. May look for a follow-up kill. NY7 with the golden halberds, just putting as much damage down as possible. Alliance don't have long. Slam comes in. Revenge secures the kill. WBG will cleanse themselves of that Realm of Yang debuff, but Alliance jump up to 9 kills off the back of that. Beautiful play.
Yeah, absolutely huge for Alliance, and they do the smart thing. They stick around and take the fight. They don't want to look for a reset after that without their ultimates and stuff. Now they can casually wait. They can move around the map. They can get some intel that they desperately need here. As we cut over to GG, still holding it together here, even after a devastating start to the game at the hands of JL that we saw Alliance suffer from earlier as well. Baoda's you just trying to keep themselves alive here. The tether coming in from the Kurumi, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. A single tick of HP is going going to see them go down to GG's LXM. GG going to find 4 eliminations for themselves, 5 eliminations for themselves, and put themselves back in the running with the potential to potentially find an MVP. Yiran still caught out as well. Could be GG going to 6 here. Yiran going to invest the F here, will catch the Wisp out, but BLADEPOINT gonna get slammed with a massive scale rush from LXM, and GG goes to 6, Alliance at 9, WBG at 10, DRG at 8. This is anybody's game still. Alliance here off of the reset here, 2 legendary weapons here for this team. Gonna come in and do some shopping with a ton of Darktide coins to their name. Looks like they're going to trade some off.
Not many. Oh, jail eliminated from the lobby.
Yep.
That's a pretty big one. One thing to note as well is WBG, if they can deny Alliance, they actually could potentially put enough points together to get to match point themselves, which is a really big jump up because they were relatively low in the standings today, being pretty kind of stuck towards the mid/bottom end of the table all day long. So win here would be big. As GG looking to jump into this realm with Yang. They have to take every opportunity they can. They are too far behind right now, but they are still in the running. So they need to jump in. They are waiting to see if anyone else jumps in first. JDG looking to kind of threaten them on it. GG are going to jump in, and I think they're just going to be fighting JDG. No,
oh, it's going to be Alliance versus DRG.
Oh, wow, okay. I actually like this for Alliance. They need to get more kills, so they would rather not get a free realm with Yang. They need to work for it. Gonna miss the aerial to start off there for NY7. Looking to try and grab on to 1. Isn't actually going to make that connection.
Oh!
Oh, big damage coming in immediately there. Throws down the ultimate as well. WX98 going low. Gets slammed by the F once again. As he's going to get pressured up here by Donkey9. But it looks like NY7, they need to bail out their Zai. They have to F defensively to break away. Alliance kind of just leave him on his lonesome. Real mistake there from Alliance to leave their main damage deal low, but he's immediately going to get caught out by the sandstorm again. They're not healing their Zai at all. NY7's just going to find himself in a heap of danger, trying to make a breakaway here. The healing is coming in, but Donkey9's putting a bit of extra damage down. Now Revenge is the one who's getting the attention switched onto, as they have got one very low member there. Can they finalize the kill? Yes, they can. Revenge goes low in the meantime, but the parry comes down. I think he's lost his golden halberds. That is so bad for Alliance. This has gone from just good to terrible. What a fumble.
Oh my goodness, terrible. But it's not over for Alliance yet, as they do still have Yang depletion. It is second realm of Yang, which means they do have that extended timer to cleanse that Yang depletion. And this has been a very aggressive lobby. Lots of these teams looking to take fights, so Alliance can still find their way in. They do crucially at least secure 1 elimination inside there. They do lose one of their gold weapons, but they're still holding on to 1 that they can throw onto the Zai. But I do agree, NY7 fumbles a little bit here in that range. They wasted a little too much time. There was no peel for them also when they come back in. They actually set up a huge ultimate because the Takeda still has the shove. It's very hard for them to follow up on it, and the rest of the team just doesn't come in for the peel. So Alliance going to find themselves in a tough situation, but not an impossible wall to climb back up from. We have seen Alliance do it before. We've seen them do it today. We can see them do it again. Again, 4 minutes and 30 seconds still left on that Yang depletion. And you need to look for a vulnerable team to go in onto, and that's what we see them doing right now. Look at it. We see a lot of scouting going out here. They see OUG. They see another team. They're looking for the possible third party. Looks like Yuma is going to make the call. They're going to come in and go ahead and resurrect here, so the rest of Alliance can be forced to come on in. Bring in NY7, bring in Revenge, and look to make this turn onto a team like OUG here. NY7 coming in. We're going to see the F. They're going to go big airborne. Lots of grapples coming out from another team, though. OUG's
Such
SS
a hard place to
trying
kill
to make
people.
something happen. Yeah, this is a tough place, but Alliance got to make the decision here. They've got to be decisive and jump onto a team. Looks like they're going to actually back away. They don't want to chase EWG in the wins as well. They want to bait one of these teams away from this spot. so that they have a better opportunity to secure that elimination. And that's why you're going to see the line that NY7 here is they don't care about being seen. They want to be seen here. They want a team to pressure onto them outside in this area, away from all that is there in a Plumed Castle. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to make that happen right now, but eventually they're going to have to do something as we see them actually heading towards where the circle is going to be. Alliance on the hunt, looking for something, anything here. Unfortunately, they did spend a big bulk of their Dark Tide coins earlier, so the second Realm of Yang could come back to bite them if they can't find a team to take the fight to.
Again, it's just decisiveness. I think in the Realm of Yang, they were very scattered in the decision-making, very indecisive. I think they were decisive on their respawn. I think their respawn location was pretty tragic. Like, Plume Castle is one of those locations where it's very hard to efficiently and quickly land some kills because there's so much terrain, there's so much verticality. It's just very hard to lock them down. Now, Alliance may see WBG in the area. They've only got 2.5 minutes, so they are running out of time. They're running out of options, and I feel like a lot of the teams are aware that Alliance are in low health, but actually they found the OUG. That's their opportunity. They have to pounce on it now. They have to secure those kills because they are running fastly out of time. NY7 doesn't quite land that grapple, so that's going to slow down his advance, and OUG are just giving the old runaround. Only 8 grapples left for NY7. Catches onto Xinyu. Can he open up? Can he keep the lockdown going? That's going to be Xinyu hitting onto the plants, but NY7 also getting hit as well. GG in the area. This is going to get dicey very quickly, but it has to be a fight that Alliance commit to. SS, half armor. The King trying to just cover his teammate here. As OUG, they just want to play passively. They just want to play defensively, but Alliance is just going to catch GG inside the zone. If they get this, this is going to be a massive amount of good loot for them and a cleanse of that debuff, but GG trying to make a breakaway for it. They've caught onto LXM. LXM low HP, making a dash for safety. Alliance still running out of time. 1 minute 20 left on that timer. It is getting so hairy for them. Can't F forwards, they just have to use it as an aggressive movement ability. LXM gets opened up onto here by NY7, but he finds himself a little bit alone. Has got the ultimate to work with. LXM taking a whole heap of damage here, looking to just chip through that armor, able to take it out, but LXM still able to make an escape from this fight. There is no time for Alliance. This is so tense for them. This could be the moment where the game is saved or made. They've cleansed one. Can they keep the pressure up? Actually, I don't know if they did. Oh, they got NY7.
They did, yeah.
But they don't get the armor. They don't have time to stop and do some shopping on the body, so they're going to have to just turn around on EWG. Lue stealing that gold armor is going to be the next target here for Alliance. The cannon is doing actually a lot of work inside the zone. They are absolutely ripping through EWG, forcing the ultimate out, but they do have the Matari to try and break away. Ult's not going to make the connection. Wolves coming in. Yuma going low. Yuma able to hold his life for now, but Wolves are able to steal the kill away and take him down. He is not coming back from that. No cleanse available to him. Beautiful steal by Wolves, and Alliance left scratching their heads. They don't have anything. It is crumbled before their eyes as GG are coming for the turnaround. They've picked up LXM. They've got some blue armor onto him. Revenge is out of the game. And it is only it's only NY7 standing for the side of Alliance.
Yeah, absolute tragedy here for Team Alliance. The Realm of Yang could not have gone any worse for them. They will pick up another elimination here on to Wolves, trying to make the most of a bad situation. Down below with the ult activated, but all these teams trying to gatekeep here. NY7's got to make a decision on how they're going to get in here. Try to get back in the game very quickly if at all possible. It looks like the bodies have been looted. Unfortunately, Yuma was the player who gets caught out first, and Yuma is the player that had all of their Dark Tide coins. They actually had a significant amount where they could have gotten back in after catching out that first elimination. Unfortunately, it goes on to Yuma. NY7 here, their ult going to be coming to an end as well. Caught out in the open, another team looking to turn onto him. There's no place they can really go here. They've just got to keep this going. The scale rush going to come in. JDG's Keki just trying to land something in. The scale rush off the side here, buying them a little bit of time. The problem is if they don't turn them into another team here, they will go down. OUG going to pick up Wolves Zem here, leaving Alliance one position heavier here, which means they picked up 13 points for this game. They have outpaced KLA currently, but still in a very bad position. The cannon shots coming through. JDG trying to make something happen, able to use that F aggressively as a movement ability. The bow shot coming through stops NY7. They get grappled out because of it. The ballista shot from DRG cleans up Alliance's NY7, and it leaves GG the only team capable of walking away with the championship if they win here.
Can they do it? They got a dreadful whale onto CJS, so they have got a whole heap of damage to work with. They're looking for the kill. It was so close to cashing in there for the side of GG. OUG in their sights, but they are inside that Bane's Breath. So they probably do need to reposition a little bit. Bell rung by GG to get some information on where everybody is. GG, they got some work to do. DRG are on 13 kills, but you cannot count them out yet. They are the only one of our front runners in the game, but honestly, I thought they were playing maybe a bit too passive. They proved me bloody wrong on that one. Alliance going out with 12 kills is going to be heartbreaking for them. And if DRG weren't having such a pop-off game, Alliance could have still been in the running.
Yeah, absolutely. DRG on 13 though, but no chance for Alliance now to walk away. GG, the only team realistically in a space to make something happen here. They are set up for a strong late game. The problem is they have a lot of ground left to cover here with only 6 eliminations to their name. CJS,
that Dreadful Whale.
One opportunity, to get that cannon reset. Dreadful Whale, gonna double Dreadful Whales.
Oh my word. That, honestly, if they make it to final circle with a zip healing and just double Dreadful Whale, this life could get really hard. Now, I don't know what the buff is inside this Spirit Well, but if this is a White Tigers, DRG may just win this game. It's been so bloody aggressive. We'll see what they're going to be getting. No one's contesting them on it, so I'm inclined to think it's probably not a White Tigers, although GG may move over and try and play the contest game. I honestly think I'd love to see GG contest it. But I think they're playing it for late game. They got double Dreadful Whale, which is also very good at holding Spirit Wells, by the way. So I don't know why. I really feel like they should be in there.
Well, the problem is right now they're Sans 2 ultimates, so it's not like they can burn their ultimates, guarantee they get the well, and then get the resets. It's a bad position for them to be in right now. If you see, they're just trying to utilize these daggers to get away from these cannon shots, because there's a lot of pressure being forced onto Team GG here. They're actually going to go inside the tent here, where they're forced to go through the zone to make something happen, and it is actually a White Tigers prowess onto DRG. Oh, this is a disaster for the rest of this lobby. I don't think GG can come back from this, realistically. They are in a rough position. They are down ultimates. We do see DRG with White Tigers and all ultimates online.
It's going to be a very, very tall order from the side of GG. They get themselves inside the tent nice and comfortably. DRG, it is a waiting game for the lobby. DRG did do a good job of actually sustaining the Spirit Well, so they didn't pop it immediately. Jing's in danger. Jing is going to have to transform here, and he may be looking for the grabs. See if he can find them onto the members of DRG or anyone spicy. Walker playing the evasion game here from Jing. Jing unable to hit the landing. As GG are quite comfortable in their tent. Got a bit of glamping going on. As JDG, they have been able to pick 2 tick up, or they're trying to pick 2 tick up, but Cookie was stopping him. Cookie gets a punch for it though. He might even get stomped on, as actually Jing's going to time out of his transform, and now they've been left open. DRG are going to be coming in with that White Tigers. The pops could start. There's one. Didn't really hit onto anyone else though, so the good news is it's chilled for a second. White Tigers, 30 seconds left. GG coming out. They've got those Dreadful Whales to buy some space. The RG are actually going to go on the retreat for the moment. I say that, they're actually just going to go on the aggression here for WBG. Asia go out. That's another big team out of the lobby. 12 kills onto WBG, knocked out of this lobby, but 16 onto DRG. GG, they have to pull it together now if they want to get any chance of winning this. But I think it's going to be too much to ask. DRG are just too big. White Tiger's about to time out. They got the Aurora Burst. In comes the F onto Kakaishi. Dreadful Whale can be used to buy some space. Uppercut Lantern. Massive Dreadful Whale. Dongchu's going low. They're looking for Ajiao as well. Ajiao knocked into the zone and he's going down. That should be GG securing the kill, but a massive heal into the Aurora Burst from GG. They'll get absolutely melted. Has to reposition with the F. Chain sight available here for CJS as DRG are going to look to put some pressure in onto the members of GG. Massive chain sight coming in, but the Aurora Burst again is just gatekeeping them as CJS goes down. The main damage dealer is there. And with 17 kills onto DRG, I think GG's hopes and dreams have been shattered in this game.
Yeah, we are going to go to game number 8, and we have 6 teams qualified at match point. Absolutely insane. Game 8 is going to be a complete and utter free-for-all. Things are going to get hectic as we head into the final game of the day here, but we still have to decide who's going to come out on top here, as if there's any question that it's going to be Team DRG, who has climbed all the way up to 4th in the standings.
Yeah, they've had a very, very good recovery coming into this one. As WBG technically not down and out. There is a world they can steal it from under them. Technically, GG still have 2 members, but I don't actually think there's enough people to kill in the lobby, especially with DRG now going up to 18 kills. That Aurora Burst, that staff, just too effective at shutting down anyone from getting close towards the members of DRG. Viper Stun breaks out. Dongchin gets parried by EWG. It's GG actually take down WBG. Sandstorm comes out as well as GG are going to try their hardest to try and contest this, but knocked into the zone, taken out of the game. It's going to be a 20 bomb here for the side of DRG. They try and blink back in for the side of EWG, but that is it. 21 kills going over to the side of DRG, and they have qualified for that last spot, and I believe a couple of other teams may follow them through the gates. I can't believe we're going to game 8, mate. I cannot believe we're going to game 8.
I can't either. I mean, they did the job right. They knew they needed to shut KLA down early. They needed to stop that momentum while they had the opportunity. That said, you can't target out 6 teams. Game 8 is just going to be pure, unadulterated chaos as we get ready to head in. 6 teams qualified above match point. You guys are going to get a treat here. You're going to get 8 games. It's going to go down to the wire in the final game here today in our Summer Split Grand Final for Trios. Who's it going to come down to?
I don't know. I know you're being a bit optimistic. I feel like I'm starting to lose faith in some of these teams at the top. Like, Alliance have had... This is coming up on, what, their 3rd attempt? Or is it their 4th attempt, actually? No, it's game 5. This is their 4th attempt at finals now. Taking it. And that last game definitely was the best they have looked. But still, indecisiveness. They end out losing out on the plays. That Realm of Yang really fumbled by them. Completely bad target selection. And I feel like part of it also comes down to some of these teams are probably quite tired. 8 games in NARAKA is a lot of games. And sure, we start an hour earlier than normal, but it is a lot of games they've been playing. They've probably been practicing their heart out. The kind of stress and everything is probably also exhausting them. Like, I feel like we're actually hitting a point where these teams are kind of hitting that kind of mental limit. And those teams who are actually picking up those later wins, like DRG, this is actually going to favor them. Now, I'm going to keep rambling, but let's have a question for you guys at home, and you guys can answer this one. How many teams had a score more than the match point threshold? Oh, how many teams have a score higher than the match point threshold? Is it A, 5, B, 6, C, 7, or D, 8? A, B, C, or D? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. You can tell it's catching up with me now. Let us know. Check the whisper box, because that's where you'll be getting your goodies. My throat is cooked, mate, after that last game.
Speaking of match point, we're going to go ahead and give you that answer right now as we take a look at which teams are on match point. And the answer is going to be 6 teams. DRG, Alliance. Yeah, DRG moves into first place off the back of this game. No surprises here. Yeah, no, there's no world JL can win.
Oh, and no, there is. If they get enough points to surpass DRG total in points and no one gets MVP.
That's a tall order when they're not even on match point yet. DRG's like at 80 points right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. We'll get the actual score in a second. I can't believe JL didn't even
kill
make
everybody in the lobby.
Games. 8 games and JL didn't make it.
I can't believe Wolves didn't make it.
You know what? After the first few games, I can. Honestly, I really can after the first few games. Not impressed at all, unfortunately. The fact they're in 11th is surprising. You know, they haven't been having the greatest day, but I didn't expect them to be in 11th by the end of it. Considering they started in 1st. They were at the top of the table, man. They had it all. They had it all, and they just, I don't
crumble?
know.
Yeah. You know what? I harken back to early Wolves where they do really well during the bi-weeklies, and then they get to finals, like the bi-weekly finals, and then they just completely and utterly fall apart.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened. That's not been the Wolves we've seen all season.
Yeah, it's sad. It's like they've been that sprint team, but they twisted their ankle in the first game, and then like they haven't fully recovered, and now they're into the marathon phase, and they're out of stamina already with a twisted ankle. Like it just, the Wolves' leg is in a trap. That is really rough. Let's have a look at the overall scoreboard from that last game. 31.6.
Yeah.
If DRG win today, that would be the most unbelievable turnaround. I didn't even have them in the runnings in my head. I had these guys out of it. Like, I was like, yeah, they're okay, but they're not winning. Like, you got too many good teams, and damn, biggest game of the day, 31 points. Honestly, the rest of the points, the scoreboard kind of doesn't matter at this point until we get to the overall scoreboard, and potentially everything phases off that. Showing up on a Cannibal comp as well. Really nice from DRG. Wait, were they on Cannibal?
Yeah, they actively were
okay.
on Cannibal. Yeah.
Okay, I saw in my head they were on a Sand Siphon. I was like, when I saw this, I was like, hold on, what? I don't remember this. Big stuff from DRG.
My goodness. Yeah, absolutely crazy. We take a look one last time at the standings before we head into game number 8. These 6 teams, I don't think there's any chance of them walking away with it. There's just...
I feel JL, it is doable, but they need to do what DRG did in the last game.
I mean, even at 30 points, right? DRG's got to go out immediately.
Yeah, it has to be a bad game from DRG. It has to be a good game from JL. There is a possibility, but I think realistically, you can probably count those 6 out. These are the guys you got to keep your eyes on. Alliance have consistently stayed around 2nd place, so even if DRG don't win, even if someone from the bottom 7 takes MVP, any one of these could still take it through points, although it may be a little hard for JDG.
Yeah, it's been a crazy up and down day for Alliance. Realistically, they've only had one bad game. This is the big thing about Team Alliance, and I'm gonna give it to them. Alliance, the most improved team this year.
Oh, 100%.
And the thing that they have improved the most is their consistency. Their consistency has been insane this season. I'm gonna tip my hat to Team Alliance. I'm gonna give them my coveted most improved team award for the year. I'm gonna say it right here and now. Alliance, you have absolutely killed it. To have one 0-point game and every other game be like 8+ points is really good for this team. They have come out, they have shown out today. No matter what, at the end of the day, I think Team Alliance should be proud of their performance this year. And I don't think they don't go to Worlds. As many qualifying points as they've put up this year, there's a very slim chance this team could not go to Worlds. I'm so proud of these guys. DRG too, man. This team, I've said the same thing about One Fang over on the solo side for DRG. They're a vastly improved team this year as well across the board in both solos and trios. Fang finally just stopping the griefing on other players, stopping the BM, and just focusing on playing his game of Naraka has really opened a lot of doors for him in solos.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we just got some, a lot of teams have really stepped up this year. Alliance definitely are the kind of like the biggest standout of that, but I just think the improvement across the board. Like, I mean, remember this is the whole year GG finally won a split. Yeah, and I know right now they're looking maybe a little bit underwhelming, they have gotten to that match point threshold, but I haven't really seen any life from them since doing it, and that's because they've passively got to that point. They haven't taken that MVP yet, so you know, a little bit underwhelming. But you know, this year in general, we have just seen so much improvement. Alliance have looked absolutely amazing. DRG have kind of stopped being, actually a bit like what you were saying, they stopped being a grief team because they used to just grief J-Team. Like, I don't know what grief they had with J-Team, but like these guys would just hot drop on J-Team every game and lose the game for it, also make J-Team lose. I don't want to know what went down. Someone said something about someone's mother and they took it personally. But DRG, they've stopped that griefing and they've really focused on their own game, and they are looking vastly improved off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a good year for the league in general. I think the skill floor of the entire league has drastically risen this year. Oh my goodness, Jake. Do you know what this is? Rumi. It's a battle Rumi, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, your Karumi MVP. Our boy Kakaishi, second MVP of the season, 29,000 damage, 9 eliminations coming through for Kakaishi.
1,000 more damage than healing. Call a doctor, but not for me. This guy popped off. Huge. 13,000 damage from the fist blades as well. Kakaishi got hands. Really, really nice to see coming out from these guys. And do you know why I think the skill floor has gone up? And you're going to hate me for this.
Oh, God.
It's because Monk's not in the meta. I promise you, it's a major factor. I think a lot more of the characters are kind of like, because Monk was more kind of macro focused as a character. Like, it was more focused on like the teamwork, the coordination, finding the grabs, getting good like opportunities, and kind of blowing your stuff at the right time. But I think, you know, with the addition of Realm Yang was probably the first big improvement on that front, because it forced you into an isolated fight where you had to be a lot more mechanical. But we are starting to see, you know, more and more kind of like mechanical kind of plays come out from these people. And you might not agree with me on this because you're biased, but I actually genuinely think the removal of Monk from the meta has improved everyone's ability to play.
I think it does help. I think it forces you to think more about how you're playing the game rather than just where you're trying to get in the game, if that makes sense.
Get to late game, find grabs, get kills. It was like,
yeah, exactly. So now you, like, and don't get me wrong, Cian's always had a vastly high skill floor and skill ceiling, but it creeps up and the teams have gotten so much tighter. I think you're not wrong at all, right? The Monk comp going the way of the dinosaurs, if you will, has really opened up that space for these teams to experiment more, to figure out where they need to be, to figure out those sort of rotations outside of just loot rotations, right? I think every little change has had a lot to do with it, from Monk coming out of the comp, from Realm of Yang existing. I remember a time where we were casting games where Yang just wasn't a thing whatsoever.
For like 15 minutes, nothing would happen.
Yeah. From Spirit Well coming into the game, from Viper comp existing, all these little changes across the board, right? From Yang depletion being extended, from teams given the opportunity to reset their ultimates when they actually capture a Spirit Well and that Yang, so that there's more interest in actually fighting over those sort of objectives on the map. All of these changes, like you look at it now, right? And people go, oh, hey, this is a game, you know, this has probably been here forever. But realistically, if we go back in the last 3 years of history for NARAKA, there's a point where none of this existed in the game, right? Morris Blessings were the huge thing for teams to secure, right? You remember we saw the Monk teams dropping Karumis when Morris Blessings became a thing, so that they can come in with the wind wall on the Temi to be able to guarantee that they get those armors in the mid to late game off those Morris Blessings and whatever randomized buff was coming out of the box. Things have drastically changed and shaped the meta, including, you know, things outside of the game, right? We take a look at the hero point rule, the ability for teams to have to pick different compositions, even the small change that we saw today, where those first 3 games where there's 0 hero points, and realistically teams have got to play around that factor and where they're going to be, where they're going to be able to find that aggression. For us, coming into a match point rule as well, where it's not just cool, all right, we just got to put a bunch of points up on the board so we can play Monk over and over and over again and go to late game. Doesn't matter if we're getting MVPs or not. Now you're having to play these sort of hyper aggressive early to mid game comps so that you can put enough points on the board to potentially snatch the MVP away. Like, all of these changes have realistically impacted that skill floor and brought it further and further up, but we're really seeing the effects of that finally this season.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to take credit for being the #1 Monk hater. The fact I got you to admit that Monk removal is part of what has led to this skill increase proves that I am the #1 Monk hater forever and always. No, I feel like, you know, a lot of things are right on that front. Because back in the day, it really was just like Monk and Yoto, or like the two comps that getting played. And like, there was like the Justina variants, but here we go. These are where the teams are currently at. 6 teams can qualify. 6 teams can make it today. Technically, and it has to be a bloody perfect storm for JL. They could do it, but I mean, it has to be, everything has to fall into place. Alliance, DRG, KLA all need to have terrible games. They need to just murder everyone. The odds of it are incredibly slim, but we are getting ready for our final game of the day as we head back to Moros Isle for this game number 8. All to play for. Hero Select is going to be very exciting. A lot of teams starting to run low on those hero points. I mean, Wolves have been on 0 hero points for now 2-3 games, so... And they did it for a Monk. The Fools.
Oh man, I'm ready. Let's just go ahead and get into Hero Select. I can't wait any longer, Jake. I gotta know.
I'm also hungry, so I want to get on with it. See what these teams have got cooked. Feed me, feed my hungry soul. DRG, an absolutely pop-off game, and they've been pretty decent today. But I mean, GG are the ones who've probably been the least, weirdly, a mixture of inconsistent and consistent today. Like, they've been consistently okay, enough to get themselves into that fresh point, but they've not popped off. Like, we haven't seen a good game from them yet. And that's what you need to win. You straight up need to pop off. Like, I want to see GG just drop this, like, more passive play style and just get in there. Get in the fist fights. I mean, GG have been, like, dropping not on like their known spots to avoid being targeted. But now there's 6 teams in the running. They probably can go back to Secret Tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is where things just get wild. It is absolute free reign, realistically, for everybody involved here. I mean, you can kind of drop where you want to, and it's a rough spot to be these teams in the bottom 6, because how do you bring any sort of energy to this game if you're in the bottom 6, other than hoping to grief specific teams out and keeping them from taking the championship?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is all you're really playing for. I mean, technically, like I said, JL do have a window, a very, very small window, so they have to go really hard. But like, we'll know if JL are going to do it or not very early on. Like, if they don't have like a massive drop with loads of kills, they're out again. It's done.
Yeah,
and they're just going to be looking to play upset.
The pop-off initially has to be insane for this team. They need to be 12 kills in, like, before Zone 2 drop, realistically, for them to have any sort of chance to take it, because they need those teams to get those resurrections so that they can keep getting kills off of them.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Yeah, so, like, we're going to know by the end of Zone 1. Yeah.
Well, technically there isn't, because people can revive, but... that is
I mean, there's still a maximum to that too, right?
Yeah, true.
It's a crazy place. Things are gonna get pretty hectic in this. Those top 6 teams are just gonna be running and gunning nonstop. Like you said, JL, there's a world where we go to the upside down and they flip the script entirely and come back from it. I don't see it happening realistically. I think it is up to the top 6 to determine who's going to be walking away here.
Yeah, I think JL's focus right now is on qualifiers for Worlds and getting a decent Worlds performance. I mean, obviously they are made up of former World Champions, or the current World Champions actually, from TE. So all to play for. Hero points incredibly exhausted at this point as we are getting into our 8th and final game of the day. Wolves going in for the Siphon. Going to be a Sand Siphon for X1. Cannonball for EWG, and Bowder They're scratching their head. They're going to go for a Matari Sand. It's not a Sand Siphon. Matari Zip and Takeda comp. That is, you have spent all of your points and you have nothing left. Alliance going from Val to Monk. LG Sand Siphon. Yeah, we actually have a whole bunch of hero points still to spend. They're just going to go in for the Siphon and lock that one down. So we head into that final stage. OUG haven't spent a single point. They spend 1 point in their grand finals. Nah, those guys have been holding back for no reason. What the? I can't believe they've done that. All right, KLA. What you got? Xiphon. I am honestly amazed at OUG. The fact they came into the final game with 9 points and went down to 8 points, like, that is actually crazy.
This is going to be an absolutely insane game, Jake. I'm ready. I want to see who comes out on top, what the strategy is for that team. I mean, KLA is going to be the team to watch, I think, for me here, because they had their momentum absolutely shut down last game.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that they're able to recover any of that going into game number 8 here and bounce back from it?
It's a tall ask.
Faster.
As we get ready to go into game number 8, we'll have a look at the loadout before we get into game. Grand finals end here for trios. Yesterday we saw Spider win the solos. Who is going to win these trios? A lot of emphasis today has been put on this Valda comp, which is really interesting to me. Really cool to see. We got, what, two Valda comps this time. GG and Alliance are the ones pulling those out. A lot of siphons, a lot of sand siphons. Cannonball from EWG is quite fun. We saw DRG just pop off on that. DRG now back on the sand siphon for this final game. In fact, they got Karumi in the final game is really big. A lot of these teams would have burnt those points by now. They were able to hold fast.
This is it for all of the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to start game number 8 here. These are going to be your final team selections. I'm not going to lie. I kind of love that GG's going on Monk. Seeing 330 play out for the championship on Monk kind of warms my heart just a little bit. I know you're still a Monk hater, Jake.
Look, I actually don't dislike this Monk too much. As long as the whole lobby doesn't fill with it, which I don't think it ever will. I think like the Valda makes it a lot more interesting. I think it's not just like infinite sustain Monk where Karumi, you know, puts a dog leash on and walks off and just leaves him to heal himself up and he'll be all right. Like he's a lot more punishable now. And you know, I think it's like a solid A tier pick at best, maybe B to be honest. Although some of these teams are really prioritizing it, so I may have to reassess that, but at the time, that's what I feel. So it's, you know, I'll allow it for now. I swear to God, if this comp takes over next year, though, I will.
I'll
have some thoughts. I'm going to be very outspoken about it. So seeing all of our players, all of our teams on that match point is in we go. DRG, hot dropping in. Nothing to found though, so they need to be careful because OUG in the area. OUG been quite quiet for a while, but they are still technically in that running. They won the first game of the day and haven't done anything since. Seeing Sleepwalker getting jumped here by the members of Wolves as Jing, like they're just waiting for an opportunity to jump into the fray. Missing that long sword strike. Jing inside the invisibility bush. JDG kind of just chilling, deciding not to go for anything.
I think what happens there, they're trying to bait some of these other teams over to them, try to get a little jump scare out of the bush. But Alliance here off to a tear with 2 eliminations under the belt. They drop onto Team KLA, and again, KLA going to have their momentum cut short. And this time by Team Alliance as they go to 3 eliminations out of the gate here on this Monk comp today, I do believe for the very first time, already making plays happen here for themselves as they get ready to head out. Will they head for that Realm of Yang? No surprise to see the Moonbane purchase coming through. This has kind of been Alliance's MO all season. So to see them make the early eliminations, immediately move to buy a Moonbane so they can pressure another fight with a little bit of safety under their belt. No surprise at all to see that coming through. OUG's the king here, moving across the map. That purple armor going to be absolutely huge for Team OUG if they decide to take an early game Yang here. As you take a look, Alliance with purple armor underneath their belt as well. Now on to NY7, Alliance Yuma. We're going to see this coming through immediately here. JL's TXJ trying to break away from this. The ult gonna come through though and connect onto them. TXJ really, really low. Yuma looking for it here onto the charge. LMB not quite getting the read on the invisibility there. Gonna walk back into that ult, but Yuma trying to find that ultimate for himself here, trying to get into something. Unfortunately, that white dagger not gonna make a lot of difference there off of that ultimate there for our Monk. Alliance's NY7 taking quite a bit of damage here from this Zai ult. They're going to be forced into their own Bane to try to back away from this, and Yuma going to be forced into that ultimate now here as they look to turn this fight. They may have dodged this out long enough for Yuma to make a difference. They find one grab, they need to find another. They jump him into the Bane's breath. Such a smart tactic here from the members of Alliance. Jail's Fong going to go down here. The potential third party coming through, so Yuma going to do the smart thing. They're going to de-monk here. They're going to come in, they're going to get a little bit of loot, and they're going to use this Bane's breath to their advantage while it's still here and back away, looking for an armor reset. They're going to find a white set of armor. Not going to go into it as we jump over to DRG, who hasn't found any eliminations for themselves yet this game, and they are trading blows here. They will finally find one onto Baoda. Now trying to look for the second one here onto Baoda's Yiran. Gonna drop down below. Dongqing gonna come in, look for a little bit of a reset before they overcommit to the rest of this fight. Yiran able to kind of break away, but Kakaishi keeping the pressure up here. Looks like DRG will find at least a second elimination. Oh my goodness. Oh, the Furin shove shoves Baoda's Yiran underneath the lantern and triggers the lantern to drop on his head, stunning him and putting the burn tick on him all at once. Baoda's Peak coming back in here is going to fall victim to the remaining members of DRG as they go to 3 eliminations here at the start of game number 8.
Now, having a look during that fight, it does look like Alliance actually lost 2 players. They're going to be going for the revives on them right now. Not the end of the world for them. Oh, I think that's them just losing their NY7. That's their purple armor as well, so that's a pretty heavy loss to be sinking in there. OUG trying to pull back some of these points here right now. They've only got 0 kills for themselves as Wolves. Been a little bit of a nuisance trying to finish up the dog pack. Them making a run for it. His armor's going low, has to just F away to safety, but Wolves are actually pretty coordinated on their attack here versus SS. They're not letting them get any space, not letting them breathe. SS trying its hardest to hold fast. I mean, he has got that purple armor that they secured from Alliance. Wolves get a couple of members caught out. Whole Sword doing a lot of work here on to Zet. Catches a beautiful parry, knocks him back, but is interrupted before the follow-up can really come through. Continuing to apply pressure here with the ultimate from the Zai. OUG actually going down to Wolves here. Down they go to the cone from the chain scythe. Really nicely played by Wolves.
Unfortunately, far too little, far too late for the members of Team Wolves here. They're going to pick up 6 eliminations early, and this is looking like one of the best games we've seen all day from them, and it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit sad. It's player denial, and it works for Alliance, because every kill they deny from OUG or any of the other teams is an opportunity for Alliance to get closer towards that MVP spot. But GG just going for a bit of shopping right now. DRG going for a bit of exploring right now.
I mean, honestly, one of the best things that could happen for Team Alliance right now, DRG goes out and Wolves just pops off and takes MVP.
Oh, Alliance is so weak right now.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance just coming back in right now. They're definitely not looking to take a Realm of Yang with this potential comp. We're going to cut back over to an earlier fight between X1 and Team GG here. GG's 330 on the Monk, able to grab 1, able to grab 2. Massive double grab also into the V2 off of the Hottie. huge for them as they pick up double eliminations there. And now they just need to pick up XLY to get their third elimination of the game online. GG trying to clutch it in here onto XLY. XLY in a 1v2 right now, but GG, there we go. We're gonna come in X1, no place to go. XLY just gets shot in the back and will fall down. GG with 3 eliminations under their belt right now, but it is still currently Alliance in the best position to win as they have 5 eliminations under their belt and they are sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, they got those points that they want, but it is kind of like slightly nice and nostalgic to see 330 back on Monk. I have to admit, even if I am a Monk hater, I recognize the greats. There's OUG, they have struggled to really do anything since the beginning of the day. Like, they had an MVP at the beginning of the day, and then they kind of just like passively fell into this position. But now they're in a position to potentially win the whole thing, and they're just struggling to translate it. JDG Jing opening up here onto Revenge, catches the grapple. Is Jing alone? Where's his team?
Yeah, I'm not
Alliance
sure.
could just turn. If they decide here, they just go in for the interrupt onto Jing. Jing's going to lose a fair amount of HP. The rest of JDG are going to slide in.
Yeah.
Try and make the turnaround. Now they've got the Viper stun into the lockdown. Can Alliance escape this one? I believe the lockdown and charm did go off, but NY7 low on armor, low on health, and he's going to be low on time, able to break away from this one. JDG keeping the pressure up, do get hit, do get a bit of a follow-up coming in. Jing going low, armor going low as well to follow. Jing's able to hold fast for the moment, and they're just going to blink out. That was too heated for them. Alliance will get a reset, and we'll be able to move away safely.
Yeah, Alliance needs to break away hot and fast here. They only have the 1 ultimate, and if they walk it back into that skirmisher comp, it is going to spell disaster for Yuma here, who doesn't have the gear to really back up that Monk ultimate and make anything of it. As we cut over, we are going to see so many teams looking to contest for our first Realm of Yang here. It's Alliance with 5, DRG with 3, GG with 3, KLA on 0, OUG with 0, and Team JL with 6. JDG still sitting at 0.
Yeah, JDG struggling a litlittle bit here. EWG and GG going to be going off for this fight. I see the Valor comp inside the Realm of Yang again. Opening up. I think it's actually a mirror match, isn't it? Breaking out. GG 330 going to go for the transform nice and early. Jai actually, sorry, it's a cannibal match. Jai going to go in immediately. Did he grab him out of the mech?
Yes, he did.
Word. 330. That was absolutely beautiful. Cookie's grabbed up as well. He's going to be looking for the regrab onto a second. Isn't going to get it. Jumps up onto the pillar. Blocks Cookie out of the sky. Lue may be going up for grabs as he is taken out mid-air by CJS. And Lue loses the transform. Loses this matchup as GG. They show us why they're the defending champions. That was stunning.
GG gonna go to 6 here, gonna make things difficult for Alliance as we cut back over to Team OUG, trading blows with members of JL. JL gonna lose another member here as it turns into a 2v1. JL's VVV trying to clutch things out here. 58 seconds left if they want to stall this out. Can VVV come out on top? A huge F on the side of VVV here, able to come in. The parry going to come through, though. VVV going to take way too much damage here, and that's going to be it as OUG looks to clean this up. Wait, did they actually pick up another elimination there?
I don't know.
That was so tight because it looks like the scale rush comes in, they pick up the elimination, but then immediately they get the re-kill onto them, so they get the resurrection. That was very interesting. At the very least, it looks like they might have been able to secure 1 more elimination. Team JL, yes, they do. They get 2 there, so they go to 8. They were at 6 before they came into that Realm of Yang. So JL, not in a great position. They've got that Yang depletion, but able to pick up at least 1 more elimination for themselves. Unfortunately, this is not the 12 kills before Zone 2 that they needed to really make a play for the championship here.
It's impressive, but I do think it's probably not going to be enough. GG, just keeping that momentum going. And kind of speaking of momentum, honestly, I feel like Alliance going down. Again, this is what happened last time, is they lose a lot of momentum because now they're playing catch-up. They died so late at the end of Zone 1 that now they're just behind the momentum of everyone else. Everyone else is running around with purples and gold weapons and stuff like that. And the Vermilion Bird's Bite is just going to give them even more rebirth, so even more chances to kind of go for resets. And Alliance is still probably scrapping together some gear. If they can find a nice third party where they can come in and maybe grab some goodies, that's going to be their opportunity back in. But I'm starting to worry a little bit about Alliance. They went down too late into Zone 1. And it's something we don't really talk about enough, but it is a major problem as 3-3-0 actually gets a healing off just in the nick of time. Somehow staying alive, but finally does go down. That's the birthmark pop from him. CGS gets parried, so he's going to drop his weapon, actually. Maybe able to pick it up before getting taken out. Is VVV going to keep the pressure up here onto GG. JL could get nasty for them. They have that rebirth on them, but in comes the tidal wave. LXM puts some damage down. VVV going very low. Is going to evade for the moment. Another spear coming out from LXM. Can they make the connection happen? It is a 1 versus 3 from LXM. I don't know if he has enough in the tank, as down he goes. KLA, though, coming in with that third party onto JL. They know they've got no abilities left. They've used everything to get that cleanse down. Slam comes in from KGG, pops the ultimate, trying to hit One Fang, who actually sidesteps the Meteor really efficiently there, but VVV losing so much HP. JL gonna lose one player. One Fang goes down. KLA with the perfect punish. TXJ goes down any second now, and it is gonna be that perfect punish. It is gonna be that shutdown, and JL hopes and dreams their opportunity to bring this game back have quickly disappeared from them. OUG getting taken out by Wolves as well in the middle of this fight. I would say that OUG actually taking out Wolves. Zem going low. Down go Wolves. OUG are on the board.
Oh my goodness. Wolves going to be eliminated here. And I think, you know, maybe we should call them puppies at this point. OUG going to continue back to the game as we move over to Team Alliance here. Trading blows. It looks like they're going to actually push in and try to capitalize on KLA, who burnt all of their ultimates in this last fight. KLA trying to pressure up to that ballista. Alliance keeping a wide berth here, but they need to come in. They need to get that aggression back that we saw from them throughout their first 4 games of the day. They have to keep that pressure going. DRG over here on the outskirts with 3 eliminations, slowly closing the gap back up between them and Team Alliance. GG with 9 also starting to pressure onto these 2 teams. GG here looking to find MVP this game if all possible. Unfortunately, JL, JDG, Team Wolves, and X1 completely eliminated from the lobby as Zone 2 collapses on to Zone 3. We're going to see that second set of Realm of Yangs come through. And I'm going to be honest, if I don't see Alliance pressure in and take one of these Realms of Yang, I'm going to be a little bit sad. EWG is going to lose 2 of their members there to the Yang depletion, but they immediately buy double rebirth charms. So going to try to keep the game alive for themselves here. Got to appreciate a team who's all the way at the bottom, has no chance of winning anything here, continuing to play and making sure they can make the most of this game, even though there's no chance for them to walk away with the championship.
You're not wrong on that front, but what you are wrong on is the fact that actually there is stuff to play for still. There's standings.
I mean, there's still
prize
there's
money
still
for more
standings,
standings.
prize
So that,
money.
like,
yeah.
You know, if you can get a couple of extra spaces, that's a little bit more money. That's also going forwards. You also place higher. So when you're talking to other teams and negotiating with teams for next year, like that also helps your negotiating power. So yeah, I like to see a little bit of pluck coming out from these guys. I do agree with you though. If Alliance don't get a Realm of Yang, I am going to be severely disappointed with them. They lost a lot of momentum from their late reset, and I don't think they're going to be jumping in. We do have OUG versus Bowder though. OUG haven't popped off since the start of the day, so they really need to make this work. SS goes down onto the low ground. Peak trying to put some damage off. They're just fanning each other at the moment, cooling each other down. SS still got that ultimate available, but he's actually being locked down. His armor's completely shredded. Yu sitting in the pocket. They're going to throw down the Kurumi ultimate to reset, and now Yu jumps out. Sandstorm broken down, but it's not really going to buy too much here as Yu finds himself in a heap of danger. The Furen shove comes in. One comes back in response. SS has to re-energize his armor. And lockdown is going to get some of that armor back. Peak was able to do a pretty good job of locking him in place. Is now the King able to get himself opened up onto parry. Golden fan stolen away from you, and SS just fumbled his fan. That is heartbreaking for him. No Furen shove, no armor. Bowder finding their opening because the King is down. Bowder secure the victory. GG now going up versus DRG inside the zone. 3-3-0 looking for the grabs onto Kakaishi, onto Dongxing. Looks like Dongxing's gonna be able to break away for the moment. 3-3-0 was so efficient on those grabs last time. A massive game-making play for his team, but the Furen shoves are lined up the moment he comes down, and this could get dicey here for GG. Health bar's going low. 3-3-0 already down, followed by LXM. CJS has a minute to buy or a 1-3-3 to pull off, and I don't think he has it in the tank. I don't think he's capable of doing it. Down he goes. DRG, they're not out of this yet either.
This is a nightmare scenario for Team Alliance. They don't take the Realm of Yang, and the two teams with the most potential to keep them from winning this game end up head-to-head inside the Realm of Yang. And it doesn't matter whether it's DRG or GG who comes out on top. It is disastrous for Team Alliance, and in this case, it is Team DRG who's going to come out on top and take this Realm of Yang here on the Sand Siphon, setting themselves up for a very dominating position in the late game. Alliance needs to wake up here. I don't know what happened. You know, they have played very consistently. They've put points up on the board, but this is the last game. This is the time to risk it all. Sure, if you go out early, you go out early, but unfortunately, you can't win a game that you're not playing.
Yeah, exactly. And it really boils down to what we saw from Alliance in every kind of game towards the end of today has been, if they have a good start, but they go out too late in zone 1, just before the kind of rebuff wears off, they're so far behind on tempo, but then they don't know what to do. They look completely lost, and that has been a major issue for them here, is their ability to kind of bounce back. We had that one time where, you know, they did do an okay job of bouncing back, but you'd still lose so much momentum. Like, the period where you're recovering gear, people are fighting in Realm of Yang. They're then fighting with a million birds, mate. Like, everybody has slingshotted past Alliance on the kills because they've been able to be proactive, while Alliance have been kind of putting loot back together. And last we saw them, they had like 1 purple armor and 2 blue armors and a couple of purple weapons, but like, you're competing with entire purple armor teams, golden weapon teams. Like, the momentum you lose by dying late in phase 1 is just, it is devastating, and that is what has honestly denied Alliance 2 games in a row now. I don't even know where they are. We haven't seen them in ages. Like, I don't know where
well,
on
they
that
just picked
they
up
are.
an elimination. No, no, they did not. I'm sorry.
No, okay.
I lied. We are here in the fight with OUG versus EWG. EWG, by the way, with a bounty onto Team Alliance. OUG, though, coming in looking to clean up EWG so they can cleanse that Yang depletion. And sure enough, they are going to eliminate the members of EWG down to a single member left remaining alive. OUG able to cleanse 2 of those Yang depletion. It looks like Xinyu and the King know where that other member is, but DRG waiting in the wings, so OUG's got to play this very carefully as they look to hunt him down. SS actually misses 2 back-to-back grapples and looks to be collapsed onto here by DRG. Now, OUG was set up for success here with these eliminations onto EWG, but now DRG coming in, SS getting separated, missing those 2 grapples, actually just catching him entirely out here. Karumi trying to come in and save this. The Furin shoves being locked down OUG's SS. DRG, though, with massive parries, and SS being forced to burn Furin shove after Furin shove, just trying to cover for the team here. DRG actually on the other side of the zone in a really strong position just to gatekeep OUG. OUG trying to make the play for it here. A massive parry on the side of SS, forced to burn the Furin, though, not able to find the follow-up as they trade Furin for Furin here. They will find the over-the-shoulder throw here. SS, OUG keeping it alive for as long as possible. The King, though, going so low, but KLL shows up for the fourth party, if you will, now, and we're going to see OUG's The King go down to KLA as they find their 4th elimination of the game as we cut over to Alliance versus Team GG. The mirror match here. GG trying to get this Yang depletion cleansed away from him here. Alliance's Yuma going so low, going to come out here looking for the opportunity to make something happen, but the double grab, Yuma going to go down, Revenge goes down, and that's it for Team Alliance, ladies and gentlemen.
Too passive. I hate to be that guy that keeps saying it, but Alliance have just looked way too passive in the tail end of the day, and it's cost them heavily. They were too passive with their hero points earlier on in the day. They were too passive with the games later on in the day. And NY7, I mean, even if he somehow pulls a miracle off, gets away, and finds the money to rebirth when like he's got 40 Dark Tycoon, so he's not. But like, let's say he did somehow pull that miracle off. He's got 9 minutes to put all that together and recover his team's like gear. It's just not happening. Alliance, I think they fumbled today really hard. I think there was a lot of pressure, and honestly, ever since that game with JL, where JL shut them down and removed all their momentum, I think they've just really struggled to come back. And NY7 goes down, making sure that no one gets the kill. Oh, debuff. They're going to revive him. I see. I was like, what's he doing? I had a complete brain fart on that one.
I mean, they do need to deny GG as many points as humanly possible here, so I kind of get it. At this point, now you're just playing for second place. You need to hope GG goes out, much less if GG takes the whole thing.
Honestly, I think it's going to be lower than second. GG having an amazing game. DRG are having a good game. OG are having a good game. KLA seem to have found their win. Like, I think a lot of these teams could surpass. I think Alliance might slip out of podium position.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Alliance, though. And I have to agree with you wholeheartedly. The problem is their first 4 games, they brought the aggression. They didn't play passively. Into their last 4 games of the day, they just, after taking the loss there in game number 5, which I don't think was realistically avoidable once JL made the decision to drop on that spot, there's just not a whole lot they could do about that situation. But going into
you win the 3v3,
next...
mate. That's how you do it.
I mean, yeah. But I mean,
winning, yeah.
I think it was the worst possible situation for them in that game. I think it was kind of inevitable that they just kind of get bullied out of that lobby. But going into game number 5, there was no reason for them to play so hyper passive. And it just ends up being like a perfect storm of things going bad for them, where, like you said, they're always going down. They're using their resurrections right before the zone collapses. And I think part of that is lack of aggression. I think they went too passively into those opening fights, trying to, you know, peek together, 1 kill here, 1 kill there. They stay into those fights too long. They get third-partied because of it, and they go down. They still go down when they have resurrections, but now they're just playing from the worst possible position where the tempo is against them. And I think because of that, that's why we see Alliance go down, and they're not going to be walking away your champions today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you know, it's one of those situations where it's rough for them, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. If it's not enough, you're not going to win. And there's still plenty of teams who I think right now are enough. And GG, my eyes are cleanly kept on them right now. These guys have been so good towards the end of the day, getting closer and closer to actually finding that MVP. And they haven't had an MVP today, which has been a big criticism from me. They are the defending champions, and this is how GG play. They wait till the last moment to show up. GG's never late. They arrive exactly when they intended to. I can't remember the quote now. It's been a while since I watched that film. You opening up onto KLA here. Bowder going to put some damage down. The through range shoves have been committed. Bowder full on sending it. Again, they can't win today, but they still want to get as high a placing as they can. They want to change the course of their day. Not able to commit fully to anything else, but they did have a couple of shoves left from that free range shove from securing the White Tigers. As they jump into the pocket of GG, then in GG packing. Again, though, I don't want to see Powder get White Tigers and do nothing with it. I can't, my heart can't take it, man.
Watch them find the back-to-back White Tigers as we head into the next zone and do nothing with it. Oh, it's going to be Mystic Might.
Luckily, it's a Mystic Might. It's a Mystic Might.
Immediately just snatched away from me.
I don't think I could handle that. I was angry about the first one. I couldn't take it a second time around. Looks like there's a real clash here for this Mystic Might. Information is king, and 330 wants to make sure that no one gets that information. Honestly, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think the teams will care that much about a Mystic Might. So it looks like GG should be able to get their hands onto this one. Question is are they going to de-transform GG? Yep, 330 is going to de-transform, so he gets the golden armor. That's golden armor on 3 members. GG, this is as good as it gets. This is your chance to take the day. You are leading the kill score. You've got the Mystic Might. You've got the golden armor onto your monk. Everything is set up for them. Bad are about to lose that White Tigers as well, as GG immediately opening up here onto OUG. The King losing a lot of HP. Remember, OUG having a pretty good turnaround in this game as well. They're probably one of the more realistic teams to contest GG. A Aurora Burst coming out from WBG on that low ground as 3-3-0. Closing up on his ultimate available. Able with the cannon to secure a kill onto Walker. Making that 12 kills now for the side of GG. Cannon continues to fire down. Able to refresh those ultimates. Thank you to the Mystic Might and the Spirit Well. Able to secure that one. GG holding fast for the moment. Cannon fire coming in onto Zinyu. The King just eating a bit of it.
I think DRG needs to make a move here onto GG. They can't afford to continue to play passively. You know, their 6 eliminations early on were great. As soon as GG was able to cleanse that Yang depletion after that fight inside the realm of Yang, come back out and start popping off again, DRG just has too much of a hill to climb here. They have got to look to eliminate GG as soon as possible if they have any shot of making this happen. And given how much they climbed the leaderboard so fast in the very end of the day here, you don't want to give away this pole position where you have more points than literally anybody else.
Yeah.
You have the biggest pop-off game of the day, and then you just let GG walk all over you.
I mean, it's GG are setting up for a historic back-to-back 2024 domination here at the NBPL. They need to go in for it though. KLA able to secure themselves a 5th kill. And every second GG wait, the harder it does get for them to make sure that this is going to be the game plan. But they've still got a bit of time on that realm, on that zone. And I think they're playing it nice and chill. They got 1 kill with that Mystic Might. That was more just them shooting cannon fire out, but just get a bit of information. GG 3-0. He's only got 1 repair kit left though, so does need to be a little bit careful if he wants to keep this cannon fire up, if he wants to keep this harassment on the lobby up. Just landing shot after shot. Zone's going to be moving very, very soon as DRG also pretty strong right now. Golden pole sword, golden armor onto Dongqing. He's going to be looking for it. 3-3-0. Getting opened up onto, is just going to back off for a second here. Everyone's going low. 14 very low as well. 3-3-0 just waiting for an opportunity to get the cannon fire in. He's able to get it with the shot, securing them their 13th kill. GG 1 step closer to taking their 2nd title of the year. Cannon fire remains to go down. Continuing to fire up. They can see that the King is low. 3-3-0 hasn't transformed yet. He's waiting for the prime opportunity. They want to save that Baldur ultimate as well until as late into the game as possible. Zone's getting close. Health bars starting to get low on everyone. The King incredibly low. Kakaishi's able to get the kill. He actually batters a couple of members of GG back into the zone. They're going to have to heal up, and the cube's actually used there. 3-3-0 holding fast though. The Flamer causing some issues as here comes the transform. 3-3-0 looking to pluck some people out of the sky. Catches 1. Can he catch another? Don't think he's going to be able to, so he's just going to get the smack back on. Use low HP. There's going to be 1 grab onto QGG from the side of KLA. Looking for the 2nd grab. Not going to be able to get it as he looks for you. Use playing interrupt onto him. 3-3-0 starting to go a little bit low. Gets himself the grab. About to time out though, so he has to get the punch down in. Looking for another grab. Can't find it. Stamps into the zone. The Valda ultimate still hasn't been used by LXM. He's holding fast for it for now. Waiting until the last possible moment. Wants as much health to work with as possible. Dong Q for the side of DRG. Able to take down QGG. Knocking KLA out of the competition. Knocking them down. DRG are picking up the kills though. They're pulling it back. GG potentially being denied here. OUG going to play interrupt. Dong Q finds himself caught out in the wisp. LXM throws down the spear onto multiple members. Can GG do it? I think they've done it. GG are going to take the title. There is no way they can be denied. LXM, he has done it for GG. Back to back champions.
What a game, ladies and gentlemen. GG is going to be your Summer Split Finals champion.
黄沙百战穿金
Ladies
甲，
and
突
gentlemen,
破
let's
龙蓝，终不
congratulations
还。
together
让我
to
们
our
恭喜
grand
2024
final
夏季赛
championship, which
3冠
belong
冠
to
军
Team
成都
GG.
接下来，请我们的所有的冠军成员来到我们的台前去捧起属于你们
Welcome
的
our
冠军
teammate
奖
and
杯，
also our
享受
coach
属于你们
together.
的
to the center of the stage, and now it's time to enjoy your honor.
同样，现场所有的玩家朋友们也把你们的呐喊声和掌声再次给到他们，让我们一起恭喜
2024 for our 2024 NBPL Summer Split Grand Final Championship Team GG。
好的，暂时先把奖杯放到我们的底座这儿，有请所有的成员一起来到我们的台前，先享受一下这个荣耀时刻，同样也平复一下心情。好的，来。
Okay, now I think everyone
拿下了这个冠军。
had to came
今
down.
天啊
Okay, and we will
可以说在整个夏季赛的开场，所有的成员们归还了春季赛的荣耀，但是战至终章，来到今天最后一场比赛，又再次拿回了属于自己的冠军。首先问一下新疆生，此时此刻最想对支持你们的粉丝们说什么？
I would like to know what you want to say to your fans.
支持我们
CJS.
不光现场啊，线上
I
的
would
玩
like to
家
say
对
thank
他们也说点
you
什
to
么？
all the fans, my family,
不知道，
whatever
先酝酿
in
一下。
venue or online.
三神，先等待一下。 因为大家都在等待你说那句经典的这个话，我觉得可以做一个结尾。先问一下咱们 NBPL 的李哥，哇，刚才可以看到真的是长舒一口气，拿下这个冠军之后，此时此刻最想对这个夏天的自己和身边的队友说点什么？
队友牛逼，教练牛逼。
说到了教练，来到了我们教练身边。刚才真的是以最快的速度冲到了台上，再一次拿下这个冠军，有什么话送给这些兄弟们？
Time like to came to the stage. What you want to say to your teammate?
无敌，
I would like to
厉害
say
那就是曾经在这个舞台上也是含泪说过自己是 NBPL 最强的活的那个男人。
You know,
那么我相信啊，此时此刻肯定我们的三神也有话想对自己身边的兄弟们说。来，有什么话先跟兄弟们讲？
Say to your teammate?
躺赢。
那
Like you just can lie on me.
这个躺赢，我觉得先等一等。其实我觉得有想过今天来之前可以再次续上这个奖杯吗？那有什么话对支持你的粉丝们说
？One part, but another part, what you want to say to the fans really support you.
哎，不是那个刷脸了吗？好了，我们先平复一下，同样也是在恭喜我们的成都积极，同时的话，也是要盖上属于我们这个夏天的最终的冠军的祝融印了。有请我们的工作人员送上我们的本次夏决的冠军卷轴和我们的冠军祝融印。同样，有请我们的兄弟们想一想，派哪一个代表去盖上属于这个冠军的烙印？这不用问了是吧？大家。 目光说明一切，有请 NBPL 最强的那个佛三神
，OK, let's welcome
举起属于自己的冠军祝融印，同样也在我们的冠军卷轴上盖上属于他们的冠军烙印。来，先展示一下，正对我们镜头。来，三神，盖上属于你的势大力沉的这个冠军烙印。 好的，来，有请我们教练和成员来到我们的冠军卷轴面前。来，我们一边站2位，一起看一下前方。同样的话，屏幕前以及现场的所有的热爱、永结无限、热爱 NBPL 的玩家朋友们，让我们再一次用掌声恭喜2024 NBPL 夏季赛3排冠军成都继续。
Final Championship Team GG。
每次的冠军颁奖时刻，我们都将会请出一位重量级的嘉宾，为他们见证这一份的荣耀。同样，让我们请出的是网易集团副总裁成龙先生，为我们的冠军颁发荣耀奖牌，有请。
Welcome our。
还记得在2024年NBPL 春季赛的美丽的西子湖畔，他们凭借着自己的实力和努力拿下了这个冠军，也让更多人记住了他们是兄弟无间的成都七奇。在这个夏季赛的终章， 他们卫冕也是证明了自己的实力。有请我们的手先生和我们的冠军一起看一下前方，让我们用镜头记录下这值得纪念的时刻。同样，在稍后我们也会为所有见证本次 Nbpl 下决的玩家朋友们见证接下来这个荣耀时刻。每一次总决赛，这支荣耀之师都会有一个最终的 FMVP。有请我们的龙哥介绍信封。我们本次 FMVP 是
330，
恭喜三神。同样有请我们的龙哥来到我们的330 FMVP 身旁，来2位一起看一下前方，让我们用镜头记录下这值得纪念的时刻。330作为 Nbpl 的功勋老将，一路走来。辗转了不同的位置，但是最终通过自己的第8场的表现，让所有人记住了他大佛的实力。好的，再次感谢周先生，请入席观礼。那么接下来 FMVP， 曾经在这个舞台上啊，你是说过自己就是这个联盟最强的那个大佛。今天打完这场比赛，想对自己说什么？
牛逼啊！
那除了这个牛掰之外，那你感觉随着这个版本佛又回来了，自己是不是又找到了熟悉的感觉？现在的佛和当时的佛哪一个更厉害？
是我就厉害，
是你最厉害。我觉得这就是所有支持喜欢你的玩家朋友们想听见的，也希望三神可以继续所向披靡，和所有的兄弟们共同向更多的荣耀发起冲击。这个2024年啊，春季赛 冠军了，夏季赛冠军了，那么要来到咱们 Nbpl 的李哥李新淼的身边了。那么我相信此时此刻这个问题也是所有支持喜欢你的粉丝们问的。那么今年这个全部的赛季年，能跟所有的玩家朋友们说一下自己的目标吗？
大满贯。
教练呢？
大满贯。
那么，如果想见证成都机器在今年拿下大满贯，也要锁定我们后面的节杯，希望他们可以继续所向披靡，让更高的荣耀向他们又一步的努力，最终捧起更高的奖杯。接下来，所有的兄弟们再次去捧起属于你们的荣耀，享受你们的冠军时刻。那么，线上以及线下的玩家朋友们，让我们再次恭喜2024 Nbpl 夏季赛冠军成都机器。
Grand Final Championship Team GG。
Congratulations yet again to Team GG. Back-to-back spring and summer split grand champions as we get ready to head into J-Cup. They make a declarative statement that they want to take all three this year so that they leave no questions about who is the top team here in the NBPL and in the world. And if any team can do it, it's Team GG. What a season it has been, Jake. Today has also been one of, Today has been one of the craziest days of NARAKA on top of it too, with so many different team comps coming out.
I mean, like the domestic domination of GG is something we have to kind of look at. Like, these guys haven't lost a split this year. I have to admit, I was a little down and out on them for a bit, but they brought it back in game 8. It did take them 8 games. But yeah, I feel like, you know, almost as much as, I again hate Monk, but like this Monk Valda comp was honestly the secret sauce that I think GG needed. They got 3-3-0. He was one of the big 3 Monk players back when Monk was like everyone in the lobby was playing it. And the fact he stood out that much back then shows you that, you know, he gets his hand on Monk now. He's still got it. He decided hit that Realm of Yang for them in that game.
The grab out of the Feria mech.
Consistent grab, like he would. It was like they weren't moving. He was just grabbing them there because they couldn't dodge him. He was so clean with it. And you know, it's really good to see these guys had an absolutely brilliant performance today. They came back, you know, not getting a single MVP at all until that last game. It says a lot, but you know, I'm excited to see what they're going to offer when they get to Worlds. I mean, they have a lot of responsibility. They have a lot of weight on their shoulders because they are the only winners in the mainland China this year. So I mean, like, there's a lot of pressure on those guys to perform at Worlds. But I feel like whoever else is going to be following over there can have a lot of pressure on them. And again, Alliance starting to take that GG spot as the kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride within the league, because they're always so close. They've done it so many times. I've seen them close so many times, and they just kind of fumbled the bag in the last moments, to be honest. And honestly, they fumbled hard in game 8, where I actually think they're going to slide significantly down the standings. Like, I'm guessing maybe 5th or 6th. Maybe 5th or 6th at the end of today, which is a significant drop considering they held first
don't
most
wish
of
that on them.
I'm not wishing that on them. I'm speaking from what I saw. Like, DRG played amazing at the end. KLA found their form again a little bit there. We had, you know, obviously GG popping off. JL had a good game. Like, JL may have even made it into the top end of the table at the end of this. Like, it's rough for Alliance, but these are the kind of things that you'll have to walk away and go, right, what do we need to work on? It's our longevity in our series, our decisiveness in our plays. And, you know, I don't see a world where Alliance don't make it to Worlds. I think they're too good to not make it to Worlds. And I also think this loss is going to be a big loss for them, in the sense where I think Alliance are going to learn a lot from this, and they'll be better for it.
I think it's a loss, but it's also a big gain for them in terms of experience, right? I think if you're Alliance's coach, you give them a day, you let them reel from this, right? You let them kind of mourn this loss that they had here. You bring them back in. You immediately go to the VOD reviews after this, right? You go look at those first 4 games. You look where everything went right in those 4 games, and then you take a look at those last 4 games. I think you can kind of throw out game 5 just a little bit. Unfortunately, you just lose that fight to JL. It happens. You can't win and be consistently good in every single game.
Yuma got themselves isolated, and that was like a massive fumble in an early drop. Like, you need to make sure you stay as a unit, and you know, maybe they would have still been outplayed had they stayed as a 3-man. But like, the fact that Yuma went off and got isolated looking for loot meant that they were always going to have a rough fight there, and that was the main issue. Let's have a look at the scoreboard, shall we? See how everybody placed at the end of this game. GG, they did it. They barely did it. OUG closed that gap. 1.5 points between OUG and GG. DRG, fantastic game for them, was a little shy. JL, not in the running, but they still put their name for themselves out there. And X1, them and JDG end with a donut, unfortunately.
Yeah, this was a very, very interesting game. I want to look at the overall standings. I want to see where Team Alliance ends in this. I mean, very clearly GG at the top.
I got a bad feeling about them after this.
I think 3rd or 4th, fine. I'm okay with that.
I genuinely think
I don't think they can drop lower than that on the leaderboard. I mean, JL, when JL went out, JL was nowhere near Alliance.
Oh no, JL won't overtake them.
Yeah,
JL will be 6th.
DRG was already above them. Obviously, GG being the champion moves them above DRG.
Yeah.
OUG in the end,
off.
Even once OUG was out of the lobby already, they were still below Alliance in terms of overall score. So I think
answer soon.
3rd or 4th. Yeah, we're gonna take a look here as Thunderbolt brings us those final replays of the season, and it's all gonna be taking a look here at Team GG again. It's pretty poetic for 3:30 to end this out and clutch it all together playing Monk here. Again, talk about those this right here. Yeah, absolutely insane for him to be able to get his hands on this, turn things around.
It's one of those mechanics where, like, I know that this is a mechanic that Monk can do. He can grab Ferret out, but it's one I just never see. It's one of those, like, genuinely very hard to do tricks. And again, you see just grab after grab after grab after grab, and obviously this time you can't grab the UH as he transforms, but like consistent grabs coming in from 330 and highlighting why back when Monk was the meta character, the best character in the game, 330 was one of the players to watch. So consistently good.
This fight here, unfortunate. I mean, GG just absolutely dominated this final game in the end here. And I do say, I think DRG actually throws in this final circle, right? I think they just needed to aggress on. There was one Monk, one Valda left in the lobby. You have to assess that that's the win condition. If Valda goes to heal off, you just can't win the game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. It was, honestly, NXM played that final circle really well. Like, because there was actually a moment where you see that 330 got forced to transform earlier than this. So they didn't have that transform for that final circle. But LXM held that ult until the last possible moment. Pops it, has the extra sustain. They ult there 13 seconds before they've ended the game. Make sure they have all the extra health to work with, and no one beats them at that point. LXM played that absolutely stunningly. Really, really clean game from him. And you're not beating him in the heal off, baby. Down you go. LXM wins the series and wins the day and the split for his team on that Valda.
Yeah. It's GG. They're celebrating here. Absolutely crazy game for them. And I mean, if you're going to take an MVP, you might as well take the MVP that makes you the champions. As we take a look here, JDG, WBG, Bowda, Wolves, X1, and EWG. Nowhere near the top end here. Going to be your bottom 6. As we take a look, Alliance still in third place here. Yeah, the gap was just too wide. This is what I was talking about. Going into this game, OUG was like on 60 points. KLA was on like, I think maybe 69, 70 points. So the gap for them was close. No. The gap was just so wide. So Alliance does get bumped down into third position here. They do make podium, but GG off the back of an impressive 17.5 in the final game here. Look at this, Yuma too, number 2 here. On the top of the kills leaderboard with 45 eliminations, LXM with 47, and QGG from KLA with 43. NY7 also from Alliance in 4th place with 41 eliminations.
I'm convinced QGG's always on this graphic. Like, every time. I swear every split this guy's on this graphic. He's so goddamn good. He's so clean. I genuinely think for like the last year and a half, like the last like 3 splits now, QGG's made it to the top 3 players. He's been so impressive. Really, really good guy. I'm very impressed with him. But there you go. Our MVP for the split for trios is going to be LXM. And I mean, with that Valda performance at the end, it was superb. 47 kills over to him, averaging 3.4 a game. Really, really big stuff from these guys. And GG. Honestly, I'll admit it. I was a little down and out on them, but they brought it back. They really did. 3-3-0. Getting FMVP. Finals MVP there. I mean, to be fair, that Monk performance at the end, very deserved. Very, very deserved.
Yeah. Again, I think there was a big tactical error made by the rest of the lobby in these final moments. How do you not identify that the only Monk Valda in the lobby needs to be targeted out? Like, and especially like the buff that they get is Mystic Might. It is by far the weakest of the 3 buffs they could have gotten from that final Spirit Well. So for nobody to immediately go, okay, hey, this is a problem and we need to deal with it and try to target these guys out of the lobby, realistically, I'm not sure why that doesn't happen, right? Like, you don't even have guys like trying to make the aggression and like getting shoved off and just being outplayed by GG. That I can understand, right? But you just have everybody just playing keep away. They're not even trying to target the Monk and the Valda out of the lobby, and you look at that and you just know if you go to heal off, you do not win. You cannot possibly get that multiplier. You can't make the most of this game, and nobody actually ends up getting the multiplier here in the end, because we do see one of those members from DRG holds out till the very end there. They're able to get that huge turnaround with the stone form there and turn it on to the member from GG, but both of them have enough health that the lobby actually just times out. So no multiplier is actually applied there for any of the teams. But here we go. We're going to take a look at the qualifications right now. Of course, the guaranteed qualification is GG as they take both the spring and summer split. But take a look at this. DRG in second in terms of overall points. KLA in third. Alliance in fourth. I mean, again, we talked about Alliance and how improved they are this season. We would have looked at this graphic last season and they would have been all the way at the bottom, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. Alliance very likely to make it to Worlds, and very rightfully so. They played amazing. Wolves, I really thought they'd be a Worlds team, but they've got a lot of work to do. 15 qualifying points for themselves, so they really have to step it up if they want to make it to that World Championship. And the big one isn't actually any of these guys at the top. It's number 11. It's TE. They are technically the world defending champions, or the defending world champions, sorry. And they're on 12 points. They have a lot of work to do. Obviously, it's not the same roster. Things have changed, but this is going to be our teams taking part in the World Championship so far. No, wait, what? Oh, no, this is our qualifier. Yeah, I was about to say, hold on.
Yeah,
GG
these are the participating
These are the teams that are going to be playing to qualify for the for mainland China at World Championship. I can't remember how many teams are going through. How many teams do we send? I can't remember now.
I do believe it's 2 North American teams, 1 EU team. Or no, sorry, 1 North American team, 1 EU team, 2 ASE teams, and the rest are going to be CN teams qualified. And then you do have like the pre-qualifiers as well leading up to that. So time's going to tell who qualifies, and then we'll see which of the 12 teams actually qualify for the finals for Jacob. After that, as you take a look here, we're taking a look at our split here for the summer across the board, and it has been one crazy split here for the summer split for 2024. WEG Spider takes your solo grand finals, and GG clutches it out for the back-to-back spring to summer grand final champion. Don't miss next week, as we're going to be coming back for your Chinese mainland qualifiers. We will determine which teams from the CN Nbpl will be heading to that J-Cup group stage, and then we'll have 6 days of group stages back to back to back to back, which will determine the 12 teams who will go to finals.
It's going to be a very, very big one. This is how the mainland qualifiers are going to be playing out. Don't worry, it's not going to be a full 8-game day for you guys. It's just going to be a normal 6-game day. The regular stuff here at NARAKA. Back to business. We're getting geared up for those qualifiers and those final couple of teams making it into the playoffs. Well, not into the playoffs, into the actual World Championship itself. So I can't believe the year's done almost. Like, the fact we're on to Worlds now is absolutely crazy. Like, it doesn't feel that long ago we started spring, and I'm already looking at like Christmas turkeys and stuff, man. This year is...
Oh God, don't get me started on Christmas yet.
It's been a blur this year.
Oh yeah, it absolutely has. It's been one heck of a ride. I don't think we could have asked for a better grand finals. I'm gonna be honest. We go to 8 games, and it has just been absolutely crazy. I mean, game 1, we start with a 2v3 coming in from OUG in an absolutely crazy position. Into game 3, we go to a Realm of Yang, where against all odds, JDG actually loses the 3v1 into one surviving member of DRG. Crazy. Just absolutely insane way to start the day. All of these comps coming through, these monk comps with the Valda Hottie, the different compositions we saw in game 1 as well. What a way to end the split.
To me, it was the fact that, like, the whole time we're like, it's not going to 8 games. There's no way. These teams are too good. The teams at the top are too good. It's never going to 8 games. It's always just going to be Alliance win here or GG win here. And I mean, in the end, GG did win here, but like, I genuinely thought we were going to be a 5-game day. Like, I was like,
yeah, absolutely.
Especially that was very cemented early on in the day where I was like, yeah, this looking like Alliance and GG are just doing too well. They're going to 5-game it and we'll be donezo. And then, like, it just kept going. Like, these teams just refused to go down. They had really, really good target selection, and Alliance denied heavily. GG. Honestly, it worked in their favor. They needed 8 games to wake up, but they really came to it in that final game. big game from those guys, and yeah, that is the season donezo. Obviously, we still got the qualifiers next week, and then obviously not long after that, Worlds actually kicks off. But what a split! I can't believe GG did it. You know, the amount of times where I was like, GG, they're always the podium team, never first place. And then 1 year they take first place twice. Really, really impressive. I'm so happy for them. They've done amazing.
Yeah, they've had an incredible year. I wish them all the lucks heading into Worlds as well, because man, they have absolutely earned it this year. Spring Split, Summer Split champions. They have put in the work and they have done it all. But I think that's about to be it from you and me here. I think that is going to be the end of our NBPL Summer 2024 season, and it's been a good one, Jake.
Yeah, it's been a banger. It's been an absolute banger of a season. I'm very, very excited to see what, first of all, Worlds brings, but also what next year brings. I like the changes are always really fun. I like seeing everything that's going on. Obviously, we're going to have new heroes as well by next year. Yeah, I'm just excited by this. I'm excited by what we got coming. It's been good. It's been a very, very good season. 8 games has shot my voice. I'm working on Thursday as well, so I need to make sure that my voice is actually in functioning condition for solos, which I'm excited and nervous about solos, if I'm honest with you, Rune, because I haven't actually covered a solos game since last year. So I am excited by that. But what I'm also excited for is bed. Guys, thank you very much for joining us here at the NBPL finals. It's been a banger day. We will see you next week for those qualifiers. Until then, good night.